The events begin with a warning that there will be a severe thunderstorm in town tonight. The heroine of the story was named Lin Huan. She was an ordinary girl in her early 20s. She was finally done with her work. Today, the Lin wanted to get a good rest after working overtime. She decided to take a good bath to relieve all the fatigue from a hard day's work. After undressing, the girl began to immerse herself in the deep, hot bath. She closed her eyes, enjoying the gentle water that helped her forget about work. Lin Huang was very sleepy. She didn't know then that her life would be turned upside down, and everything would change dramatically. The girl began to sink deeper and deeper into the water. She enjoyed the tranquility. Suddenly, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. She didn't understand where the loud sound could be coming from. Lin Huang opened her eyes while diving out of the water, after which she coughed violently. She couldn't understand why she couldn't touch the sides of the tub. The girl was scared, as she didn't know what was happening to her. It was like a dream. She noticed she wasn't in the bathtub. As she climbed out of the water, she saw mountains with gorgeous waterfalls in front of her. Looking around, Lin Huang thought that this must be some kind of dream. She pinched herself and realized she was awake, because she was in a lot of pain. The girl realized that she had really crossed into another world. It was very cold. Usually when others time travel, they either have magical weapons or modern props. She just happened to be naked. Lin Huang heard a strange sound. She wondered if it was a beast. The girl was very frightened. She imagined what would happen to her if there really was a beast in there. She put her head down and started crying, and cried out that she didn't want to do it. Maybe if she lay down in the water again, she'd be in the tub again as soon as she opened her eyes. Thinking about it, the girl immediately closed her eyes and began to pray quietly. She asked the Lord to let her come home sooner. The girl prayed for a long time and then felt some movement near her and opened her eyes. A pair of feet was in front of her. She was very surprised and thought that they were not hers. They were good, sturdy, quite secure in the depths of the water. Lin Huang couldn't understand what was happening to her. She closed her eyes again and became angry. Her emotions were mixed. Fear overwhelmed the girl, but the anger was even stronger. The girl gasped as she pulled herself out of the water. She coughed violently. Lin Huang was very surprised, as a powerful force lifted her out of the water and into the air. When she opened her eyes, she was at a loss. Her eyes shone with surprise. She saw a guy in front of her. Where could he have come from? The boy was holding her in his arms, looking her straight in the eye. He was just as surprised, and he thought about the fact that he had never seen such a beautiful and sweet little female. The boy asked which tribe she ran away from. Lin Huan was shy and asked to be released. The girl thought that what she saw now under the water must surely belong to this guy. She decided he was a pervert and started fighting him off with her hands as hard as she could. She asked him to leave her alone, and threatened to call the police if he did it again. She told him to hurry up and get dressed. The guy promised not to hurt her. Lin Huang was very scared. After all, she wasn't even wearing any clothes. Who would even believe her? The kid was surprised that the little woman didn't even cry. He promised he wouldn't do anything to her, but only if she didn't run away. The girl asked him to let her go if he wanted her to obey him. When the guy released her from his grasp, she immediately began to float away from him. The boy shouted after her that she was too slow. He could easily catch up with her wherever she went. Lin Huang turned to him and asked him if he was ashamed of being naked. She asked him to get dressed first. After throwing a towel over himself, he explained to the girl that he was washing himself, so he was naked. The girl thought that the guy was really right, and she had nothing to say to him. She looked to the side and saw a cape in the water. She thought she could use some clothes. Making a dash for the towel, Lin Huang was very happy that she had found something at least believing in a god. The girl opened her huge eyes questioningly, looking at the kid. Approaching her, he wondered why the little female was without her male. Lin Huang was even more surprised by these words. She couldn't understand what the kid meant. Then he started explaining that he's a male and she's a female. They could be partners. Didn't anyone ever tell her that? The girl thought it couldn't be. What kind of world she's in, so she asked the guy what kind of animal he was. The boy looked her closely in the eyes and decided to introduce himself. He said his name was Bai Di, after which there was a violent splash of water. She continued to stare at the guy, and I saw a huge tiger in front of me. He was white with black stripes and bright blue eyes. Lin Huang was very frightened. The kid turned out to be a scary tiger. He turned his huge face toward the girl. She began to splash the water with her hands. Lin Huang immersed herself in the water. She prayed again that Goddess would let her wake up faster if this was a nightmare. There was a click of some sort in her head. The system reported the confirmation of the host. The data connection began. When the girl was immersed in the water, the data was successfully downloaded and the system was fully operational. System 438 said hello to the hostess. Lin Huang heard everything while half asleep. After a while, the girl opened her eyes. She felt the sound of the wind. Her hand lay on something soft. Lin Huang decided that it was a fluffy blanket. There was a voice like the growl of a beast. The girl was asked if she was awake. She couldn't understand how a blanket could talk. Then looking in front of her, she realized it wasn't a blanket. It was tiger fur. The tiger turned his head toward the girl, asking her to hold on tighter to him so she wouldn't fall, and I wondered how she was feeling. Still uncomfortable or better? Lin Huang, hugging the tiger as tightly as possible, replied that she was very cold. The girl explained that she had no clothes at all, and there was also a mountain wind blowing around. Bai Di immediately turned into a boy and picked up the girl in his arms. It was quite unexpected. She only had time to shriek. The guy jumped into the tree with lightning speed. He lifted her to the highest branch with unusual ease and asked her to stay there, after which he suddenly began to towel off his towel. Lin Huang only had time to open his mouth and asked what he was doing. Then the boy threw off the light garment. He gave the girl the towel and his sharp dagger. Bai Di instantly came down from the tree and asked her to wait. He promised that he would come back soon, after which he turned back into a tiger. The girl wondered, left alone, what he was going to do. Looking up from the tree, she saw a huge fanged boar in front of her. She realized that this was probably its target. The tiger was already getting close to the huge beast. He began to growl, opening his maw. The tiger was a great hunter. He jumped up as high as he could to catch the back of the running boar. The girl opened her already large eyes wide. She was very surprised to see the tiger clinging to the beast. She got a little scared, since this bite and the incredible strength of the tiger, just a terrifying sight. Lin Huang cried out in fear. She was not very pleased to see the tiger clawing at its victim. She didn't want to see a tiger tear this poor healthy boar apart. The tiger turned back into a guy. Bai Di looked at the girl and asked her to jump down from the tree. She asked if he was joking. How can you jump from there? It's 4 meters high. If she jumped, she would die. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, raising them up. He realized that this woman was afraid to jump, and he noticed that she was very small and fragile. He should take good care of her. Bai Di decided that when they got to the wolves, he would have to find out more about her. The boy instantly jumped up the tree, after which he took the girl in his arms and pulled her down in one leap. After getting the girl to her feet, he asked her to give him his very sharp knife. When he took the knife, he did it very quickly. Such a big boar, and the boy chopped it up in one fell swoop. The girl looked very surprised at all of Bai Di's movements. He was indeed very strong and very brave. The boy cleared the boar's skin with dexterous movements of his hands. He threw it over the girl and said that it would help her from the cold. Lin Huang looked the boy in the eyes. She felt some kind of affection and care from him. She heard a strange sound and wondered what it could be. The system reported that she received a boar skin. The rookie mission has been activated. You need to collect 3 animal skins. After completing the mission, you will be given a rookie gift set. The girl wondered what it was. After she came to her senses, she couldn't take her eyes off the guy. He asked what she was looking at. When he shook her out of her thoughts, Lin Huang lowered her gaze and thanked the kid. He thought it was very nice of her, and he asked the girl to be patient for a while. He promised that when they reached the wolf tribe, he would buy her clothes. Lin Huang didn't understand what he was talking about. What wolf tribe? Bai Di began to explain that it was a place where wolves lived. It wasn't far from here. If you need something, you can just go there and exchange it for what you need, or just buy it. The girl exclaimed that it all sounded like there was a whole village there. The boy replied that he had only heard of the town. Lin Huang began to ask about the city. She inquired about the place and whether there was a human race there. Bai Di mumbled that he hadn't heard of the human race. The cities are full of beastmen. They are extremely strong and ferocious. He can show her about them later. The girl wondered about these beastmen. It turns out there aren't any ordinary humans. Bai Di began to hold out a piece of meat to her and inquired if she would have it. Lin Huang immediately exclaimed that she didn't eat meat. The boy explained that if she didn't eat meat, she wouldn't have enough strength. To which the girl replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and she said that she really doesn't eat such things. Bai Di listened to her and turned around and walked forward. He asked the girl to wait for him here. It's been 10 minutes. The boy did not return empty-handed. On a big leaf from a plant, he brought a lot of berries and asked if she would eat them. The girl immediately grabbed a berry and thought about how sweet and sour it tasted. She thanked the boy. Bai Di noticed that she only eats fruit. Could it be that she is an herbivorous beastman? He asked if she was a hare or maybe a deer. Lin Huan explained that she couldn't transform at all, and she is an omnivorous animal. The guy asked why she didn't eat meat then. She replied that she didn't eat meat, she just didn't eat raw meat. If he's talking about cooked meat, she likes that kind of meat too. Bai Di asked if she can cook it. He said he could get it for her. He thought about the fact that this little female was too weak. She would get sick if she didn't eat meat, so he needed to feed her properly. Lin Huan thought about the fact that there were no utensils at all, so there was no way to roast or stew, only bake. The girl thought about the fact that first of all she needed fire. The boy immediately thought about it. Lin Huang inquired if he had ever seen fire. Bai Di was very serious. He answered the girl that the destructive power of fire greatly frightens the orcs, and asked if she only needed fire. The girl said it was so. The boy exclaimed that in that case he would find some kindling for her. Lin Huang said that there was no need to do that. They could make fire by rubbing sticks against each other. Bai Di was surprised at the girl's suggestion, and so he sat across from her, watching the girl rub the sticks one against the other. It had been 5 minutes. There was no change at all. The boy continued to stare, watching the girl's actions. 30 minutes passed. Again, no change. 40 minutes passed. Lin Huang thought about how the TV shows were all lies, after which she threw those sticks aside. Bai Di immediately took her hand in his and asked her to calm down. He brought the girl's hand to his lips, after which he kissed her. The boy promised the girl to get fire for her. Lowering his gaze towards Lin Huang, he began to reassure her. The guy asked her not to worry and said that he would take care of her. He walked over to the girl and hugged her gently. He said that whatever she wanted, he would get it for her, and added that she was now his woman and he would take care of her for the rest of his life. Lin Huang was very surprised when the boy said that she was his woman. Lin Huang began to resist and raged with indignation. She exclaimed that she was not his woman at all. Droplets of tears glistened in her eyes. The girl thought that the boy was very gentle, but at the same time he had a hard look in his eyes. He looked at her very seriously and sternly indeed. He said that she had nothing to fear, and that he would keep her safe as long as he was with her. The boy took her hand in his, treating the girl very gently. He brought the girl's hand to his lips again, and said that even if she was that weak, he would be able to take care of her. Lin Huang thought that this beastman was so powerful, but also so gentle at the same time. When she was a child, her parents died and she was adopted by her uncle. Though he had treated her well, she had no longer had a home since then. And after that, she grew up, lived, and worked alone. The girl had long ago gotten used to a world where no one would protect her. Bai Di noticed that her hands were very cold. He asked if she was okay. He then gently put his arm around the girl. Worried about her, the boy asked if it was better this way. Lin Huang noticed that he's very warm, and the embrace is so tender after Mom and Dad passed away. It was the first time she felt such tenderness. This guy has a huge concern, just like a family. The girl started pushing the kid away, explaining that she was fine. Lin Huang seemed to melt in his embrace. Such a warm feeling once again emanated from him. By now the sun was high in the sky. It began to warm everything around her, including her. After turning into a tiger, the boy explained to the girl that first he would take her to a tribe of wolves and show them her body. She didn't understand what he meant, and she asked him not to do that, frightened by his words. The tiger began to explain that Lin Huang was losing consciousness. The girl was a little angry. She thought about the fact that she hadn't been afraid of him then. But the tiger asked her not to worry so much. After all, no matter what happened, he would not leave her. After which the tiger once again wanted to point out that she was his woman. The girl laughed again after these words. Lin Huang suddenly remembered her mission. She asked the boy if she could take the 2 animal skins. After listening to her, the tiger said that of course he could. He asked her to wait for him here. An hour passed. The tiger came back and looked at the girl and asked if 5 skins would be enough. He said that if that wasn't enough, he could get more. Lin Huan replied that this many skins would be enough for her. Turning into a guy, he said, looking at the girl, that in this case, he would help her remove the bloodstains from the hides. The girl's gaze fell on the boy's wounded arm. Her eyes immediately glistened with pity. She asked him if he was in pain. Bai Di immediately looked at his arm wounds and told the girl that he was fine. He said that it would go away with time. Lin Huang walked over to him, touching his wounds. She thanked him fondly. The boy again said that she was his woman and so he would do anything for her, and exclaimed that she didn't need to thank him. The girl thought about how this guy likes to rub and cuddle with people. He looks like a big affectionate cat. The kid explained that he would first remove the bloodstains. Otherwise there would be animal odor left on those hides. Bai Di, ignoring the bloody wounds on his arm, turned around and went to take care of business. That's when the girl got the voice in her head again. It was the system. System 438. Confirmation of task completion by a newcomer. The task has been completed. After this notification, the system asked the host to get a rookie kit. Lin Huang was surprised to hear the voice in her head again. Some sort of bag appeared in front of her. The girl reached into the bag to see what was in it. She pulled out a stick of some kind, and wondered if it would be of any use at all. Lin Huang waved these sticks from side to side. As she waved the sticks, one of them caught fire. The girl realized it was the source of the fire. The system then asked its hostess if she needed anything else. Lin Huang reached into the bag again and took out some book. It was an encyclopedia of ancient animals and plants. The girl was looking at the book when she suddenly heard someone's footsteps. She realized that Bai Di had returned. The boy looked at the girl with interest. He must have wondered what she was doing. Lin Huang hid the book in her bag and asked if he had returned. The girl's eyes immediately ran from side to side. Bai Di lowered his gaze thoughtfully. He realized that his little female had a little secret. As the girl rose with the sack on her back, he thought about the fact that they still had plenty of time, and he would slowly but surely figure out all her secrets. Meanwhile, they were moving farther and farther through the forest. The huge green trees were behind them. They were slowly approaching the wolf tribe, which was somewhere far away in the mountains. Lin Huang noticed that things were very lively here. Bai Di explained that every 10 days, the wolf tribe held a fair under the Rocky Mountain, and nearby beastmen come with their goods to trade for things they need more. The girl began to look at the beastmen. She noticed that they were all very tall. Suddenly, the boy grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, lifting her off the ground. He grabbed her so sharply that she didn't have time to say a word, after which he planted himself on his shoulders. Bai Di explained that women were considered precious. Therefore, someone like her could easily get into trouble. The girl asked what kind of trouble she could get into. The boy replied that males fight for the right to mate with females. Hearing such an explanation, Lin Huang was immediately frightened and asked the kid not to leave her in any way. One of the beastmen was running after a beastman girl. He begged her not to leave him and promised that he would get better. Another guy was offering the girl some delicious strawberries. Lin Huang bulged her big eyes and mumbled that they were all revolving around just one woman. The boy went on to explain to the girl that a woman is a jewel to them, and dozens of male wolves surround the female. Therefore, the status of wolf-breed women is very high, so high that they are allowed to not even work anywhere. The girl was very surprised at this. She thought that there must be a lot of lechers among such a group of men. She became very afraid. Bai Di continued to carry the girl in his arms and asked her not to be afraid. He promised to take her to the witch doctor. They moved through the crowd of beastmen. Who looked furtively at the boy carrying the girl in his arms. One of the beastmen cast a glance towards Lin Huang. He looked at the girl very carefully. But the other asked the guy, whose name was Schwang Yun, if everything was all right. The kid turned around on the man and replied that nothing of the sort was going on. He just noticed that Bai Di brought a partner, although he knows that guy always works alone. And now there were high mountains in front of us, in which were the dens of the beastmen. The wolf witch Dr. Lanzhu appeared in front of us. Fixing his beard, the man asked Bai Di why he had taken the time to stop by. The boy asked Lanzhu to look at his partner. He explained that the girl was fainting. Lin Huang hid behind Bai Di and carefully crawled out from behind his arm. She thought that this old man looked so much like Santa Claus. Lanzhu was very surprised when the kid said that he had a partner. He saw a young female companion in front of him. Throwing a scornful glance at the girl, he asked the small woman how many male partners she had had. Lin Huang was scared and hid behind Bai Di again. The guy said that she was his woman. He asked her not to molest him. Lanzhu immediately became sad and exclaimed that her boy was very lucky to have found a partner. He said that he felt very sorry for their wolf clan and the many young guys who were fighting hard for a partner. Lin Huang thought that this Santa witch was making so much drama. Lanzhu asked the little woman, telling him what happened before she fainted. The old man told the girl that she shouldn't worry so much. He noticed that the little female is not sick, but is too small. Her body is fragile and requires care. He asked the girl to come over to him, and said that these crispy little fragrant fruits were for her. Holding them out to her, he asked her to eat them. She replied that there was no need, and thanked the old man. But he became insistent and told her not to worry. There's a lot of fun to be had in their clan besides them. The old man began to explain to the girl that the boys were from their wolf clan, gentle and passionate. He asked how many days she would be here. Lin Huang noticed that the tiger was starting to get angry. The girl told the old man that she would listen to what Bai Di had to say. Lanzhu asked the girl for permission to set up a safe room for her. He went back to telling the little female what kind of men were in their clan. The boy immediately embraced the girl, taking her in his arms. He said he didn't need to because he would keep his woman safe. Bai Di noticed that this old herbalist seemed to have completely impure thoughts. Bai Di began to carry the girl away from this old man. They passed through many beastmen. Lin Huang wondered where they were going. The boy explained that they were going to buy clothes. He realized that it was the little female who was very worried about looking naked. Therefore, she must first buy suitable clothes. They were in front of a wall that had a lot of clothes hanging on it. Bai Di asked to see what she liked, and then they would buy it. Looking at one of the things, the girl noticed that it was leather, and thought it was made very simply, but it was better than being naked. Lin Huang asked the kid if there was a needle and thread. These beast-like clothes were too big for her, and so the stone needles and rope appeared in front of her. They were well worked. The girl thought about the fact that she had some metal studs in her hairband that might help her. She started rummaging through her hair, removing those bobby pins. After all, it was a great option, she thought. Bai Di approached the salesman and began to explain that his girlfriend had said it was as if all the clothes were big on her. He asked if there were any smaller sizes. and asked if this crystal would be enough to buy back all the clothes. The salesman replied that it was very small. You could say that he was getting outfits twice as big. And so, after trying on the clothes, Lin Huang exclaimed that she was ready. The girl came out from behind the rock in her new attire. She was wearing a short skirt and a light top. Bai Di didn't expect to see such beauty in front of him. He immediately froze in place with his mouth slightly ajar. Lin Huang was very worried and wondered if it looked strange. The boy replied that she looked very beautiful, and asked how her clothes got that way. The girl was embarrassed and explained to him that she had altered it herself. Originally, the clothes had been too big. Lin Huang asked if there were any shoes for her, like boots, for example. The vendor behind Bai Di's back was surprised when the girl asked for shoes. She asked again if they had one. She asked if it was painful for all of them to walk barefoot on the ground like that. The boy scrutinized the girl very carefully. He glanced at her skin. When the girl walked barefoot on the ground, her feet were covered in abrasions. Bai Di noticed that Lin Huang had very delicate skin. He turned to the vendor and asked him for more needle thread and animal skin. The vendor immediately agreed. He thought he could buy whatever he wanted. He handed the girl the shoes. Lin Huang thanked the guy. She thought about the fact that although he doesn't talk much, he is quite attentive to her. He feels what she wants. Even though she came into this world inexplicably, however, she is not even scared next to him, which is very important for any woman. They heard a sound. The guy was called the White Emperor. Turning around, they saw one of the beastmen. He explained that Healer Lanju was inviting Bai Di and his woman to visit. The boy's face changed immediately. He said he didn't have to, and he thought that the wolf tribe was big. There are 300 males, but only 10 females. Therefore, it was too dangerous for his female to be here. The people around were talking about how this little female smells nice. This is the first time they see such a small female. Bai Di thought that the damn old man wanted his woman to choose more males. He's dreaming too much. That's why they'll be leaving. One of the beastmen told Schwang Yun that he was being honest with him about the fact that there was one small, beautiful female in the tribe. Most importantly, she still only had one male. The boy stood in front of him with his prey on his shoulder. He turned to the beastman and said he wasn't interested. He turned to the beastman and said he wasn't interested. He began to climb the high mountain, hurrying to bring his prey to his cave. Stepping inside, he paused slightly when he heard someone's laughter. Schwang Yun threw his gaze in front of him, carefully observing something. There were several beastmen and only one female on the rocky couch in front of him. He glanced in their direction. From their side could be heard ahs and sighs. They kissed the girl from all sides. Their gaze fell on the guy who had entered the cave. They realized that Schwang Yun had already returned. The guy thought that it was an ugly creature that was like a thing that changed hands from male to female. It looks a lot like rotting meat. And that woman is his mother. The kid thought it was too disgusting. He decided that all women are the same. They don't know modesty, they're lazy and greedy. Thinking about it, the guy immediately started to walk out of this cave to avoid seeing this vile shamelessness happening right in front of him. Meanwhile, Bai Di stood beside Lin Huang with one arm around her waist. Afterwards, he brought some herbs. He explained to the girl that he was going to hunt nearby and would be back soon. The grass he had brought would be much more comfortable to sit on. Bai Di asked the girl to be obedient and wait for him here. Under no circumstances should she go out. Lin Huang immediately obeyed. She thought of the big tiger going off to hunt, and she closed her eyes. After he left, the girl pulled some object out of her bag and decided to see if this fire would work. And so she waved the wooden stick again. Lin Huang realized that she had succeeded. She remembered that the White Emperor still had some dried meat left to roast and eat, and so the girl started a fire, tossing the wood lying nearby. She began to spin the meat, putting it on skewers, after which she took out a book from her bag and started reading. The book from the inventory read about the conditions of this world. This world's environment is basically like that. Some are spirit beasts and others are female beasts. The spirit beasts are descended from ordinary beastmen and are very strong in battle. Compared to spirit beasts, females are rare. They are responsible for reproducing their offspring, but due to the fact that females are few in number, each has several partners. All this in order to be able to reproduce more productively. The girl realized that in this world women have polyandry. On the next page there were drawings of fruits that she had already tasted. Lin Huang remembered the taste of those crunchy fruits. The leaves and fruits from the sun tree plant are used as a medicine, taken during fever. It is also used externally to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. It turns out that Father Frost gives them such a powerful fruit. The girl thought it should be kept carefully. She smelled something and turned her head towards the fire. Lin Huang realized that it was her meat burning. The girl was so engrossed in reading that she forgot about her kebab. Meanwhile, the boy was already returning from hunting. He felt that the cave was on fire. Realizing that the little female was still inside, Bai Di became very worried. He immediately rushed inside the cave. He ran quickly to save his woman in case of emergency. When the boy went inside the cave, he saw that she was alive and well. He wondered what she was doing. He exclaimed that there was a big fire, and as he approached her, he asked her to get out of there as soon as possible. But the girl smiled back and asked him to calm down. She explained that she was the one who had lit the fire. Baidi became indignant and told her that fire is actually very dangerous. It burns everything around it to the ground. Then the girl asked the kid to taste what she had prepared for him. She brought the fire-roasted meat to his lips. When he tasted a bite, he realized it was delicious. Lin Huang explained that she was the one who roasted it on the fire. She asked him if it was delicious. The girl asked him to be careful not to burn himself. The fact that she had stayed by the fire for so long without getting burned proved that it wasn't as dangerous as one might think. Lin Huan explained that fire also provides warmth, not just cooking food. But the boy still gave her a very stern look and exclaimed that it was too dangerous. He asked her to tell him to cook the meat next time instead of cooking it herself. Baidi tried cooking it himself and held out the most tender piece to the girl. He asked her to eat it. Lin Huang started chewing on the meat that the kid had roasted. She told him that it was very tasty, praising Baidi. The boy decided to eat fried meat too. He exclaimed that it really tasted better than raw meat. The girl immediately agreed with him. Only their cave was very bright from the fire. It was as if the lights were on in just one apartment in a high-rise building. Lin Huang was very satisfied after eating. She rubbed her tummy happily. Baidi turned into a huge, beautiful tiger again. He asked the girl to rest on him if she was tired. Lin Huang immediately pressed herself against the tiger with her whole body. He reminded her of a super large blanket, very fluffy and warm. That's when her gaze fell on the tiger's skin. She noticed that he was wounded when she saw the blood. Lin Huang said that she would bandage his wound and give him some crunchy fruit. Tiger glanced at the girl and asked her not to do that. He said he would just lick the wound. He asked her to keep the fruit. Lin Huang said that he was her family. It's very important to her that he's okay. Therefore, these fruits are not as important to her as he is. Tiger was very surprised that she had spoken of family. He looked at her fondly. Meanwhile, the girl was already dressing his bloody wound. When she finished dressing him, she said that everything was ready. The tiger licked her face with its tongue in gratitude. The girl immediately closed her eyes, feeling the animal's warm tongue. The kid thought about how very lucky he was to have this cute little female in his life. The bonfire continued to burn in their cave. Baidi asked the girl to go to bed. She obeyed him immediately and pressed herself as close as she could to the big, soft tiger. The girl felt her lower abdomen become too warm. She decided that this was very bad, and peeking under the blanket, she felt quite uncomfortable. She blushed a little. Lin Huang immediately moved away from the tiger and realized that she was actually getting her period. She began to think about what to do now. Then she heard a voice behind her. The tiger asked if she was hurt. The girl was very angry, exclaiming that she was not hurt. She wrapped herself in the boar's skin and ran away. Baidi took the girl by the shoulders and said that she was bleeding. He asked when and where Lin Huang had injured herself, and he said she smelled blood between her legs. The boy asked to see. The girl blushed and asked him not to look. She called the wolf a pervert. Baidi turned aside and said that he was a tiger, not a wolf. He asked to look again and explained that it wouldn't hurt her. Lin Huang exclaimed that she was fine. Bleeding was a normal occurrence. She asked him to just let her lie still for a few days, and she thought about why she had to talk to this tiger about her period. Baidi had said that bleeding was deadly. The tiger lay on the rocks and the girl whimpered suddenly. She turned to him. Creeping as close as she could, the girl began to push the beast to the side. She turned to him with tears in her eyes. The girl wondered if it was true that he would also leave her someday. Baidi took her in his arms and told her not to be afraid. He said that he would take her to the healer immediately. He promised the girl he would save her. He exclaimed that he would never let her die. Ling Huan started to resist and shouted that she shouldn't do that. Until today, she had never heard of anyone dying of their period before. Meanwhile, Schwang Yun was at the same healer's place. He asked the guy about the recent injury. The old man explained to the guy that he was already running out of herbal medicine and he had depleted it so quickly. Schwang Yun said that he would help the old man gather herbs. The doctor exclaimed that he had misunderstood him. What he meant was that the guy spends all his energy hunting, and that's the wrong decision. He should find himself a woman. The healer explained that he knew that the boy hated women because of his father's death, but asked him not to generalize. Not all women are like his mother who doesn't even miss his father. Schwang Yun asked the healer not to say that. He exclaimed that the thought of his mother made him sick. He turned and walked away. The healer shouted after him, calling him a lousy asshole. He explained to the boy that they weren't finished with the medicine and he was leaving. The man sighed heavily and said that Schwang Yun is the leader of the wolf clan and has absolutely no interest in breeding. He wanted to talk to him about the little girl who was with the White Emperor. Just then, Baidi ran up to the cave with the girl in his arms and asked the healer to help her. The old man asked what had happened to her, but the girl kept saying that she was perfectly fine. Baidi asked Lanju's healer to take a look at it. He added that the healer would definitely be able to help her. Lin Huang thought about how one could look at such a place. The girl explained to the healer Lanju that her body condition is such that there are days every month when blood flows continuously. But it really doesn't affect her health. And the bleeding would stop on its own in a few days. She thought about the fact that for the first time in her 20 years of life, she was discussing her period with two men. The healer scratched his beard and asked how there could be such an amazing fact. He had never seen such a thing before. Lin Huan exclaimed that it was true and asked him to believe her. Then the old man asked what clan she was from. The girl replied that she was just a human being. The healer was surprised and said that he had only heard of monkeys, but had never heard of man. Lin Huang explained that they were considered their ancestors, but not a race, and she thought to herself that they were all primates. Therefore, one could take the opportunity to recognize a relative. The healer asked Baidi if the girl could stay here for a few days for him to observe her. The boy replied that in case it wouldn't cause him any trouble. Then the healer handed the girl a red berry and explained that it tonifies the blood. So let her feel free to eat some. The girl immediately took the berries from the healer and with a confused look at him thanked him. The healer noticed that this little girl had a soft character and wasn't arrogant at all. He thought that he had never met such a beautiful-looking woman before. She was very different from other women in that way. Why not introduce this girl to Schwang Yun? The healer coughed and suggested that everyone rest first. He promised to check everything tomorrow morning. Lin Huan picked up a needle and a piece of hide. She thought that animal skins were plentiful now. Why not take some of it and try to make her own panties then? Then she suddenly pricked her finger with this sharp big needle. The girl screamed that she was in a lot of pain. She immediately began to cry out in pain. The boy looked in her direction and came closer. He asked Lin Huang for the skin and offered his help. He wanted to sew the right thing for her himself. Baidi took the scrap of hide in his hands and began to deftly wield the needle. When he was done, he approached the girl again. The boy made beautiful panties for her and asked her to try them on. Lin Huang immediately agreed. She thought about the big tiger holding such panties, looking like a pervert. But he sews better than she does, and she wants to try these beauties on soon. The boy turned away while the girl put on what he had made for her, and said she was ready. Lin Huang showed him what he had done. She said that it was really beautiful. This really looks good, with the soft fabric and added absorbent leaves. That might be enough for a few days. The boy looked at the girl from every angle. He pulled his hand toward her. The girl covered herself with a boar skin and called him a lecherous wolf. She wondered where he was going. Baidi replied that he was a tiger, not a wolf. The girl thought about the fact that this tiger doesn't know how to play dumb. He held another scrap of leather in his hand and explained to Lin Huang that the remaining leather could be used to make shoes. He explained to the girl that her feet had become more tender. This had never happened in the bazaar. Better make her another pair of shoes. The boy asked for permission to measure the size of her little foot. Her eyes glistened and her cheeks flushed red. He took hold of her foot in order to size her up. Lin Huang thought about this man touching her feet. This is quite an unusual sensation. The boy touched her leg and noticed it was quite small, and he realized it needed very little skin. Lin Huang was already a little tired. She thought that her leg was already starting to get numb from such a long process. When would he be done already? After she was already really tired, she asked him to wait for her for a while and went to measure her new shoes. Baidi explained that her boots were ready, and she could safely try them on. They had laces too. The boy said he'd made them with ties so she could pull them up if they were too big. Putting on the boots, the girl began to show him herself in them. She asked him how he was, and exclaimed that he was amazing. Baidi looked at the girl and mumbled that she looked beautiful in everything. Lin Huang asked the kid if he wanted to make the exact same ones for himself. He replied that it would be inconvenient to change his shoes while transforming into an animal. The girl didn't think about it. He's a big tiger, she'd forgotten that, and she imagined a tiger in boots, after which she laughed sweetly. After all, a tiger would look funny in those boots. The day was very bright and pleasant. The sun's rays were caressing my skin. Schwang Yun walked around the cave among the trees, picking plants. He thought of the very herbs that Lanchu's healer had asked for. The boy, after collecting these herbs, went to the door of the healer's cave. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Huang in front of him. He asked how dare she be here and steal something from the healer. Schwang Yun immediately grabbed the girl's hand. She started screaming in pain. He asked if she thought the rules didn't apply to her, since she could steal. He called her a shameless woman and asked her to give him back what she stole. Lin Huang didn't expect such a thing. She began to explain to the kid that her red berries had fallen into the medicinal herbs, and she only wanted to find them, not wanting to steal anything. The guy kept squeezing her hand and asked her to stop lying. He called her a thief and a shameless female. The girl thought that this beast was very strong. She asked how he could talk such nonsense. She said that if he didn't let her go, she would scream. The boy mumbled that he knew that when a female screams, countless males will come running to protect her. Schwang Yun said that she was wrong this time, and he is the head of the Wolf Clan and would never allow anyone to steal from the Wolf Clan. Lin Huang thought that if the White Emperor hadn't returned to the cave to get the package, she would have given him a hard time now. Just then the healer Lanzu entered the cave. The girl asked him to look at this unscrupulous man. When the kid got a little distracted, she slapped his chin with her hand as hard as she could. Schwang Yun grabbed his chin and became indignant. How dare she attack him? He called her a disgusting woman. Then the girl started waving her hands and exclaimed to stay away from her as she was skilled in martial arts. Schwang Yun became even angrier. He changed his face and opened his mouth to reveal fangs instead of teeth. The boy exclaimed that the girl was finished. She immediately started screaming. She was scared out of her wits. Lin Huang immediately started running away from him. She thought that he would definitely kill her now. The guy started running after her and asked her not to even try to escape. He grabbed her by the hair and the girl started screaming even harder. When he took hold of her hair, he was very surprised. He'd never thought it could be so soft and smooth to the touch. Indeed, she had very soft, smooth hair. He never ceased to be amazed by it. Schwang Yun immediately walked up behind her and hugged her. He felt that she was so clean, which was very different from the lazy and dirty females he had seen before. He continued to hug her from behind. Lin Huang started to shout and asked where he was going. The girl started waving him away and begged him to let go sooner rather than later. She blushed with anger. The kid in turn thought about the fact that this had just happened to him. He just didn't expect this of himself. When he let the girl go, he told her that if this was her first offense, he would spare her this time and let her go. Only if she admits her mistake and apologizes to the healer. Then he promises to stay away from her. Lin Huang picked up the vase and exclaimed that she had done nothing wrong. Why on earth should she apologize? She explained that he was the one who should apologize. He had slandered her. She warned him not to approach her and called him a bastard. Schwang Yun replied that he didn't know the meaning of the word bastard, but it sounded like a swear word, and asked her to repeat what she said there. He exclaimed that he was going to touch. Then the healer came into the cave. Schwang Yun turned around at Lanzu's voice. The old man exclaimed that the kid had lost his mind. How could he do that to such a beautiful girl? He originally wanted to leave this little girl in the tribe to give Schwang Yun a chance. As a result, this guy almost killed her. No wonder the bastard's a bachelor. The kid said she was stealing from him. Then the healer explained that she was ill and was being treated. He told her to get out of here and not to scare his patients. Approaching the girl, the healer asked her not to stoop to that lousy Schwang Yun's level. He began to explain to Lin Huang that this guy wasn't bad. He is very strong in battle, and he is the youngest head in the history of their wolf clan. The girl said she was fine. She was no longer angry with him. As the healer approached her, he noticed that this little girl was very kind. She said she wouldn't see him again anyway. The healer was very upset. After all, the boy was already unlucky with women. He thought that this was the end for Schwang Yun. Lanzu asked the girl not to talk about not seeing this guy again. He's a very tough guy. If she's not happy, she can beat him up once, taking out her anger on him. Lin Huang saw Bai Di in front of her. She was overjoyed and exclaimed that he had finally returned. Bai Di explained that he had brought her things. The girl immediately thanked him and asked why it took him so long to return. The boy said he was cleaning yesterday's hides and asked if she liked collecting hides. Lin Huang thought about the fact that she needed this for the mission. And he talks like she's a spewer. The girl thanked the lad and told him it was no longer worth helping to gather skins for her. She reassured the guy that it was enough for her. Bai Di thought that this little woman really has a lot of secrets. Afterwards, he handed her a whole bouquet of beautiful pink roses. He asked her if she liked the bouquet. The girl was very surprised and pleased. She immediately accepted the bouquet and exclaimed how nice it was. She thanked the boy. The healer watching them thought that Schwang Yun had definitely played the game. Compared to Bai Di, this bastard was nothing at all. Lin Huang, after accepting the bouquet of roses, turned around to the healer and told him that they would go out for some fresh air. After warning the healer, they went out of the cave into the street. They were greeted by bright sunshine and the green crowns of huge trees. The girl went outside and looked at the nature with joyful, happy eyes. She did not let go of the bouquet of scarlet roses and began to stroll down the path, through the bushes and trees. Bai Di walked behind her. Schwang Yun was sitting on a high mountain watching them. He noticed that the girl was not always angry and aggressive. He realized that she could also be sweet and very gentle. He watched the girl pick flowers into a beautiful bouquet. The kid looked down, deciding that he had wrongly accused her of stealing. She must hate him. So the boy grabbed his sack, in which he collected all sorts of delicious, healthy berries. Holding the pouch in his hand, he thought about the fact that she might not want to accept the red berries from him. The kid wondered what he should do to make sure she didn't reject the gift. A bag of berries flew in her direction. The girl screamed, not expecting something to fly towards her. Bai Di caught this bag and began to untie it. Lin Huang wondered what it was. The boy untied the sack and saw a lot of red berries in front of him, and told the girl that it must be for her. Pulling the berries into his palm, he held them out to the girl. She stared in surprise at the ripe, brightly colored fruit. The kid threw a glance at Lin Huang. He realized that it must be for her, and asked the girl if she wanted to eat them. Lin Huang replied that she had already eaten a lot of them. The girl asked to offer these berries to the witch doctor. Bai Di immediately agreed. The kid asked if the blood had stopped on her ass. He explained that her butt still smelled like blood. Lin Huang exclaimed that she usually needed 5 days to stop the blood, and today was only the 2nd. It was still a bit early. The boy realized that meant nothing had happened. The girl said it's been going on for years, and there's no problem. And so they arrived again at the healer's house. The old man asked if someone had given it to him. Lin Huang began to explain to the healer that when they went out for a walk, to breathe fresh air, someone had thrown this under the door. The healer said it must have been meant for her. He returned the bag of berries to her. Then he thought it was Schwang Yun, and laughed softly. When the old man gave the girl the sack back, he asked her to go rest, explaining that he had other things to do. Meanwhile, Schwang Yun continued to sit on the high stone watching the girl. A healer suddenly approached him. He asked if the berries were from him. Looking out from behind the bushes, the old man told him that he hated women. He asked why he was sending her berries. The boy blushed and sweated a little. He asked what berries the man was talking about. He exclaimed that he didn't understand what the healer was talking about. The old man persisted and explained to the boy that he had left his scent on the bag and the berries. He said that he had smelled him right away. Schwang Yun got angry and said that he was on a hunting trip in the mountains and had gathered them just for him, not her. The healer exclaimed that in that case he would take them back from her. When the boy heard this, he asked the healer to wait. The old man realized that the boy was interested in this girl. Immediately he took his hand to his beard as an old habit. Schwang Yun was really embarrassed. He explained to the old man that he had just made a mistake and brought her compensation. There was nothing more to it. After that, the boy was blown away from the mountain as if by the wind. The healer began to call for him, but the boy was already gone. The old man took his hand to his beard again, thinking. He decided that there was a chance for this boy after all. 5 days had already passed. Lin Huang fluttered joyfully like a butterfly. She was happy that the red days had finally passed. Bai Di realized that the girl was now ready to leave the wolf clan. She immediately agreed, smiling back at the boy. The healer rushed over and said that they couldn't leave now. He thought that Schwang Yun was already hard to seduce. And if he lets that little girl go, he's just doomed to be a bachelor. He told the White King that the boy had completely forgotten that winter was coming. The boy replied to the healer that he was aware that winter was still 2 whole months away. It was still too early to think about it. The old man explained that this was the way it used to be. But now the climate had changed, and winter would come much earlier. The stars had told him so, and the stars couldn't be wrong. Bai Di hesitated, as if he suspected something. Meanwhile, the system was performing a consistent set of winter tasks for the girl. The system had a request to prepare. In winter, the system will give out several assignments. It is necessary to complete the tasks to get more rewards. The winter would indeed be cold. The healer Lanzu himself didn't expect it to be like this. Bai Di thought about the fact that once winter came, the snow would cover everything. The beasts would hide and hibernate, and food would be drastically reduced. He himself would have gritted his teeth and gone, but the little female was too weak. The healer suggested that they wait until winter was over and then leave. He said that they had plenty of food and a place to sleep. The boy looked at Lanju as if suspecting something. He thought that this old man was too generous to them, and for the safety of the little female, it's still better to stay here. Lin Huan looked at the boy questioningly. Thinking hard, he told the girl that they would leave after winter was over. After all, there was nothing more important than the safety of the little female. Lanzu immediately became happy and clenched his fist with joy. He exclaimed that he would then help them choose a place to overwinter. Then suddenly the system alerted Lin Huang that a mission needed to be accomplished. Winter is approaching. Please prepare the house from the winter cold. The house must be at least 40 square meters and have a minimum set of furniture. Bed, table, chairs, and cabinets. There is a new mission. Meanwhile, the beastmen were already preparing for winter. They all came out of their caves. Bai Di walked beside the girl, explaining to her that the wolf tribe was already making preparations for winter. They had dug wide passages inside the Rocky Mountain. The kid explained that these passageways are full of caves. It's like an underground labyrinth. The girl thought about the fact that it was very dark underground and there was no light at all. She wrinkled her face. Lin Huang saw something ahead of her. In the darkness, green eyes could be seen. There were many of them, all looking in their direction. The girl wondered if it was the orc's eyes. They could sense the female nearby. They could smell her scent, and told them to get to work, more like digging a hole. Next to her they saw a male. Bai Di leaned closer to Lin Huang and told her to follow him carefully, looking under her feet. The healer told them they could choose any place they liked to dig a cave. It doesn't matter how deep they dig, as long as they don't dig in other people's houses. The kid had already turned into a huge, beautiful tiger again. Lin Huang, looking ahead of her, thought that it was very cool. They advanced as deep into the cave as they could. Bai Di wondered if they had gone through enough. The girl replied that 2 small caves could be dug in this place. The larger cave could be the master bedroom. In the second one, they would make a bedroom and kitchen. It's been half a day. Where they dug the cave, the rock layer is a little thin, so a small amount of light can penetrate it. The girl thought it was a pity there was no sewage system. It could have been a restroom. She touched the wall with her hands and noticed that the edges of the stone were very smooth. Bai Di had polished them well. The girl told the tiger that the size of the room was good enough, but there is not enough furniture here. Lin Huang suggested that the tiger make furniture out of wood. He immediately agreed and told the girl that they would go to the forest. And now they were already walking amicably through the forest thicket, making their way over hills, green bushes, and grasses. They had already passed many caves. The boy carried a huge log on his shoulders, and the girl a small log. They saw a large cave in front of them. They wondered when the cave next door had appeared. The girl was surprised by this too, and began to look into the cave. A guy appeared on her doorstep, who was a beastman. Lin Huang immediately recognized that guy. It was Schwang Yun. She asked if it was him, to which the kid replied that it was him, and so what? The girl sitting next to the wooden furniture wondered how that nasty man could have dug a cave in their neighborhood. Then the boy exclaimed that he could dig the cave where he wanted. No one can tell him what to do. Bai Di asked the girl how she felt about the bed he had personally constructed. Lin Huang walked over to the furniture and began to look at it. After feeling the bed, she exclaimed that it was simply marvelous. Then the girl went over to the boy and hugged him. She said that he was wonderful. At this time, a neighbor from another cave threw a glance at them. The girl asked the tiger not to lick her because she was very ticklish. And then she laughed. Schwang Yun covered his ears and thought about how his brain was about to explode listening to her living around here. I should have dug a cave next door to her. That's what the boy thought, clutching his head with his hand. Schwang Yun further continued to hate females and thought about why he should be this girl's roommate. This guy was like a wild man. Looking out from behind the rock, he noticed that these guys were going into the woods. Bai Di turned into a huge, fluffy tiger again. Lin Huang climbed on top of him, tightly clinging to his skin. Schwang Yun didn't stop looking in their direction. He was probably waiting for them to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Bai Di and Lin Huan wandered through the forest looking for new boards. After all, they hadn't built all the furniture yet. The tiger strolling through the green area came to some huge, thick tree. He wondered if that was what the girl was looking for. Lin Huang saw such a beautiful, powerful tree and exclaimed that it was very cool. Once again, she called the kid amazing. The tiger crept up to the girl and rubbed his face against her. He said it was very good that she liked it. Schwang Yun was high up on a cliff. He was watching the couple from the side. The boy lifted his wolf paw up and thought about how his claws were good too. Just as good as this tiger's. Why doesn't the little female ask him for help? And the girl in her turn was already walking through the forest with the tiger, looking for new material for furniture. The boards were tied to the tiger's back. He noticed that there were already a lot of them, so he would have to go back several times to carry them to the cave. Lin Huang asked the tiger to take the part and she would wait for him in the forest. But the tiger didn't want to agree to that. He explained that it was too dangerous in the forest and he couldn't leave her here alone. But the girl exclaimed that he had been very diligent in carving the tree. She could not allow it to be stolen, and she covered the huge pieces of wood with herself. The boy agreed with the girl after saying that, and immediately took her in his arms. He climbed a huge, tall tree. He carried her to the very top, away from danger and other men. Then he turned back into a tiger, and with the burden on his back, he asked Lin Huang to wait for him in the tree. He promised to return soon. The girl meanwhile began to read her book. She thought of taking the opportunity to pass the time and read a sheepskin book. Schwang Yun couldn't stop watching her. He wondered what this little female was doing. He looked out from behind the tree, keeping his eyes on her. He thought about the fact that the tiger had left her in such a dangerous place. He was worried about the girl. Looking at her, he noticed that she had such a small body. The boy thought that this girl could easily fall from the tree. Meanwhile, not far from her was a purple mutant spider. It was very big and creepy. The spider slowly descended towards her head. The girl was quietly reading a book, but then her gaze accidentally fell on a spider approaching her. Seeing this monster, the girl was very much frightened. She started screaming with fear. She just froze in terror. Lin Huang jumped up from that tree. The first thing she did was to throw her book directly at the vile spider. But after doing so, the girl began to fall from the tall, thick tree. Just then, Schwang Yun jumped up lightning fast. He asked her to be careful. The boy managed to catch the girl. He held her in his arms. Lin Huang looked into his eyes, surprised to see him in front of her again. Without averting her gaze, the girl asked the boy to let her go. Schwang Yun noticed that she was really so small and delicate, not like the others at all. He could smell her delicate, delicious scent. Lin Huang wondered why he was the one sniffing at her. She began to ask the guy to let her go again. When he let the girl go, she stood across from him and thought about how this wolf was very strange, not like the others. He in turn asked if she could not thank him. He suddenly changed his face and shouted to Lin Huang to be more careful. Behind the girl was that huge spider. It was approaching her very quickly. Schwang Yun managed to push the girl aside again. Lin Huang didn't expect that purple spider monster to attack again. Schwang Yun asked her to hide. The girl wondered what he was going to do. But the boy wolf asked her to run away from here sooner rather than later. He began to turn into a wolf. His eyes lit up with a green light. They were big and clear. He turned into a beautiful, snow-white wolf. After that, he pounced on that spider, tearing it to pieces. A lot of scarlet, brightly colored blood splattered around. The wolf tried to inflict as many wounds on the enemy as possible, but the spider was too huge and also very poisonous. The girl watched from the side. She was very worried about the wolf. The purple spider was much bigger than the two of them together. Lin Huang began to scrutinize this beast. She was very much surprised after taking a closer look at the silver wolf. The girl noticed that he had very nice silky fur. The snow-white wolf had bright green eyes. Lin Huang, looking into his pure eyes, putting her hand on her heart, thanked the wolf. But he replied she was of no use. The boy was rude and insolent again. He said that if she wanted to thank him, she could spend the night with him. She thought that the bastard was deliberately humiliating her. She exclaimed that last time he'd made a mess of her, but this time he had saved her, so now they were even. Schwang Yun wondered if they were even, what else she was doing here. She probably wants to spend the night with him. The girl was getting very angry. This wolf had rattled her nerves quite a bit. Lin Huang called the boy a pervert. The girl, flaming with rage, turned her back to the wolf and headed towards the forest. He stayed where he was watching her. The wolf lounged on the beautiful green grass. He thrust his paw forward. It was burning with the spider's painful bite. The boy thought that he didn't really want to die from a spider's paws. If the members of his clan found out about this, they would laugh him to death. Thinking about it, the wolf closed his eyes. He froze in pain. Sweat trickled down his face. He heard a sound not far from him and opened his eyes. There was a girl standing behind the tree. Lin Huang watched the wolf from the side. The wolf continued to lie on the grass. He looked at the girl and wondered why she had come back. I wondered if she had changed her mind. Lin Huang continued to be angry. She picked up her book from the ground and explained to the wolf that she had come to retrieve her item. Her eyes grew several times larger. She couldn't understand what had happened to the wolf. He suddenly growled at her and asked her to leave sooner rather than later. After all, she knows he can't stand any females. Lin Huang immediately turned around and wanted to leave. She thought that this guy was clearly strange. She noticed that the wolf's paw was very wounded. The girl was frightened and asked if he was poisoned, but the wolf was in a lot of pain. He asked the girl to leave him alone. She just wanted to get closer to see what happened to his paw. Then the girl was frightened and turned around and started running away from him. She grabbed her book and hurried away. The wolf closed his eyes again. He thought about the fact that all females are the same. They are all rough and ruthless. Even if you sacrifice your life for them, there is no return in return. The wolf was indeed poisoned, the spider's venom already penetrating deeper and deeper into his bloodstream. He began to transform back into a guy. Schwang Yun thought about the fact that his father had died because of a female, and he didn't think he would repeat his same mistake. But the girl was different. She just left because he kicked her out. She didn't run far away. Holding a sprig of berries in her hands, Lin Huang returned to the boy and started walking towards him. She noticed that the wolf had turned into a guy, so she rather went over to him to check on him. The kid looked pretty bad. When she got closer, she realized that he had lost consciousness. Lin Huang took his hand in hers and made an incision on his finger with the knife. The girl thought it was fortunate that there were records of purple spiders in the book. After she made a cut on her finger, she let the blood out. The girl put a plant she had picked in the forest on her hand. The girl began to wrap her hand around his arm. She had found the right medicine for detoxification. Schwang Yun began to come to his senses. He was completely wet with weakness. Streams of sweat ran down his cheeks like this. He was really pinched early on. Lin Huang noticed after dressing the wound that the boy was awake. She thought that she was doing the right thing. Schwang Yun immediately opened his eyes and noticed that the little female had returned. Or was it just a hallucination before she died? But the girl started talking to him. So it was real. She was glad he was awake. And she asked him how many fingers she was showing him. The boy opened his eyes and looked in her direction. He had a still too cloudy, sick look in his eyes. He realized that the girl had saved him. Did she really come back to save him? Schwang Yun concluded that she was completely different from the other females. The girl moved closer to the boy and exclaimed that he had just saved her. And she had saved him. So now they were even. Schwang Yun was still very weak. He couldn't get to his feet right away. But he was able to thank the girl from the bottom of his heart. Lin Huang pretended not to hear him. She said that it was very quiet. Then the boy became angry. He turned red with rage and exclaimed that he had spoken as if she were an idiot. That was very rude of him. Lin Huang also became angry in response. She mumbled that it was the idiot who had just saved him, which meant that he was stupider than her. Then the boy exclaimed that he had not asked to be rescued. The girl moved her eyebrows to her nose and replied that if she had known, she would not have rescued the stupid wolf. Just then she heard someone's voice behind her. Bai Di was approaching them. He asked what was going on here. The girl turned back to the boy. There were several other beastmen beside him. Their gaze fell on a purple spider that was lying upside down not far from them. One of the beastmen exclaimed that its claws and teeth were poisonous. Bai Di, hugging Lin Huang, thought to himself that it was fortunate that Schwang Yun was around. Otherwise, the little female would have come to an end. The boy thanked the wolf for saving his female. He said that he would remember his kindness. He promised to thank him in the future. Schwang Yun cast a menacing glance at Bai Di. He thought that this tiger was thanking him, but he was hinting that he shouldn't even think about the little female. He noticed that the guy found tigers that already have females, so they will not be tempted and act out of line. He realized that the boy had secured himself from his rivals, and decided that this tiger was very cunning. The beastmen grabbed a log each and decided to return to their tribe. One of them asked Schwang Yun if he needed their help. Meanwhile, the sun had almost set. The sun disk was very round and bright yellow. Lin Huang stood in front of the bed in the cave. Placing her hands at her sides, the girl took a breath. She thought that it was very good that there was wood. If she hadn't been there, it certainly wouldn't have worked out. It wouldn't have worked with the furniture. In addition to the bed, Bai Di had built a table. There was even a wooden vase of flowers on the table. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, the girl stroked the back of her head and thought about how cozy the place was now. Then she heard the voice of the system. It informed her that she had accomplished her mission. The system congratulated the girl, and she said that she was about to receive her well-deserved reward. After that, the system asked the girl to check in. A cauldron with a spatula appeared in front of her. When she saw this utensil, she was very surprised and happy. She immediately picked up the spatula and thought of something delicious to cook now. Bai Di went into the cave and picked up this cauldron and spatula. He was very surprised and wondered where it all came from. The boy looked inside the dish and asked what it was made of. Lin Huan closed her eyes and smiled and replied that it was made of metal. The girl promised the kid she'd cook a meal in it and let him try it. And this time, she would definitely not get burned. The cauldron was already standing on the stones with a hot fire blazing underneath. Something was already bubbling inside the pot. Bai Di sat in front of the fire in the lotus posture. Looking at the fire, he said that it smelled delicious. After the girl prepared the food, she took a small plate in her hands and poured him some food. Lin Huang walked over to the boy and smiled and handed him a bowl. He immediately took a sip from the bowl and exclaimed that it was delicious. The girl told Bai Di that she would go and treat Schwang Yun's neighbor. It was like a blow to the kid's head. Lin Huang took the bowl of hot food and mumbled that although he annoyed her, he had saved her life after all. Then the boy jumped up and, stretching his hands out to the girl, exclaimed that he would hand him the food himself. Lin Huang immediately agreed. The kid took the plate of food and headed into the cave to his neighbor's house. He went to the entrance and called out to the boy. Schwang Yun opened the curtain that covered the entrance to his cave. He asked Bai Di what he wanted. Then the kid started holding out a plate of delicious soup to him. He explained that they had prepared it and asked him to try it. Schwang Yun immediately took the plate in his hands and asked if Lin Huang had sent it to him. The kid replied that she was the one who handed it over for him. As Bai Di headed towards the exit, Schwang Yun thought to himself that he was a big show-off. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. A thin moon illuminated the mountains and forests. Many stars twinkled in the sky. Lin Huang sat in front of the fire, stroking her tummy. She exclaimed that she was very full. Bai Di returned to the cave and told the girl thank you for making this food. He added that it was very tasty. The girl began to look at the kid and noticed that he was very handsome. The boy lowered his gaze to the floor and mumbled that it was very good. He was very happy that the girl liked him. Lin Huang thought that this tiger was flirting with her. Then turning around, she exclaimed that it was very late and it was time for her to go to bed. The boy immediately agreed with her. After standing aside for a moment, he turned toward her. Baidi walked as close to her as he could and took her hands and looked her straight in the eyes. He said that they would sleep together. Since they shared the same bed, there was nothing that could be done about it. Lin Huang thought about the fact that this was the first time she was sleeping with a man, or rather a tiger. Baidi said that although they have a wooden door, it would take effort to open it from the outside. She would be in danger if someone decided to break in, and he wasn't around. The girl exclaimed that this was a wolf tribe. The boy explained that he couldn't afford to put her in danger anyway. Today she was almost eaten by a huge, poisonous, and very dangerous purple spider, but he wasn't there and he couldn't protect her. The boy grew a little sad, dropping his gaze to the floor. Baidi stepped aside and noticed that the girl was uncomfortable being around him. She couldn't understand what he meant. Then he asked if perhaps she was uncomfortable with his body. The girl concluded that this tiger was clearly flirting with her. She began to reassure him, explaining that this was not the case. Baidi inquired which side the girl would sleep on the left side or the right side. She became very angry and blushed a little. The girl exclaimed that she would sleep on her left side, and now she was already lying on her side thinking about the fact that she could still escape this place. But her eyes began to close. Lin Huang was very tired after such a hard day. The boy was lying behind her. Then the girl's eyes opened abruptly. She wondered what it could have been resting against her. In the darkness, nothing could be seen at all. The girl continued to lie on her side, thinking about it. She put her hand on the edge of the bed. She felt the boy's breath next to her. She didn't think at first that he was the one who had snuck up on her so close. Baidi was completely sweating, sighing heavily. The girl noticed that as soon as she touched him casually, he immediately groaned. Suddenly, Lin Huang cried out. She jumped up, crouching down on the bed. The girl blushed slightly. Afterward, she apologized to the kid. She exclaimed that she didn't think it was him. Baidi crept as close to her as he could and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. What is it he's doing? The boy moved his lips closer to her neck and touched it with his tongue. The girl lifted her head up and sighed heavily. She asked him not to do this. But Baidi mumbled that it didn't matter. He explained that he liked to touch her. Lin Huang exclaimed that she would rather go sleep in the next room. The boy couldn't understand which neighboring room she was talking about. For some reason, he immediately thought of the neighboring cave. Baidi couldn't stop hugging her from behind. Pressing the girl against him, he thought that she wanted to sleep together with Schwang Yun, and inquired if she liked him. The kid sighed heavily, wanting to hear Lin Huang's answer. He didn't stop pressing her against him. Then he moved his lips to her neck again. He reached out with his tongue and her skin. Lin Huang was very worried. Her eyes glazed over. The boy thought about his little female. He decided that she didn't even realize how attractive and tasty she was. The girl explained to Baidi that she didn't like Schwang Yun at all. She just wants to go to sleep in the other room. But the boy lowered his gaze and called the girl a liar. He got a little sad. And he said that she seemed to really like that kid after all. Otherwise, why did she try so hard to save him today? Lin Huang exclaimed that she really didn't like him. She asked the boy not to do that because she was really scared. Without moving away from her, the kid inquired as to what to do then. But the girl was still scared. He was clearly trying to get something out of her. Lin Huang thought that it looked like Baidi had a firm grip on her and would play with her as he wished. The girl was in a great deal of agony. She could not help thinking about indecent things. She was very worried and red from the emotions that overwhelmed her. Lin Huang was afraid. Her feelings were simply mixed. Baidi was too assertive. He didn't listen to the girl. She began to whimper, and the boy sighed with passion and desire. Meanwhile, behind the cave wall, Schwang Yun was angry. He couldn't get rid of those sounds. The kid had overly sensitive wolf ears. He heard Baidi ask if she liked Schwang Yun. Immediately, he heard the girl reply that she didn't like him. The boy sat in his cave on a soft hill of straw. He obviously couldn't think about sleep right now. There were a few gasps and sighs from behind the wall. He leaned his back against a rock. He was sitting on the straw with his hand on his head. As he had very good hearing, he could hear everything that was being said outside the wall. And so, the next day came. The sun began to rise from behind the mountain. The sky was blue, perfectly clear. Lin Huang opened her eyes, noticing that it was already dawn outside. She was as if she was half asleep. And when she regained her consciousness, she remembered last night. She immediately jumped up, sitting down. The girl thought about her body feeling very invigorated, and her pelt changed. Lin Huang tried to remember what had happened yesterday. Baidi would not let her sleep. The girl realized that there seemed to be everything except the last step. She started to remember and became very angry with herself. She was angry not only at herself, but also at the boy. Apparently, the girl was glad she hadn't let the last step happen. Unexpectedly, Baidi appeared. He approached the bed and asked if the girl was hungry. The kid was holding a plate of food in his hands. He offered Lin Huang to eat some soup. The girl lifted herself up and immediately thanked Baidi. Her eyes glistened and the skin on her face turned pink with embarrassment. Baidi explained to her that he would be going hunting soon, and asked the girl to let him know if she needed anything. In that case, he would bring it to her, and added that he had asked Mu Xiang to keep an eye on her. This girl is from the Wolf clan and she is her age, so they can be friends with her. Lin Huang remembered that Baidi had said that he could go hunting for 10 whole days. That meant she would be left all alone in this wolf tribe. She asked the kid if he could take her along, but Baidi explained that hunting was too dangerous, so it was better for her to stay here. The girl said she really wanted to go with him. The boy mumbled that gradually they would go out hunting together to cope with the coming cold weather. The cold weather is too dangerous for the beastmen. The lack of food due to the extreme cold is killing many of them every time. In order to survive this winter, they and the male wolf clan will go deep into the forest to find more food. Baidi continued to explain that their journey could take more than 10 days. All the animals were deep in the forest, but even there it's full of purple spiders which are many times more dangerous, especially since she already knows how poisonous those spiders are. The boy explained to the girl that he couldn't put her in such danger. Lin Huan replied sadly that she understood that. She thought that if she really went with him, it would only add to the trouble. Baidi hugged the girl and said, "All in good time," calling her his little female. As he said, the girl was very important to him. Lin Huang wept and asked him to come back soon, safe and sound. Upon arriving in this world, the first person she met was Baidi. She didn't think that he would be the one to be her sole support. Baidi said that he asked Mu Xiang to take care of her. She's a she-wolf and about her age, so they should be friends. The boy noticed the sadness in the girl's eyes and realized that his little female was disappointed. Then he walked closer to her and held her face with his hand. Baidi asked the girl not to be sad. Just let her tell him what she needed, and he would definitely bring it to her. Lin Huang immediately opened the book and called the kid over to her. She asked him to look over here and wondered if he could bring her one of these. She opened the book to a page where some plant was drawn. He asked what it was. The girl explained that the plant is called fennel and aniseed. They will help improve the flavor of meat and vegetables. The boy listened to the girl, memorized what the plants looked like, and told her he understood. Afterward, while going hunting, Baidi handed Lin Huang his huge sharp knife. He explained that this bone weapon would protect her at any moment. The girl agreed. The boy immediately came up to her and held her in his arms. He asked the girl to wait for him. They stood embraced for a short time. Someone knocked on the door of the cave. Lin Huan immediately pulled away from the boy. Some girl knocked on the door of the cave. When she opened it, she apologized for the disturbance. This girl's name was Mu Xiang. As promised, the boy introduced them. Mu Xiang asked Baidi where he had found such a charming female. Baidi explained to the girl that he was just telling her about her. Mu Xiang came closer and noticed that Lin Huang was very cute. The kid asked them to be as careful as possible. Mu Xiang answered him that he would be, and he could run off to hunt. And so Baidi began to leave the cave. As much as he hated to leave his little female behind, there was no other way out. As he left the cave, he saw that many men had already gathered below, ready to go hunting with him. The boy was ready too, and after saying goodbye to his favorite little female, he began to turn into a tiger. The most important thing for him was to make sure that there would be enough food for the hunt, and the little one could survive this winter safely. At the same time, Lin Huan turned to Mu Xiang. She looked at her with interest, wondering what she wanted. The girl explained to Mu Xiang that she wanted to go for a walk and asked her permission. After all, she doesn't know much about the world. Then the girl immediately grabbed her hand and exclaimed that of course she could. She said she wanted to go with her too. So holding her hand, she dragged the girl towards the exit of the cave. Mu Xiang was barefoot, shoeless, like the rest of her clan. Lin Huang didn't expect such a hasty decision from her new acquaintance, but she immediately followed her. When they went outside, they saw several old men sitting across from each other. They were minding their own business, and some kid reached for someone else's stuff. He was told not to steal. The girl explained that all the work was done by the male's old men and children. She took her hand and asked her to go that way. Lin Huang wondered where the females were. She threw a glance somewhere to the side. Not far from them, several females were lying on the straw. They were fat and eating meat. The girl noticed that the females here did not work hard at all. After looking at them, she realized that if she ate a lot and was lazy, she would become like them. Lin Huan was very afraid of this. Turning to Mu Xiang, the girl asked her to tell her about how they tanned the animal skins. Mu Xiang began to explain to the girl that somehow that was the case, though they females are not obliged to do that at all. As long as they are of childbearing age, she can live peacefully. Lin Huang was very frightened upon hearing this sentence. She blushed red and clutched her face with her hands. She explained that she was just bored and was thinking of something to do. It's impossible not to do anything. Musian said that she doesn't need skills in this world. She can just lie down and have babies. The girl added that in that case, if she couldn't sit idle, she would tan hides with her. Where they headed off to. There were other guys on the shore who were already tanning hides. One of them pointed to the shore opposite. The fellow beastman began to look around at what was happening on the other side of the river. Lin Huang was learning how to handle these skins. She dipped one of them into the water, after which she asked Mushin if she had cleaned that hide clean enough. The girl looked at Lin Huang's work and remarked that it was simply excellent. She explained that it needed to be dried in the shade afterwards. At this time, the other zookeepers were watching them. They seemed to be very interested in watching the newcomer. They huddled behind the bushes and peered out neatly, casting their curious and envious glances. The guys called Lin Huang a delicate little female who rarely visited the river. They got a glimpse of Lin Huan and Mu Xiang. The curious beastmen noticed the two beautiful females. They couldn't help but see their beauty. One of them exclaimed that this miniature female was very cute and beautiful. The other exclaimed that he was very eager to talk to her. They started fighting about which one of them would go first. It almost came to a fight. Schwang Yun stood behind them. The kid listened to them talk, then grabbed both guys by their tails and lifted them up. They immediately squealed in pain. Schwang Yun said that they could only dream about it. He started running without letting go of their tails. They begged him to let them go, explaining that they were in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, Mu Xiang heard some noise and pointed her gaze in the direction of the guys. She wondered who it could be. After that, she smiled at the girl and asked if she knew Schwang Yun. Lin Huan replied that she knew him a little. Mu Xiang began to peer into the bushes and saw that this guy was looking exactly at Lin Huang. The girl thought about that wolf showing up again. She exclaimed a little angrily that Mu Xiang must be wrong, but the boy was already walking in their direction. The girl immediately turned around, looking at him fearfully. Schwang Yun walked over to them and leaned his back against a huge tree trunk. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked what she was doing here. Lin Huang immediately exclaimed that it was none of his business at all. She was very rude to him. Even so, it seemed to him that this girl's voice was as soft as it had been last night. The girl immediately turned toward the boy. Her eyes glistened and her cheeks turned pink. Schwang Yun thought about how his body reacted to this girl. He also blushed a little bit. Mushin stood not far from him, resting her hands on her hips. She looked toward the boy, and thought about the fact that Schwang Yun was blushing. She was very surprised by this. After all, this is the same Schwang Yun who hates all women. The girl was indeed very surprised, and immediately laughed as it was a rarity. Lin Huang tried to lift the skin after washing it. The skin was very heavy after it got wet. When Schwang Yun saw the girl in pain, he went to her and said he would help her carry her. Lin Huang was very surprised by this. The boy calmly threw the hide on his shoulder and asked the girl to follow him. He went forward through the forest thicket. The girl asked him to wait a little while. Still, she hurried after him and thought about how this wolf wasn't as bad as he really seemed to be, or make himself out to be. Schwang Yun exclaimed that how come she couldn't hold on to such a little thing, and called the girl a useless female. She thought about the fact that this guy still annoyed her. Lin Huan told the boy that he was walking too fast and asked him to wait for her. Schwang Yun said that her legs were too short. The girl exclaimed that this was getting personal. She asked him to give him the skin to carry on her own. Then Mu Xiang appeared and said that she would help her. She was very surprised, for Schwang Yun had never been like this before. He used to be so powerful and now he's acting like an idiot. Lin Huang wanted to take the pelt, but the guy replied that he wouldn't let her. And now evening had come. Birds soared in the sky. The crowns of fluffy green trees caressed the eye. Lin Huang sat in front of her plate, thinking about the fact that the sun would soon set, and she needed to prepare something for dinner. The girl remembered that when Bai Di had given Schwang Yun's cave neighbor a treat, the kid never gave the bowl back. Lin Huang decided to go to him in this case, in order to return the bowl. And so she headed towards the entrance of the cave. The girl called out to the boy. The wolf came out and asked her what she wanted. The girl asked why he had turned into a wolf. The boy explained that he was asleep and she woke him up. Lin Huang thought to herself that she didn't care. There was no need for her to talk to a wolf. She started talking about her companion. The wolf wondered who she was talking about. The girl explained that last night he had been treated to soup in a bowl and asked him not to fool around, but to give the bowl back. The boy turned around and went after the bowl. He was angry again, waddling toward the bowl. Afterward, he came with the dishes, holding them in his teeth. The wolf called the girl a mean little wolf. When he handed over the plate, the girl left. Wolf looked sadly at the door. He thought about how it was the only thing he had of the little female. The boy felt even sadder. Meanwhile, the girl was already preparing food. Dinner was simmering on the fire. The delicious smell was making itself felt. Lin Huang took the bowl of soup in her hands and mumbled that after a hard day's work, this soup was especially delicious. It would be good if Bai Di was around right now. Before she knew it, she was relying on this guy for everything. She decided that she couldn't go on like this. After all, when she entered this world, she had relied on Bai Di for everything. While Lin Huang was holding a bowl of soup, this fragrance reached the neighboring cave. The wolf was sleeping peacefully. But then, smelling that delicious aroma, he immediately jumped up on 4 paws. There was a bowl of hot, delicious soup by his door. He was very surprised to see the food in front of him. Even more surprised that this little female brought soup for him. He couldn't help himself. He couldn't help it, because the odor would not let him rest. When he got close to the bowl, the wolf began to lap up the soup. Meanwhile, the next day had come. Lin Huang thought about how the days in waiting were always longer than usual. The girl, in turn, did not sit idle. She was tanning hides. The other males watched her from the sidelines. 9 days later, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her hand, Lin Huang thought about how it wasn't that hard to tan hides, especially when one gets used to it. With a slight distraction, the girl looked into the distance. She saw a crowd of beastmen in front of her. Lin Huang began to gaze into this crowd. She recognized one of them as Bai Di. The girl got very excited and started shouting from the other side of the river that she was here. The boy smiled at his little female. She ran to him and threw herself into his arms. Bai Di immediately picked her up in his arms and hugged her. He brought her the bag of plants she had asked for. The sack was an impressive size. The girl was very excited about it. She started pouring the contents on the table and told the boy that it was very good. She took the fruit in her hand and explained that the juice of this fruit has a salty taste, so it can be used instead of salt. Bai Di didn't know what salt was yet. Then the girl lifted the spatula up and exclaimed to wait a bit while she cooked. She promised the boy that after that he would understand everything. She promised the boy that after this he would understand everything. Bai Di began to wait patiently. Lifting his head up, he sucked in the scent and realized that it smelled very good. The girl began to pour the food into bowls. She exclaimed that everything was ready. Lin Huang began to bring the bowl of food over to the boy. She explained to him that while he was away, she was tanning hides by the river, and Schwang Yun was helping her with that. After that, the girl picked up another bowl and asked the boy to give it to Schwang Yun. She said that it was a gift from her as a thank you. Lin Huang thought about the fact that now that Bai Di had returned, she no longer needed to see that stinky face of Schwang Yun's. Suddenly, Schwang Yun appeared on the threshold of the cave. He opened the curtain and exclaimed that it smelled very smelly in here. Bai Di was surprised to see the boy in his cave. Schwang Yun was also surprised that the boy had already returned. Bai Di explained to the kid that the female had told him that he had helped her a little, so he brought a thank you from her. Schwang Yun exclaimed that he had helped her personally, so if she wanted to thank him, she could do it herself. Why is he doing all this for her? Bai Di told the guy back that they were going to live here this winter, and then leave. Then he looked in his direction and crossed his arms over his chest. He was very stern and serious. He told the boy not to flirt with her. Schwang Yun took the bowl of food and turned around and exclaimed that he could do whatever he wanted, and it was none of his business. At the same time, Lin Huang sat at the table waiting for the kid. She was a little worried that Bai Di hadn't returned yet. The system started talking again. The second mission was being launched. She began to listen. The system reported that the host should gather enough food before the cold winter set in. The girl asked if enough food was how much. After that, there was silence. Lin Huang became angry without realizing what kind of system this was. As usual, she issued a single sentence and disappeared. Just then, a Bai Di kid walked into the cave and heard the phrase enough food. He immediately thought about it. The girl looked at the boy and asked if the witch doctor had told them to stock up on more food to survive the winter. The boy replied that it was so. After which, after emptying the bowl of food, he began to comfort the girl. He asked Lin Huang not to worry about it and to be completely calm. He promised to bring her as much food as she wanted, just so she wouldn't doubt him. Lin Huang noticed that Bai Di was very sincere, and looking at his torso, she noticed that his pectoral muscles were very strong. A satiated life breeds voluptuousness. Bai Di exclaimed that it was already getting dark. He asked the girl if she wanted to rest together after washing the dishes. Lin Huang told Bai Di that she was very tired for today. The girl decided to get some sleep to start with. She went rather to the bedroom and started to lay down on the bed. Bai Di was already watching her. Seeing the girl lying sweetly on the bed, almost completely covered by the blanket, Bai Di got up to approach her. The girl was still awake. She felt the boy right behind her. Her eyes immediately opened. She blushed and became anxious. He wasn't letting her rest again. Lin Huang was very anxious. The little guy stroked her hair. The girl immediately jumped up and looking at him wondered why he was touching her. Bai Di walked over to her and immediately hugged her. He pulled her against him and said that he had only thought of her all these days. He wanted to hug her so badly, and couldn't. The girl snuggled against the boy's chest and thought about the fact that his hands were so big and warm. Pressing herself against him, she felt the kid's heavy breathing. He held her tighter and tighter to him. After that, he started kissing her. Lin Huang asked him to stop kissing her. Bai Di couldn't stop hugging the girl and repeating her name. Meanwhile, the neighbor behind the wall was already very nervous. It was simply unbearable for him to hear this. He realized that Bai Di had done it on purpose as usual. And so the next day came. As always, it was sunny and very bright. A light breeze swayed the grass and trees. Bai Di approached the girl, explaining to her that he was going hunting again. Lin Huang was very shy for some reason and lowered her eyes down. She blushed lightly again. The girl glanced at her neighbor. Thinking that he hadn't slept well at all. He seemed to have heard everything that had happened last night. Lin Huang became very embarrassed, pressing her hand to her lips. She crossed her arms across her chest, letting her anger out, and blamed Bai Di for everything. And the kid mumbled that in that case, Lin Huang would tolerate him next time. No longer would he do as he did last night. The girl won't scream while he hugs her, and then the neighbor won't hear anything. Lin Huang was very angry with him again. The boy had already turned into a tiger and was running to hunt. In the following days, when Bai Di went out hunting, he would bring back a lot of food. Basically what the girl wanted from him. Each time he brought more and more provisions. The other beastmen watched him curiously. Unexpectedly, Lin Huang was approached by her acquaintance Mu Xiang. She told the girl that she had a very amazing partner. He brings in prey even far more than her entire family's prey. Lin Huang was interested when the girl said about the family. Mu Xiang explained that she had 5 of them. The girl was very surprised by this. This was not exactly the family she had imagined. Mu Xiang revealed that her 5 partners are already considered the best among other males, but not as good as Bai Di, of course. Lin Huang heard this from Mu Xiang and told her that she and this guy were not partners. The girl was very surprised and asked if it was true. Do they sleep in the same bed with him? Why does she let him sleep in the same room with her if they are not partners? Lin Huang didn't expect such questions. She was a little confused and didn't know how to explain her relationship with Bai Di. Ever since she'd met him, they'd been together all this time, spending all their time together and sleeping in the same bed. But there was nothing like that between them. He took care of her, carried her in his arms during the difficult moments of her life. Even though they ate and slept together, there was some outrageous behavior on his part at times. But she still did not dare to take the last step. That's why she thought that there was nothing between them. As Lin Huang thought about all of this, remembering how they spent time with Bai Di, she realized that it could be said of them that they were family. Mu Xiang crossed her arms on her chest and looked at the girl with interest. She exclaimed that a partner was also considered a family. Lin Huang didn't stop. She was still not ready to admit that this kid was her partner, so she told the girl that she wasn't. She thought about the fact that she wasn't ready to look for partners in such a world. Mu Xiang immediately put her hand on her mouth and sighed heavily. She walked over to the girl and asked her if she didn't want Bai Di as her partner to tell him so. He's such a good hunter. She wouldn't mind a 6th partner either. Lin Huang immediately became indignant and exclaimed that he couldn't be her partner. Apparently her feelings were scattered all over her head, and she herself didn't know what she wanted. Mu Xiang wondered why. She didn't like him at all. She asked him to give it to her, and that would be the end of it. Then the girl became even more angry. Lin Huang asked who it was who told her that she didn't like him at all. Mu Xiang began to look at the girl and smiled sweetly. She realized that she liked this guy after all. This was how the girl deduced Lin Huang's true feelings. She in turn couldn't stop being angry. Her cheeks lit up with a bright red blush. While Mu Xiang was trying to figure out how this girl felt about Bai Di, he had already crept up from behind. Lin Huang turned around. She didn't even notice when he came. After all, he had crept up unnoticed and very quietly. The girl became nervous and yelled out what she had just said. After all, she had turned herself in. Bai Di took his little female in his arms. He thanked Mu Xiang for taking care of her. He said he picked some fragrant fruit while hunting. He hoped she would like them. Mu Xiang thanked the boy and exclaimed that she liked Lin Huang too. Looking at her, she said that Lin Huang was a very cute female. She called the boy a lucky boy. After taking the fruit that Bai Di had given her, the girl said goodbye to them. As she decided to leave the 2 of them alone to chat, Lin Huang covered her face with her hands. Apparently she was very shy, realizing that the boy could hear their conversation with Mu Xiang. She was ashamed, for he must have heard everything she said. She was embarrassed, for he must have heard everything she'd said. Bai Di explained that he missed her a lot, so he came back early. The boy pulled her against his chest again. He mumbled that it was fortunate that he was on time. Otherwise, he would not have heard her words. The girl asked him what he had heard. Bai Di looked her straight in the eyes and exclaimed that she had told him as if she liked him. Lin Huang became even angrier, pouring with a red blush. She took her hands to her face again, as if she was hiding from him and this conversation. The girl exclaimed that he had heard it all wrong and she hadn't said that. Baidi replied that he had heard everything perfectly. After that, he got a little sad and looked at the girl, asking her if she really liked him or if it was just words. Lin Huang opened her eyes and looking at him. She realized that Baidi was waiting for a response from her. After all, she had never once told him how she felt. She said she didn't dislike him, but somehow she couldn't tell whether she liked him or not. The boy didn't stop and looked her straight in the eyes again. His gaze was very sad and intense. Leaning over the girl and hugging her tightly, he asked her again whether she liked it or not. After that, he kissed her passionately right on the lips. They merged in a long, passionate kiss. The girl was still blushing deeply. Just now he had kissed her. Droplets of sweat began to trickle down her cheeks. Lin Huang immediately pushed the kid away and asked him what he was doing now. Baidi lowered his gaze down and explained to the girl that he was very happy right now, since he realized that she liked him, and wondered if she didn't like it when he kissed her. If she doesn't like it at all, he won't do it anymore. Lin Huang was very confused and scared. She explained to the kid that just anyone could see it. Baidi calmly replied that there was no one here but them. She began to look around wildly, searching for spies. Lin Huang clenched her fist and turned around to the guy and asked him next time not to kiss her unless she herself allowed it. After which, the girl turned her back to Baidi and exclaimed that she needed to clean up her prey. She immediately ran away from him. She was embarrassed. As she walked away, she covered her face with her hands. She thought about the fact that he had looked her straight in the eye and then kissed her. As she walked, she thought back to that kiss. Even though it had been a light touch, her heart was pounding hard. Lin Huang began to stop herself. What was she thinking about? After all, the most important thing in this world was to survive. And now she was approaching the cave. The thoughts did not leave her heart and head. Sitting in the cave, Lin Huang thought about how the prey that Baidi had brought back should first be marinated in a special juice and then dried in the sun, so that it would keep longer and not spoil. The girl stood in front of the vessels, about to do the pickling. After she had chopped and cooked everything, she began wiping the sweat from her face while breathing heavily. She looked into the supply room and realized that half a month's preparation had all the supplies ready. While she was looking at the grocery shelves, a system alert came in. The system congratulated the girl that the second task had been completed, and asked to receive her well-deserved reward. Lin Huang waited to see what the system would give her this time. A packet of 9 drop pads appeared in her hands. Taking them in her hands, she was very surprised. She had not expected such a gift from the system. Lin Huang was very happy about it. She raised her hands with the wad of pads up and exclaimed that she finally had them. Now she was free of embarrassment. The girl thought about the fact that this system was very even and the rewards were very practical. While she was rejoicing, Baidi snuck up on her again and inquired about it. Lin Huang immediately hid the packet and answered him that there was nothing. It would be too hard to explain it to Baidi. She decided to just take them out. The boy thought about how this girl was so cute, like a little animal. She'd made sure to stock up on supplies, too. The weather was getting colder, and the beastmen were coming out to hunt less and less often. Meanwhile, Lin Huang was already cooking food on the fire. Thanks to the marinated boiled meat and soup, such a cold time passes much easier. The girl told the boy that the wind outside is very strong. She wrapped herself in her warm pelt and mumbled that the witch doctor was right. It was indeed getting colder outside. Lin Huang began to sneeze. Baidi wondered if she was cold. He asked her to come over to him so he could warm her up. The girl thought to herself that this would be a good thing. After all, Baidi was a big tiger after all. She immediately walked over to the kid and crouched down in his arms. She asked Baidi to apologize for the inconvenience. Lin Huang asked the boy why he didn't transform into a tiger. The guy realized that the girl was uncomfortable with them sitting like that. She really wasn't entirely comfortable. She thought about the fact that if anyone saw them in that pose, rumors would immediately start flying. She blushed a little again. Baidi, hugging the girl, looked at her. Lin Huang realized that he had noticed how embarrassed she was. Then she became even more embarrassed, and her heart started pounding like crazy. The kid kept sitting with her in his arms to keep the girl warm, as she was really freezing hard and had already started sneezing. With the onset of winter, other beastmen came to the wolf tribe. Apparently, they were very cold. The cold kept everyone busy. Most likely, the new beastmen would disturb their peace as well. Lin Huang was resting, but then she opened her eyes at some noise. Rubbing her eyes, the girl stood up and asked the kid what was going on. He was just entering the cave, holding something in his hands. The boy explained that the wolf clan from the Black River bank was already here. Lin Huang asked where this Black River was. Baidi began to explain that the Black River was in the south of the Rocky Mountain, with large and small tribes of beastmen living there. Some are called Black River wolves. It turns out there are many wolf tribes here, and Lin Huang thought there was only one kind of wolf. Wolves living on the banks of the Black River are called Black River wolves, and wolves living in the rocks are probably called rock wolves. That's what the girl thought. Bai Di told her that she was right, and called her a very intelligent female. Lin Huang asked the kid why these Black River wolves had come here. There was a sense of excitement in her voice. Bai Di explained that the leader of their clan was Schwang Yun's brother. They came suddenly even though they were only supposed to meet Schwang Yun. The girl couldn't quite understand why these black wolves had come, and she concluded that they had come to their relatives. Bai Di, on the other hand, didn't think so. After all, it was very strange to visit one's relatives at this particular time. A completely different pack should have come at the same time. On second thought, he decided that it was okay, though. It was an internal matter of the wolf clans anyway. Bai Di mumbled that he was very hungry, and offered the girl something to eat. The boy sitting at the table told Lin Huang that the animal skin bag she had asked for was already ready. The girl picked up this beautiful bag and exclaimed that it was just great. She thought about the fact that the bag could hold a book and a pipe. Suddenly, they both heard a sound. The girl was very frightened and turned her head toward the cave door. The two beastmen rudely opened the door and asked them to come out. They were very insolent and angry. They behaved in a completely unapologetic manner. One of them explained that their female had taken over this nest, and now they were going to move in. This is their home now. Lin Huang was very frightened and thought about the fact that these Ludovolves looked so aggressive. They must be from the same Black River. Bai Di immediately covered the girl with his chest and asked her not to be afraid in any way. One of the Ludowolves came up to the boy and jabbed his finger at him. He told them to get out. He told them to get out, that their female had looked at the place and said they should be proud of it. Bai Di, looking with all sternness in their eyes, exclaimed that they were the ones who should get out. Only Lin Huang could force him to surrender unconditionally. The wolf became angry, wondering how he dared to refuse his female, and called the boy an insolent beast. Bai Di was not the least bit confused. He was very brave and would never hurt his little female. When the Ludowolf extended his fist towards him, he immediately grabbed it with his hand, fending off the blow. The boy began to twist his arm, making a move. He lightly twisted his opponent's arm. He let out a terrible scream. He started yelling that the guy had broken his arm. A second Ludowolf ran up to him, not knowing how to help the kid. Bai Di looked at them with disdain and chased them away. He was very angry at the unexpected guests who had disturbed his peace and that of his female. The Ludovolks started threatening him. They threatened to make the boy pay for it. Then they began to leave the cave. One took the other by the waist to help him out of the cave. They barely made it to the exit. Then they slammed the door and left. Bai Di explained to Lin Huang that the wolf tribe was about to get hectic. He asked the girl to try not to go outside. She thought about the fact that the wolves from the Black River didn't come here just to visit. It seemed their main purpose was to rob. She couldn't imagine what else they could throw up in this cold winter. The girl was scared out of her wits. In the meantime, the Ludowolves had entered the neighboring cave. They turned to the girl, around whom several other wolves were already hovering. Li Wei exclaimed that she had ordered them to find a room next to Schwang Yun, and what had they done, and looked at them with a murderous, questioning look. One of the guys explained to the girl that not only did that guy refuse to give them the room, but he gave them a good punch. Li Wei was very strict and angry. She gave them a disdainful glance and asked how the male dared to refuse her. After all, she is the most beautiful female of the Black River tribe. She is loved and respected by everyone, and no one has ever dared to reject her. Putting on the skin of some beast, the girl stood up and said she would see for herself. She wondered who was the male who dared to reject her. So the girl went to Bai Di's cave with a crowd of wolfmen. They were already approaching the entrance to the cave. The girl asked her companions to kick the door open. At this time, Lin Huang was at home alone. She heard a noise and was very frightened. The girl immediately turned her head towards the exit and saw the wolfmen. Li Wei was surprised to see a female standing in front of her. Lin Huang immediately asked fearfully why they were breaking into someone else's house, and asked them to get out of here soon. Li Wei realized that there was already one female in this house. If she knew that there was already a female living here, she wouldn't have sent for this room. She thought about why this female's skin is so snow-white. Her hair is very silky and her waist is so thin. One of the wolfmen looked at the girl and noticed that she was very white. Li Wei, hearing these words, was indignant that someone could be prettier than her, and decided that it was simply unforgivable. She asked where this wild female came from. Lin Huang didn't expect to be called a wild female. Li Wei, waving her hands, exclaimed that as the wolf clan elder's partner, she orders her to get out of here immediately. The wolf tribe does not welcome them. Lin Huang mumbled that she hadn't seen them before. She must be a female from the Black River. They're on the Rocky Mountain, and even if she is the partner of a Black River clan elder, she shouldn't care about the Rocky Mountain. Is what she is saying correct? Li Wei asked who even said that she was the partner of the Black River elder specifically. She is the partner of the Cliff Elder, the mistress of this particular place. Lin Huang thought about since when did Schwang Yun have a partner. Bai Di appeared at the entrance of the cave. When he went inside, he exclaimed that he didn't care whose partner she was. This house is his and Huan Huan's. He asked them to get out immediately as they were not welcome there at all. Lin Huang was very happy that the kid had finally returned. After all, she was fighting off these opponents alone. The girl told Bai Di that it was the female who claimed to be Schwang Yun's partner, and wondered if he knew anything about it. The kid replied that he didn't know, but he thinks it's all very strange. Not only did they break into their house, but they also set their own conditions. Li Wei exclaimed that she was in love with him, and he should definitely become her partner. Ling Huan said that it seemed to be just her fantasy. She asked for permission to ask how could Schwang Yun, who hates females, take someone as a partner. The girl from the wolf tribe became very angry. Once again, she called Lin Huang a wild female. She asked what it was that she was saying, and started shouting that the fact that she was in love with that guy would be a great honor for Schwang Yun. He asked the girl if he should be grateful to her. For this. Li Wei heard Schwang Yun and immediately fell silent. He heard the entire conversation at the very end. The girl turned to the boy and laughed. She decided that no man could resist her. She began to take off the animal skin. Schwang Yun thought to himself that this female was just like the others. He hated females after all, since they were all the same to him. What he noticed about this girl is that she is selfish, greedy, ruthless, and cruel. She thinks the whole world revolves around her alone. Li Wei in turn thought about Schwang Yun being the strongest of the Rocky Mountain clan. He should be her 30th partner. The girl noticed that the guy's gaze had changed dramatically. After that, she decided to get closer to him. She touched his chest with her hand. After all, no one can resist her charm. She asked the boy if he had come to help her drive those people away. Lin Huang couldn't look at this and covered her face with her hands. It was a pitiful sight on the part of the wolf girl. Li Wei exclaimed that she knew that Schwang Yun could take care of the family. But the boy didn't listen to these false phrases of the wolf girl. He immediately pushed her away from him. And looking into his eyes, he said that if she touched him again, he would rip her arm off. All around, everyone marveled and wondered if there were males who could treat females like that. Meanwhile, Lin Huang took her hand to her head and calmed down. After all, as expected, Schwang Yun is the world's most wonderful wolf. Li Wei was very offended. She started screaming, how dare he do that to her? After all, whether he was a male or not. Schwang Yun replied to the girl sternly and seriously that whether he was a male or not, it was up to his partner to decide. As for her, she'd better get the hell out of here, because just looking at her makes him sick. The girl was furious at such words. He had really offended her. She exclaimed that no one could talk to her like that, after which, the girl headed for the exit and threatened that he would regret it. The other guys ran after Li Wei. Schwang Yun turned to Lin Huang and asked them if they didn't know how to fight back against others at all. Lin Huang, looking back at him, exclaimed that he had appeared before she had already managed to fight back. After all, he was her main target. He heard that something had happened at Lin Huang's house and rushed over to her. The girl didn't realize it. Since she didn't realize it, Schwang Yun explained that he was just passing by and heard some noise. Lin Huang looked at him and said that she thought so. The boy became angry with her, and stepping closer to her, leaning over, he shouted in rage that she was a stupid female, after which he turned around and headed towards the exit. Lin Huang asked Bai Di how he could leave so calmly. Bai Di replied that who knows. The kid realized that Lin Huang still didn't understand this guy's true intentions. Bai Di, he certainly understood all of Schwang Yun's feelings for his female. The boy decided to put the door back in place, and he went to fix the door that the wolfman had broken down, and a few minutes later the door was ready. Even though it's fixed, but this door is useless in front of the beastman. That's what the girl thought. It would be nice if the system gave her an iron door next time. Lin Huang had already gotten used to living in this world. She hasn't been looking for a way to return for a long time now. It could happen again, and if she stays here, she'll face more than one more time. Bai Di suddenly appeared behind her. He asked the girl not to worry if they came back again. He wouldn't let them get away with it again. Looking into the boy's eyes, the girl realized that Bai Di was very worried about her. She answered him that as long as he was here, she wasn't scared. In this world, one should stay close to Bai Di. Lin Huang noticed that the room was a mess and decided to clean up. Bai Di exclaimed that he would help her with the cleaning. Meanwhile, a girl in a neighboring cave was crying tearfully. The wolf boys asked her not to cry. One of them brought her a piece of meat. He asked the girl to eat the meat, but she pushed him away with her foot, knocking over the plate. Then she chased the boy away. She exclaimed that all they did was watch her get bullied and did nothing about it. The boys looked at her sadly. One of them began to explain that it was Schwang Yun, and they are only wolves of the Black River and they need to stay here to survive the winter. After all, only rock wolves have a cave to keep warm. Li Wei began to scream even more. She explained that if Schwang Yun was her partner, wouldn't this place belong to them? They needed to tear this female apart. The fellow wolves said back that she was a female. How could they beat her? And she is so beautiful. The girl exclaimed that they were of no use. The guy she pushed away immediately ran up to her and begged her not to leave her. Li Wei kicked him again, pushing him away from her. She decided that no one could do anything, so she would have to think for herself. The girl decided that she had to kill the female. After the appearance of the first snow, strong winds, the onset of winter was announced. Lin Huang exclaimed that it was winter. It was already time to eat hot soup. She got the seasonings, meat in a large cauldron. The girl began to prepare for cooking. After gathering all the food, she put the cauldron on the fire and began to cook. The food was bubbling, spreading a delicious aroma all around. The girl asked her boyfriend to fetch some vegetables from the cellar. Bai Di immediately went to fulfill her request. Lin Huang, looking at the soup she was boiling, thought about how it was too much for the two of them. The girl thought that Muxiang lived too far away, and it was very dangerous to go outside. Maybe we should call Schwang Yun. She glanced toward the neighboring cave. Schwang Yun stood there, with other males nearby. One of them turned to the girl and licked his lips, thinking about how adorable this female was. Schwang Yun paid attention to his gaze. He really didn't like this kind of wild, hungry gaze of this wolf guy. He turned to Ya Chu and asked him not to fill his head with this girl. Otherwise, let him not be mad at him if he was rude to him. The guy didn't expect such impertinence from Schwang Yun. He wanted to object, but the second beast folk grabbed him by the shoulder and told him not to mess with him, for they were on a rocky mountain. Ya Chu could barely restrain himself from answering Schwang Yun with rudeness, but he still made an effort and kept silent. He gritted his teeth and turned around, heading for the exit. He turned and walked out of the cave, saying something to himself. The second beast folk mumbled, turning to Schwang Yun that they were about to leave. He also headed towards the exit of the cave. When everyone had left, the boy remembered Lin Huan. He wondered where she was going. He asked if Bai Di hadn't warned her not to go out alone. Lin Huang explained that she had made soup, and it would be great for everyone to eat together. She wanted to ask him if he would eat with them. Schwang Yun was very surprised at the girl's suggestion. Did the little female invite him to eat together? Schwang Yun inquired what this soup was in the first place. Is it really something that can be eaten? Lin Huang turned around and walked towards the exit and said that if she didn't want it, then it was up to her. He also questioned her soup. The boy asked her to wait, and exclaimed that he wanted to eat her soup. After all, it is very cool that Lin Huang wants to eat the soup with him. The boy thought so and followed the girl. She led him to her cave. Meanwhile, a fragrant and very appetizing soup was bubbling on the fire. The girl explained that it was called soup. When Schwang Yun saw the fire, he exclaimed that it was dangerous and he should leave. Lin Huan took his hand and told him not to worry, because she had done it herself. The boy ran out the door and beckoned her to go to him sooner rather than later. The girl began to explain that he was not dangerous. You can use the fire to cook flavorful food. Bai Di suddenly returned. He brought some vegetables from the cellar, just like the girl had asked him to. The meat was already cooked, so the soup could be eaten. Bai Di was glad that dinner was ready. Schwang Yun noticed, standing by the door, that this tiger was not afraid of fire at all. What a fragrant smell was coming from this soup. Bai Di must be purposely showing off in front of the little female. Then he didn't need to be afraid either. He thought that there was nothing special about it. As he got closer to them, the boy smelled a very pleasant odor. This meat was 1,000 times more delicious than usual. Lin Huang exclaimed that she couldn't hold back any longer. After all, it smells so delicious. She reached into her bowl of soup with her chopsticks and pulled out a piece of meat. Guiding this meat into her mouth, the girl realized it was very hot. She didn't have time to blow on it. Bai Di approached her and took her hand and asked her why she was in such a hurry. He asked if she was burned and asked her to take a look. The girl's eyes glazed over as she was in a lot of pain. The boy hugged Lin Huang and said he would help her. He took her face in his hands and looked her straight in the eyes. The girl exclaimed that she was all right. Schwang Yun watched them and almost dropped the chopsticks from his hands. A piece of meat even flew back into his plate. The boy thought about the fact that he too wanted to blow on those little female lips. The girl thought it was a nightmare to burn her tongue with hot meat, but she was really in a lot of pain. She asked Schwang Yun if those two wolves were from the Black River tribe. Schwang Yun said that's right. I am Chu, the son of the head of the Black River tribe, and he is also his cousin. And the other one is Ma Qing. He is a witch doctor, and they came to talk to him about a case. Schwang Yun mumbled that in the end Li Wei was too annoying and he got very angry when he saw her. He caught the attention of this girl. Lin Huang asked him what business they had with him, or he's not allowed to talk about it. The kid explained that it was nothing bad for her. Bai Di was completely silent as he listened to their conversation. He didn't say a word. Schwang Yun asked him to wait. He wanted to bring something. The soup was still bubbling on the fire, tantalizingly fragrant. The kid brought some kind of bamboo tube. He decided to open it. If you open it, there is water inside that they wanted to sell. Lin Huang sniffed the contents of the tube and exclaimed that it was alcohol. Schwang Yun was very surprised at the girl's reaction. He asked if she was familiar with this kind of water. Lin Huang replied that she was familiar with it. This stuff is good for warming the blood, but you can't drink too much of it. I Chu didn't tell him that this alcohol can't be drunk a lot. I wonder if he doesn't know about it or if he did it intentionally. What is this guy up to? Bai Di finally joined the conversation and asked why he shouldn't drink a lot of it. Lin Huang began to explain that a large amount could easily make one intoxicated. You can lose control of yourself and eventually go crazy. It is better to drink as little as possible to avoid making a mess. Schwang Yun noticed that it sounded very serious. He decided to memorize it. He asked the girl if it was possible to find out what they made the alcohol out of. She could grow, process, and sell alcohol herself in the future. She was in anticipation. The boy asked her to let him try it. For the sake of the little female, he should try it. Lin Huang exclaimed that they could have a drink too, so they poured a little bit of alcohol into a bowl for each of them. She thinks that's enough. And lifting the bowl up, I decided to chalk to the evening's most delicious soup. Good thing there is alcohol in this strange world to celebrate with. The guys couldn't figure out what it was, chock-a-block. They reached out with all cups up touching each other's cups. Since Lin Huang is happy, that's enough. After which they chugged and began to taste the alcohol. The wolf boys were doing it for the first time in their lives. Schwang Yun thought about the fact that the taste of this alcohol is a bit strange, but it makes him feel very good. And so they began to drink the contents of their cups in friendship. Good thing they tasted that alcohol after they'd already eaten the soup. Otherwise, everyone would have gotten very sick. The girl looked inside the vessel and realized that they had already drunk it all. The vessel remained completely empty. Lin Huang's eyes widened strangely. Both guys threw a glance at her. The girl wondered why they were looking at her so strangely. Schwang Yun mouthed her name very loudly. He looked at her with a kind of gentle yet wild gaze. The boy immediately moved closer to the girl again, saying her name. She couldn't understand what he wanted from her. Then Schwang Yun approached her again and asked her to be his partner. He confessed that he liked her very much. Lin Huang realized that the boy was completely drunk. She put her hand on his head and asked him to stop talking nonsense. She exclaimed that he had had too much to drink and asked him to go rest. But Schwang Yun wasn't going to back down. He turned into a beautiful white wolf and howled that he wanted to sleep with her. Bringing his wolf face closer to her, he exclaimed again that he wanted to sleep with her. He mumbled that he really wanted her to be his partner. Bai Di was already towering behind him. He was really angry. The kid threw the wolf outside by the scruff of his neck with one hand. Lin Huang, when the kid took him by the scruff of the neck, mumbled that he might be hurt. Bai Di replied to her that this wolf was thick-skinned, so nothing would happen to him. He promised to bring him back home. It was very painful for the girl to look at Schwang Yun. She had never seen him like this before. Bai Di dragged him by the scruff of his neck and placed him on the straw in his cave. The wolf was lying on its back with its paws up. Lin Huang moved closer to him and thought about the fact that the kid was probably asleep by now. Bai Di was next to the girl. She could feel his soft, hot breath. The boy took her in his arms and asked her to go to bed. She looked into his eyes in a different way. Bai Di felt a warmth spreading through his body. Could it really be the alcohol? And so he carried the girl into their cave. He approached their bed. Laying her down on the bed, he moved as close to her as he could. But she pulled away from him a little. The girl asked the kid to wake up. She could smell alcohol on him. Bai Di rolled her over on the bed and nestled his lips against the girl's. He began kissing her lips passionately. After their long kiss, the boy paused. He reached his hand towards the clothes on her chest. Lin Huang was very frightened and opened her eyes wide. He began to approach her again, sighing very heavily. The girl closed her eyes. He began to look at her and kept saying her name. The boy exclaimed that she was beautiful. The girl looked into his eyes and said that they were very beautiful. She noticed that his eyes were as blue as the stars in the night sky. Sweat dripped down his face. He asked Lin Huang not to look at him with that look, for he might not be able to hold back. The girl inquired, holding back from what? Bai Di explained that he could eat her. Lin Huang looked at the kid fearfully. Unexpectedly, he lifted her legs up. Everything was happening very quickly and unexpectedly. She felt the thing next to her. The girl exclaimed, looking at the kid, to stop doing that now. But he took her firmly by the waist and nestled her against him. She felt the thing at her feet. The girl looked at the boy fearfully. Drops of sweat dripped from her face. She closed her eyes and begged the boy to stop. Tears glistened in her eyes. Bai Di moved as close to her as he could and said her name again. He exclaimed that he loved her. Wasn't that clear to her? The girl realized that he was about to tear her apart. She asked him again to stop. She was very scared. The boy looked her straight in the eye and exclaimed that he was very saddened by this. But he didn't want to give up and began ripping off her clothes greedily. He didn't listen to her refusals. The kid continued to act insolent towards her. Lin Huang began to cover herself with her hands. She was very startled to notice that she was now facing a different Bai Di. She realized that he was drunk too. She was very scared. Tears glistened in her eyes. She couldn't believe she could ever be afraid of him. After all, this guy had always protected her. The girl asked the boy to wake up soon. She couldn't understand why he couldn't come to his senses, but she was powerless against him. She was in a lot of pain. The kid wouldn't leave her side. He was trying to finish his job. Pulling her legs apart, Schwang Yun suddenly woke up. He perked up his ears when he heard a noise. The kid gripped his head with his hands, thinking about the fact that it was splitting really badly. Hearing that noise behind the wall, he immediately ran towards the cave. The girl screamed in pain. Schwang Yun couldn't help himself, and ran rather to help her. What could have happened there? The kid kicked open the door to their cave with his foot and looked to see what might have happened to the girl. He immediately turned into a wolf and jumped up to their bed. He was ready to tear up anyone who hurt this girl. The wolf flew toward the boy, its muzzle close to Baidi's neck. He asked for the girl to be released immediately. Baidi glanced at him with a defiant look. He inquired what Schwang Yun would do to him. He was very brazen, not like he always was. Lin Huang was trying to cover her body at this time. She was crying in pain. Her eyes were filled with bitterness and pain. She could not calm down. Schwang Yun turned into a guy again and took the girl in his arms. He asked her not to be afraid. He said he would take her to the witch doctor. Baidi asked the girl if he had done this to her. Schwang Yun took her in his arms and asked her to stay away. Can't he see how much she's suffered from him? The kid started heading for the exit. He explained to Baidi that he would take her to Lanzhou, and he needed to recover first. The kid slammed his fist on the table, lowering his head down. Schwang Yun had already taken Lin Huang to the healer. Baidi gripped his head with his hand. He berated himself for what he had dared to do. And so Schwang Yun hurried through the cold, wicked blizzard to get to the witch doctor as soon as possible. Lanzhou thought about the fact that the wind was so strong lately, and his skin had become dry and flaky. He made a mask for his face. Suddenly, he heard someone breaking in his door from behind him. The man turned back and saw the kid. He called him a jerk and wondered why he had come to him in the middle of the night. Schwang Yun exclaimed that Lin Huang was very unwell. He asked him to see the girl immediately, after which he laid her down on the haystack. Lin Huang lay there with her eyes closed. The man started yelling at him, calling him an idiot. Schwang Yun explained to the doctor that it wasn't him. The girl was whispering something in a semi-dream. She had been unconscious before, but she still couldn't open her eyes. The girl was covered with a blanket. The healer lifted the blanket and wondered what the bastard had done to her. Schwang Yun exclaimed that it was Baidi. The healer couldn't believe his words because he was so soft and gentle with her. Lanzhou told the boy that there were medicinal herbs in the jar. He asked him to crush them. Schwang Yun immediately obeyed him. Lin Huang was still lying unconscious. The kid noticed that the bleeding had stopped, just in time for the healer to stop it. Lanzhou explained to the guy that she was still too young. If she really did that to Baidi, or else she might as well die. Schwang Yun told the healer, heading towards the cave exit, that the girl should rest here for a while. Lanzhou asked where he was going. The kid turned around at the healer and exclaimed that he wanted to teach the scoundrel a lesson, but the healer begged him not to. There was nothing he could do to stop the serious-minded boy. Schwang Yun immediately turned into a wolf and started heading towards the kid. He pounced on him, approaching him with his muzzle close to his face. Baidi asked what he was going to do. Schwang Yun mumbled that he was going to kill the bastard. The kid didn't even fight back. He explained that he couldn't even remember what had just happened. It didn't make any sense. He asked Schwang Yun if Lin Huang was okay. The wolf, looking him in the eye, angrily replied that he wasn't going to tell him anything. I mean, he hurt this girl so badly and he still wants to be with her. How is that even possible? Schwang Yun told the kid that he wasn't worthy of having Lin Huang as his partner. Baidi became very upset. He started crying and thinking about what he had done. Isn't he worthy to be with her? The boy sat outside, ignoring the cold winter weather. And so the next day came. The girl finally opened her eyes after coming to her senses. She began to stir slightly and mumbled that she was in a lot of pain. Lin Huang only felt pain. The girl remembered that Baidi had done this to her yesterday. That picture appeared in front of her eyes. Lin Huang remembered that she was almost raped yesterday. She was very scared. The witch doctor appeared and asked how she was feeling. The girl couldn't understand how she had gotten here. The healer explained to the girl that Schwang Yun had brought her in last night, luckily in time. He asked if she was still in pain. Ling Huan replied that it still hurt a little, but not like yesterday. Lingzhu handed her a medicine and asked her to drink it, after which she would feel better. A wolf appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Schwang Yun. He was carrying something in his teeth. The boy explained that the girl was completely undressed. He brought her some clothes. She thought of the clothes that Baidi had made for her. Looking at her, Lin Huang immediately became saddened. She suddenly began to cry. Schwang Yun wondered what was wrong with her. Was she still in so much pain? The girl replied that she had not, because she had drunk the medicine, and it was very bitter. She hoped that she and Baidi would live together as a family. Baidi did such a terrible thing yesterday. How can she face him now? Schwang Yun walked as close to the girl as he could. He turned into a wolf and put his face on her knee. Wolf howled sadly on her lap. The girl immediately hugged the wolf face. She was pleased that Schwang Yun was comforting her. She thanked the kid for his help. Meanwhile, Bai Di was also sad and approached the healer's cave. Lanzu went outside and inquired why the kid had shown up here. He noticed that the guy was a little hurt and thought that Schwang Yun had done it. Bai Di asked if Lin Huang was okay. The healer replied that the girl had just gotten up and he shouldn't disturb her. It would be a problem if he frightened her again. Then the wound might reopen. He remembered how the wolf had attacked him and recalled how Lin Huang had treated him well. The wolf questioned how he could do this. He couldn't wait for the moment to finish him off. Bai Di was ready to finish himself off at that moment. The healer inquired if the kid wanted to give her something, but the boy just walked away silently. And now 5 days had passed. The girl was back on her feet and was more cheerful. She told the healer that she was feeling better and could go back. Lanzhu asked if she would stay a few more days. Lin Huan replied that she couldn't. She had to go back. The girl thanked the healer for taking care of her all these days. She was already in a different mood, and thought about the fact that Bai Di never showed up, but that's no reason to run away. They need to meet and clear things up. Lin Huang started walking towards the cave. When she reached the door, she opened it and exclaimed that she had already returned. She looked in and called out to the boy, but he didn't answer her, so the girl decided to go inside. She saw fresh blankets in front of her and the cellar still filled, but there was no sign of Bai Di. The girl had some strange feelings. They were completely mixed up and Bai Di's trace was completely gone. Crouching down in the cave, Lin Huang decided to wait for Bai Di to return. Thinking about the future like this, Bai Di treated her well. She had a good opinion of him. She would love to be his partner and spend this rest of her life peacefully with him. But she remembered what had happened between them, and she thought it was really scary to sleep with him. It's just unacceptable. Even after what he'd done to her, did she really still want to stay with him? Lin Huang thought about the fact that even if she couldn't talk to him, she might be able to persuade him to become her partner. What about her affliction? Maybe they can become brother and sister to each other, just like family. Or it would be too selfish. The girl didn't know what to do. She was very worried and didn't know what to do. She sat by the fire for a long time preparing food. However, Bai Di never returned that day. Lin Huang was already getting worried. After all, it had long since gotten dark outside. She sat alone without stopping to think about it. Suddenly, Schwang Yun entered the cave. When he opened the door, he was very surprised that the girl was already here. She looked at him and said she was fine and thanked him. Lin Huang asked if he knew where Bai Di had gone. The boy exclaimed that he didn't want to hear that nasty name anymore, and he answered her that he didn't know where he was. The girl came out of the cave. Schwang Yun asked where she was going. Lin Huan explained that she was going to go to the witch doctor Lanzhu. She explained that Bai Di never came back and she was very worried. After all, it's so very cold outside. Schwang Yun exclaimed that he would go with her. He didn't want to let her go alone at such a dangerous time, and so they walked together through the winter cold. The wind howled outside, and the blizzard would not leave them alone. Lanzhu, when the girl came to him, realized that Bai Di had not returned. Lin Huan inquired if he knew where he might have gone. Lanzhu mumbled that he had a chat with him a couple of days ago. Yuan fruits have good nutritional properties for females, so he went to look for them. It's so cold outside, how can he be so stupid? The girl exclaimed that she would go and get him back. Schwang Yun said that she had lost her mind. It's so cold outside, she might die. But Lin Huan said that she would go and look for Bai Di anyway. Taking the girl's hand, Schwang Yun noticed that her hands were shaking, so her pain was still not gone. Even after what he did to her and her body still hurts, how could she care so much about him? The kid couldn't leave her alone, and said that he would help her find him. Lin Huang couldn't understand why he was so kind to her. Schwang Yun explained to the girl that they were guests of the Rock Wolf clan, and as the clan leader, he couldn't let her die. The healer looked at the kid and told him that he didn't realize he had such a good heart. Schwang Yun asked the man to shut up. Just then, a girl called out to him. She asked him to wait for a while. She walked closer to him and slipped the cape over his shoulders. Lin Huang explained that it was cold outside and he needed to put on this cape and take the fire with him. If it didn't work out to find Bai Di, she asked him to make sure to go back. The girl looked him straight in the eyes. Worried about him, after all. Schwang Yun shouldn't be in danger because of her. The kid asked the girl if he came back safe and sound back, would she promise him one thing? The healer, hearing this, thought that the kid had finally matured. Schwang Yun would sacrifice his life for her. He asked the girl to promise that to the boy. Lin Huang mumbled that he needed to return safely, and then she would make him a promise no matter what. Schwang Yun asked her not to think of regretting it later. The girl noticed that she felt very excited after saying that. She calmed the kid down and told him not to worry, because she would get it all done. Schwang Yun began to wade through the winter cold. The wind howled and the snow flew, preventing him from moving forward. Lin Huang really hoped that these two guys would be all right. Schwang Yun had been gone for 3 whole days. Lin Huang was waiting for them impatiently, and the cold weather was getting colder and colder. The girl was standing in the street, staring off into the distance. She waited impatiently for them to return. The healer asked the girl to go back inside. Why is she waiting for them outside, since it is very cold outside? Lin Huang mumbled that it was all her fault if she hadn't given them that alcohol. Bai Di wouldn't have done such a thing. She began to blame herself for it again. The healer turned to the girl and asked her not to blame herself, not to bark, for she was not guilty of anything. Lin Huang exclaimed that Schwang Yun was right. She is stupid and she is of no use at all. She can't do anything. They shouldn't take any risks because of her. Lan Zhu asked the girl to stop immediately. Schwang Yun has a way of saying things that aren't what he thinks. He says he hates her, but in his heart, he wants to be her partner. Lin Huang was very surprised by his words. She said that it couldn't be so. After all, he hates females. Then the healer decided to explain to the girl why he hates females. So he closed his eyes and began to speak. Schwang Yun's mother was the most beautiful female of the wolf clan, and she had many partners. Schwang Yun's father was one of them. He knew that she liked to eat firebird eggs and went in search of them, and unfortunately was wounded by the bite of a huge firebird. His mother disliked his father for being useless, and ruthlessly abandoned him. Schwang Yun's father couldn't bear such a blow and died soon after. The girl wondered why Schwang Yun's father had lost all hope after being abandoned. Lanzu replied that each zookeeper can have only one female for life. Males abandoned by females suffer in agony from the negative reaction of the unspoken contract. For Lin Huang, getting married and separating means nothing. And unfortunately, it's very sad. But if a beastman of this world is abandoned by a female, it is tantamount to death. The healer continued to explain that the bitterest thing was that after Schwang Yun's father died, his corpse had returned to the state of a silver-white wolf, which is a precious, rare species. And the female who abandoned him wanted to strip his fur. When Schwang Yun found out his mother's intention for other males to strip the fur off his father, he tried to prevent it. He was near his father's body and bit anyone who tried to get near them, until the fur rotted away, and the female had to give up her scheme. That's how the son defended his father to the last. One of the males said the rotted silver fur was ugly, and asked me to forget about it when I left. His father's corpse was rotting before the boy's eyes. The wolf cub sat across from him, staring sadly in front of him. It was a big blow to him, and after that, the kid started hating all the females around him. The boy was left an orphaned little wolf cub. He despised his mother and harbored an eternal grudge in his heart. Lin Huang lowered her gaze, realizing why Schwang Yun had become like this. She thought that she should treat him better in the future and argue with him less. Someone called out to her. It was Musiang. She said there was trouble. Someone was stealing things from their house. The girl immediately turned around, looking at her friend in horror. The girl turned around to look at her friend, horrified. Lin Huang ran towards their non-cave. Musiang started to stop the girl, explaining that there were many of them there, and she shouldn't go there alone. The healer asked Musiang to immediately call the males of the clan to help her. The girl immediately agreed and rushed towards her clan. Lanzu thought about the fact that Schwang Yun and Bai Di still hadn't returned. This could be a big problem for them, for they were both very strong warriors of their clan, and also great hunters. Lin Huang ran to the cave and immediately opened the door. She asked the males what they were doing in her house, and asked them to put things back immediately. The girl waved her arms and shouted for them to drop her things, not to touch them. She was like a helpless dog. That girl, Li Wei, appeared among the males. She mumbled that she was the one who ordered them to do it while looking at the girl brazenly. She wouldn't stop and said that anyway her male was gone and she couldn't stop her, why not share her stuff then? Lin Huang began to call this girl a robber. She exclaimed that Bai Di would come back and she would see what would happen. Li Wei replied that it was only if he came back. The tigers and wolves would have all frozen to death long ago. The girl walked over to Lin Huang and took her face with her hand. She noticed that her face was very delicate. Li Wei kept her hands on the girl's face and said that if Yachu didn't like her, she would have killed her long ago. Lin Huang began to wave her arms. She pushed the girl as hard as she could and she flew to the floor. Lin Huang turned out to be small but very strong. Li Wei didn't expect an attack from her. The girl thought it was the wild female embarrassing her again. She immediately commanded her males to grab her and teach her a good lesson. The males were confused as to how they could raise their hands on a female. After all, she's a female, and she's so beautiful and sweet. They can't raise a hand on her. Lin Huang stood in front of them with a huge log in her hands. She asked them to stay back. Li Wei noticed that her males were in doubt. This can't be true. After all, she's the most beautiful. She can't let this female go unpunished. Then the girl commanded Ya Chu to take this female with her. Lin Huang was very scared of this. She didn't want any strange male to touch her. Ya Chu began to walk over to the girl and called the little female with him. He exclaimed that he would take good care of her. He wanted to punish this female. The girl exclaimed that she did not want his care. Holding the bat in front of her, she said she would not go with him. Lin Huang asked her not to make her angry and to get out of here as soon as possible. Yachu replied that there was no need to talk to him like that. Li Wei advised the girl to go with the guy. Yachu said that all her food belonged to him now anyway. The girl looked at them with tears in her eyes and with contempt. Could it be that they were all in cahoots? One robs houses, the other beastmen. They're worthy of each other after all. Li Wei didn't want to listen to this anymore and asked the male not to hesitate. Grab this little female sooner rather than later. Lin Huang asked him not to do that. She asked him to let her go sooner. The male grabs her hand and asks her to go with him silently. Or she wants him to do something to her in front of everyone. The girl became very angry and started yelling for him to let her go immediately. Li Wei stood behind her smiling caustically. She was inciting the male. How could it be a female who could order him around? The male then plowed the girl to the floor. Lin Huang fell down, sighing heavily. The guy was furious. He wanted to raise his hand to the girl. She asked him to stop in time. The girl asked him to think of the consequences after forcing her to do what he had now decided. She exclaimed that if he forced her, she would definitely leave him. There was no way she would ever forgive him for this. Lin Huang thought that this should make Yachu think about the downside of partnership contracts. He did wonder if the implications of a partnership contract were too dire. He wouldn't be able to bear it. Li Wei became indignant. After all, this doesn't make sense. She asked Yachu to stop. After all, this girl is weak, and maybe it would make her love such a strong him. Li Wei asked her about the water they brought. The girl asked to share it with her. Then she couldn't resist, and went to get the alcohol. Lin Huang realized that Li Wei was going to get her drunk on alcohol. Would it really happen again? She had only survived what Bai Di had tried to do to her. Yachu got close to the girl and began to hug her. He noticed that the little female was trembling, and asked her not to be afraid as he would take care of her. Li Wei laughed and went to fetch them a jug of that water. Perhaps under this male Yachu she will become more liberated than anyone else. The girl was very cheeky and mean. She had a sneaky smile on her face. Well, something happened to her. She bent down and started screaming in pain. Li Wei grabbed her stomach with both hands and then she fell to the floor. The males immediately ran up to her and started asking what was wrong with her. Li Wei continued to hold her stomach with her hand. She started crying and asking who dared to do that to her. The girl asked to stand up for her immediately. Just then the door to the cave opened and some guy, a beast wolf, appeared on the threshold. They all stared at the door and realized that it was Schwang Yun who had come. He mumbled that it was him. Yachu was very surprised at the kid's return. Looking at him, he wondered how the kid hadn't died yet, being outside there. Schwang Yun replied that he shouldn't worry. Even if his whole family died, he would still live for a long time. Yachu noticed a lot of rage in the kid's eyes, and told Schwang Yun that they were just about to return. But the kid came up to him and grabbed him by the throat with one hand. He said they were going back early, not so fast. Then he pressed Yachu against the cold stone wall. The male raised his hands and said that he had misunderstood. Schwang Yun, looking into his eyes with a stern, serious gaze, inquired, wasn't he the one who had raised his hand on Lin Huang? The kid was very ruthless to this shameless, vile monster. He started beating him in front of everyone. Yachu was already lying on the floor covered in blood. He begged the boy to stop. He asked not to be touched, but Schwang Yun continued to give him serious blows. Li Wei thought that this guy was about to kill him. Would it really be her turn to kill him? The girl commanded her males to leave immediately. But then the people from the Schwang Yun clan appeared on the cave's doorstep. There was a healer among them. They said that these uninvited guests had dared to intimidate the female of the Rocky Mountain. They asked that these criminals be arrested. They should be locked in the dungeon. Li Wei exclaimed that she is a female and the daughter of the Wolf Clan leader. They dare not even touch her. Muxiang, meanwhile, approached Lin Huang and informed her that Bai Di and Schwang Yun had returned together. Therefore, she need not be afraid. No one would touch her anymore. The girl was very happy that Bai Di had returned. Her eyes immediately sparkled with joy. Muxiang explained that the kid was now at the witch doctor's house, resting. Lin Huan was glad that Bai Di had returned. Schwang Yun lifted Yachu by the hair with his hand and said that he had become useless. He decided to throw him out of the cave. But then, someone came into the cave and asked to be spared. It was a witch doctor. He asked to show mercy and spare this guy. Schwang Yun exclaimed that he had come just in time. Black River Clan healer Ma Qing. The healer explained that he had been sick and hadn't been outside for 2 days. And Yachu was doing such things behind his back, too. Schwang Yun thought about the fact that not many people know where Ma Qing's healer comes from. He is cunning and devious. Yachu dared to be rude to the female. Maybe he had something to do with it. The healer said that as long as Schwang Yun was willing to show mercy, they were willing to bring firewater for free. Schwang Yun thought that it was because of this firewater that Bai Di had lost control of himself. What are they up to? However, the witch doctor has a significant place in the clan, and there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Huan asked Schwang Yun's permission to decide the matter herself. He said she was a curious little female. He gave her permission to do as she saw fit. The girl asked how much firewater they were willing to bring. Apparently she had some interesting plan in mind. The healer noticed that this was the first time a female had taken the initiative to deal with tribal matters. He replied to the girl that they were ready to provide 2 barrels. Lin Huang said that in that case, let them leave them 2 barrels and tell them what the alcohol was made of. They could write it all down. The healer was getting a little nervous. I wondered if they were trying to get their prescription. He exclaimed that they were too greedy. Schwang Yun immediately took Yachu by the throat and lifted him up. He inquired if there was anything else they wanted to give in return. The girl explained that she didn't need a recipe. She just wanted to know the ingredients. Lin Huang thought of something she could eventually produce herself just by boiling it. The healer asked curiously why she was asking about ingredients. What was she up to? Lin Huang replied that it was a matter for their Rockwolf clan. They didn't need such details. Schwang Yun, lifting the male by the throat with his hand up, asked if he would agree to such a thing. When the boy began to wheeze, the witch doctor agreed. Of course, he can't abandon Yachu, and there's nothing left for him to do but agree. The healer gave the command to bring firewater, and now there were 2 barrels of fiery liquid in front of them. Schwang Yun, after the barrels were already in the cave, asked to give out the recipe. The healer leaned as close to the girl's ear as possible and began to whisper something to her. He told her the recipe in her ear and mumbled that it was basically everything. Lin Huan understood him and memorized the recipe. The healer noticed that it was a very unusual female. He exclaimed that they would see each other again. The girl thought about the fact that this witch doctor Ma Qing was quite strange. We should be more careful with him. When the people from the opposite clan left the cave, the girl thought that it was time for her to go as well. She had to check on Bai Di. Well, when they turned around in the depths of the cave, the healer quickly ran to the guy. Schwang Yun was lying on the floor unconscious. Lin Huan immediately rushed over to the boy. Putting her hand on his chest, she asked him what had happened to him. The girl noticed that he was very cold. His body was too cold. She was scared out of her wits about this guy. Her eyes glistened with tears and worry. Lin Huang noticed that Schwang Yun had a tattoo on his arm. It was as if it had suddenly appeared on his body. The healer stood up to gaze at the boy's shoulder as well. He noticed a star pattern on it. They were really scared for him. What had happened to Schwang Yun? They decided to take him to the healer's cave as soon as possible. Lanzhu was already opening his door. The others carried the boy on their shoulders. The healer asked Schwang Yun to be placed on the hay. The girl entered the healer's room and saw Bai Di lying down. He must have been asleep. Lin Huang began to look at him and noticed that he looked the same as usual. It was as if nothing had happened. The healer gave the command to the rest of the guys, everyone in the room to go outside the door except Lin Huang and guard it. No one is allowed to come in here. The girl asked the healer what had happened to Schwang Yun. Lanchu explained that the star pattern had manifested and the spirit of the beast had awakened in Schwang Yun. But he can't understand why it happened just now. Lin Huang inquired about the star pattern. And what does it mean? The healer began to explain that over time, beastmen develop a star pattern. This means that the spirit of the beast is awakened and increases the host's fighting ability. It is difficult to manifest and nearly impossible to awaken the spirit of a beastman. Many beastmen have failed, resulting in death. The girl was very frightened. She brought her hand closer to the bushes, couldn't believe that Schwang Yun could even die. Evolution is a test given to the beastman by the heavens. If a beastman loses this battle, he will be eliminated. The weak are eaten by the strong, and nature rewards the strong with respect. This is the law of survival. According to the law, when Schwang Yun was supposed to grow up, it was his father's job to help him awaken and grind the beast soul inside the boy, which could reduce the chance from failure in evolution. The girl thought about the fact that it was precisely because Schwang Yun's father had left this world so early. The healer continued to explain that there was still no way Schwang Yun could awaken the soul beast, and he thought his soul had already died out because of his father's death. They didn't expect it to show up so suddenly. The kid was very cold. Lin Huang asked, "Is no one going to do anything about it? And they will just watch Schwang Yun suffer for nothing. If he fails, he will die." The girl exclaimed that she didn't want Schwang Yun to die. Even though he had a bad temper, he had helped her so much. He was especially helpful in helping me find Bai Di. This kid is really kind on the inside. She remembered everything that happened related to him. The girl started crying tearfully and telling the kid that they would all miss him dearly. But we still have to hold on. Bai Di suddenly woke up. He heard Lin Huan crying. The kid immediately woke up from the couch. He asked what had happened to Schwang Yun. Lin Huang saw that Bai Di had woken up and was very happy about it. The girl immediately stood up and threw herself into her boyfriend's arms. She exclaimed that Schwang Yun was dying. The healer began to explain to Bai Di that Schwang Yun's star pattern had awakened. The boy pondered over his words. But this was not surprising to him at all. Bai Di asked Lin Huang to let him pass in order to look at the kid. He began to walk over to Schwang Yun, who was lying unconscious. The boy was very cold and was lying unconscious on the hay. Bai Di walked as close to him as he could and stared at the kid. He exclaimed to the Silver Frost Wolf that this was the will of the heavens. After looking at the boy, Bai Di mumbled that he could help him. The healer was very surprised. He inquired in what way the guy could help him. Bai Di began to remove the cloak from his thighs. Lin Huang stared at him in surprise. She saw the star pattern on his body, too. She wondered if he, too, had awakened the soul of the beast. The healer was even more surprised than the girl. He walked over to the boy and began to reach out to him. He noticed that it was a third star beast. Bai Di asked if his 3-star beast could propitiate the soul of the Silver Frost Wolf. Lanzu replied that of course he could. He asked Schwang Yun to help him. Kneeling down in front of him, the man said that Bai Di could ask him anything he wanted. No matter where they would be, they would serve him. The girl was very surprised that the witch doctor knelt down. Bai Di mumbled that he could save this guy, but not by himself. He would need Lin Huang's help. He began to explain to the girl that it was her, himself, and Schwang Yun that he needed as partners. The girl was very surprised. So the 3 of them should be partners to help save the guy. Bai Di explained that only relatives can beg the soul of a beast. He and Schwang Yun are not relatives. And not only will it not save him, it could hurt him. If the 3 of them become partners, it's like a family. At this time, he would try to propitiate the spirit of the beast and increase Schwang Yun's chances of survival. The girl thought about the fact that she might have Bai Di as a partner. But there was no way she thought that she would have 2 partners at once. Shouldn't marriages be monogamous to be fair? And now Bai Di is asking her to have as many as 2 partners. She thought it was kind of crazy, but we have to save the kid. Looking at him, she couldn't let this guy die. After all, Schwang Yun had done so much for her. She remembered the kid asking her to promise him one thing if he saved Bai Di. The girl decided that Schwang Yun was still waiting for her to fulfill his promise. She can't let him die. So Lin Huang walked closer to Bai Di. He began to hug the girl. He explained to her that he was trying very hard to keep her safe from the other males. He was so afraid that others would get her, and he wanted to keep her safe. Now, he has to let her go. Lin Huang felt that he was very shaken. He was actually very uncomfortable with this venture. But he made this decision because of her. After all, they all owe Schwang Yun their lives. Pressing herself against the boy, the girl mumbled her agreement. She would save Schwang Yun. Lin Huang promised to do so. According to custom, a female and a male must join together to become partners. The healer stood before them with some kind of vessel in his hands. He was very serious. They couldn't connect right now since Schwang Yun was in a coma. And Bai Di was injured, and so there is another way to become partners. The healer held this vessel in his hands, lifting it up. After he whispered some words, Bai Di cut his finger with a sharp knife. There were trickles of blood dripping from his hand. Lanju put the glass under his hand, and the blood flowed directly into it. After which, the healer walked over to Schwang Yun's hand. He made a small incision on his finger. He also released blood into this vessel. Their blood began to mix. The healer beckoned the girl to approach the vessel. She immediately obeyed and came closer. Afterward, the healer gave the girl this vessel to drink the mixed blood of the boys from it. Lin Huang took a few sips of her drink and picked up a knife. She also cut her finger. The girl let the blood out into this glass, and took it in her hands again. Bai Di got down on one knee in front of her. She presented Bai Di with this glass of blood. She gave the glass to the kid. Standing up from his knee, Bai Di presented this glass to his lips and began to drink from it. After which, the healer took the glass from him and began to drink the blood of Schwang Yun, who was lying unconscious. Lin Huang thought to herself that everything that was happening to her right now was a hallucination. I wonder if that's the deal. And in this world, that's how they get married. So the girl got 2 partners in her new life. They noticed that Schwang Yun's complexion had become the same. His cold aura had dissipated. Lin Huang asked if their marriage ceremony was over. Lanju replied that it was over. The girl thought that Schwang Yun hated females so much. Would he be angry when he woke up to find that he had been forcibly married? Bai Di exclaimed that if he dared not to love her, he would kill him. Lin Huang thought about Bai Di being too cruel. The healer told the girl that Schwang Yun likes her, and he would like to be paired with her. He will only be happy when he comes to his senses. Lin Huang was very surprised that this guy liked her. After all, he hates females the most, and told her to stay away from him. Bai Di asked her not to worry. The blood contract only lasts for 3 months. If she doesn't want to handle them, the contract will be null and void. So for now, she is free to go. Lanju confirmed that it lasts for 3 months. But if she likes it, she can stay. And if she didn't like it, she could cancel the contract. The girl was very surprised because she thought it was for life, which in turn sounds like a 3-month affair. She thought it was very strange to date 2 people at once. When Schwang Yun began to thaw and warm up a bit, Bai Di said that he would deal with him himself from here on. He walked over to the kid and put his hand right above Schwang Yun's tattoo. There was a kind of warmth coming from him. A gentle blue light illuminated the boy's body. Lin Huan felt Schwang Yun and Bai Di's heartbeats. Even her heart was beating so hard. She felt the rhythm and the breathing as well. The girls seemed to merge with their bodies. Then suddenly Schwang Yun began to come to his senses. He finally opened his eyes. The boy sat down abruptly, not realizing what was happening to him. The healer exclaimed that he had successfully passed the star spirit symbol. The Rockwolf clan finally had a beast spirit. Lanzu said that his father would be proud of him. Lin Huang noticed that Bai Di had turned very pale. She asked him to lie down, resting for a while. But the boy replied to the girl that he doesn't want to lie down. He just wants to get home as soon as possible. Lin Huang immediately opened his big eyes and realized that he wanted to return to their home. When they entered the cave, he noticed that the house had returned to its former state. Museong and the males must have helped. Lin Huang asked the kid to go to bed first so he could rest. The girl gave him a leafy fruit. She told him to eat 1 piece a day and then he would feel good. The problem was that Bai Di would never admit it, even when he was in danger. He immediately thanked the girl. She thought that she couldn't refuse Bai Di's gift. The boy glanced at her and apologized for the other night. But the girl immediately began to ask him to shut up. She didn't want to remember it now. Lin Huang exclaimed that she had already forgotten that night and asked him not to think of remembering it ever again. Bai Di listened to the girl and thanked her for her kindness. Nothing mattered as long as Lin Huang stayed by his side. The boy asked if he could give her a hug. The girl stared at him with her big eyes and replied that she could. She thought about how she didn't want to push him away. After that incident, she realized that she couldn't live without him. Now Bai Di is back, and things are finally getting better. The boy hugged her, pulling her close to him. Lin Huang returned the favor. Meanwhile, the next day there was a lot of snow lying everywhere outside. She went outside and couldn't understand what had happened. Could it be that someone had come to fight again? The girl noticed that there was such a big hole now instead of a wall. The cave was half destroyed. Looking inside, Lin Huang was very surprised. She asked Schwang Yun what he had done, why he broke down the wall of her house. He must have decided to remove the barrier between them. Schwang Yun replied that since they are now partners, her house is now his house too, so he can do what he wants with his wall. The girl called him sick. Schwang Yun exclaimed that he didn't care. He just wants their houses to become one. What if Lin Huang refuses to be partners with him later? He's not like Bai Di, and he doesn't have a level 3 beast spirit. They're partners now, and it's the right thing to do. The boy exclaimed that he didn't care and didn't want to hear anything. Lin Huan explained that it didn't give him the right to break the walls like that. Schwang Yun noticed that the little female didn't deny the partnership. It means that deep down she agrees. He had already calmly told the girl that it was much more convenient to pass between the 2 caves this way. Perhaps Schwang Yun did so to make it more convenient to kidnap the female into his bed. That's what Bai Di was thinking. He called the girl to eat, since he had prepared a hot soup. Lin Huang was very excited for them to go out to eat. Bai Di turned around on the kid and told Schwang Yun that he had saved him and he had helped him. But the guy explained that from now on they would have fair competition. What he meant was, Schwang Yun replied to the kid that if he wanted a fair competition, then there was no way he would let him win. Bai Di decided to check it out. Schwang Yun asked him to wait. He exclaimed, not asking him what he forgot here, being a 3-star spirit beast. He added that if the kid thought of harming the clan and Lin Huang, he wouldn't let him get away with it. Bai Di mumbled that he just wanted to live together with Lin Huang. If he offended her, he wouldn't let him get away with it either. Meanwhile, the girl stood behind the wall. She leaned her head against the wall, and covering her mouth with her hand, she thought about the fact that she had heard their entire conversation. All the next 3 months they will live together. Will they be able to spend them in peace? What could happen to them? And so came the beginning of a 3-month cohabitation. The first day of cohabitation had arrived. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and became very indignant. Schwang Yun mumbled that she was the one who asked him to run the errand for him to hand over to Lanzhu. So why shouldn't he be rewarded? Lin Huang started yelling at the kid that it was all because she wouldn't sleep with him. Schwang Yun said that they were partners, and it was normal to sleep together. Lin Huan replied that she was used to sleeping alone, and didn't want to sleep with someone else. The kid called her a liar. After all, she slept with that tiger every night, and every night he made her make those weird noises. Stone walls are so poorly insulated. Lin Huang exclaimed that she and Bai Di had a mutual love, but he didn't even like her, and she considers him a friend, so it would be completely wrong to sleep together. Schwang Yun asked her if she was not even sympathetic to him. The girl's gaze immediately changed. The kid walked closer to her and took her hand. He asked her why she had become his partner. Lin Huang replied that it was an urgent decision. They didn't know what to do, and none of this is a real partnership. It's only for 3 months, and the contract will fall off on its own, and everything will be as it was before. The kid couldn't understand what it meant that it wasn't a real partnership. He just wants to be together with her and treat her as a partner. He really wanted to go all the way with Lin Huang. The boy wished to leave her his partner status. Lin Huang told him with a look in her eyes that she was in pain and asked him to let go of her hand. Schwang Yun realized you can't scare her, and he explained to the girl that he had an errand to run. Then he turned around and walked away. It was very hard for him. The boy blushed and breathed heavily. She couldn't understand why he was so angry. Maybe he really doesn't like females. Schwang Yun burst into the cave towards Lanzhu. He opened the door with his foot again, breaking in. The kid handed the healer some sort of bundle and explained that it was from Lin Huang to him. The healer wondered if he had another fight with Lin Huang. The man hit it right on the spot. Schwang Yun was very angry and upset. He explained to Lanzhu that he loved the girl and she didn't love him at all. The healer sighed and asked him not to be sad. He asked him not to be sad, but to calmly tell him what had happened. As the blizzard howled outside the cave walls, Schwang Yun poured out his soul to the healer, and the girl put the boar skin on herself and walked beside Bai Di. They were looking for Muxiang's house. Muxiang heard the guests appear outside her door. She realized it was Lin Huang and asked the girl to come in. Lin Huang mumbled to Muxiang that she had come to bring her a thank you gift. The girl didn't have time to finish before she opened her mouth in surprise. Several males had gathered around Muxiang. Lin Huang immediately blushed in surprise at what was happening there. She began to push Bai Di outside, explaining that it was too hot. After they went outside, the girl asked Muxiang through the closed screen door to call her out once that case was over. Lin Huang was very surprised and told the boy that it was only daytime. Bai Di replied that it was winter and the season was starting. When spring is upon us and fruit will be in abundance, females give birth and provide security for their cubs. The girl was quite frightened. She didn't understand how a threesome could do this. It was so hard, Bai Di replied to Lin Huang, and that he wouldn't like it either if she was with other males. She immediately got angry and asked him what he thought about her. Bai Di said that he was only interested in her. Lin Huang couldn't understand how he could be so serious and flirt with her like this. The girl asked the boy to go back to the cave. He immediately agreed and they went on their way. The blizzard continued to swirl around, howling and reminding us that the cold was not going to stop anytime soon. Meanwhile, Schwang Yun was opening the door to the girl's cave. He exclaimed that he had already returned. When the boy entered the cave, he saw Lin Huang and Bai Di sitting in front of the fire. The girl called him to eat sooner rather than later. Schwang Yun was very dissatisfied, but he still went over to the fire. Bai Di decided to treat the kid to some fried meat on a skewer. He asked him to taste the food. He handed one of the skewers to the girl. He explained that it had a crispy fried piece of meat with batter on it, which was very tasty. Bai Di asked the girl to eat slowly so as not to burn herself. Schwang Yun remembered what the healer had told him. He asked the kid if he even knew what females liked best. What they like most is heart-to-heart conversation. Schwang Yun replied to the man that he was the strongest of the Rockwolf clan. Therefore, he doesn't need affection. Then the healer wondered if he could match Bai Di with this. After all, he in turn is very affectionate and gentle. Indeed, he has a level 3 spirit, beast spirit, and he is so gentle and considerate. He is constantly taking care of the little female. Of course, Lin Huang would like him after taking such incredible care of him. He should definitely learn from him. When the healer explained this to him, Schwang Yun became very angry and replied to him that he didn't need to learn from this tiger. Lanzhu mumbled that if he didn't want to study, then he wouldn't get Lin Huang. Now sitting by the fire, Schwang Yun remembered the conversation with the healer and thought about it. Outside, the blizzard continued to forget. Even through the walls of the cave, the wind and the howling of the blizzard could be heard. Lin Huang turned to Bai Di and said that it was very cold outside. She was also cold in her room, and Bai Di is sleeping next to her. The girl remembered the incident that happened back then, and thought that after him the kid was afraid of hurting her, so he stopped sleeping next to her. Just then, she heard some strange sound. Lin Huang thought that some thief had appeared in the kitchen and picked up a huge board. When the girl looked out from behind the wall, she saw that Schwang Yun was roasting meat on the fire. She immediately came out from around the corner, keeping the stick in her hands. When she saw the boy, she was very surprised and immediately let go of the stick. Lin Huang realized that Schwang Yun had been cooking half the night. She asked him what he was doing, but the kid threw an angry look at her and exclaimed that he wasn't doing anything. After that, he hid the meat skewers behind his back. But he was very hot and started to toss them up. The girl came closer and asked to see it. She said it was nothing serious, just redness, no burns. You asked him if he was up half the night cooking. Didn't he have enough to eat last night? Schwang Yun exclaimed that it was none of his business at all. He would never confess that he was learning to cook to make Lin Huang happy. The girl noticed that his ears were drooping. They dangled every time he got sad. Schwang Yun realized that she had hit right on the sore spot. He asked the girl if she wanted to eat meat. Lin Huang lowered her head down and told the kid that she wanted to teach him. The girl began to explain that before frying the meat, it had to be sliced. She started slicing the meat with a knife. She asked him if he wanted to try slicing it himself. Schwang Yun took a sharp knife in his hands and started chopping the meat, scattering it to the sides. Lin Huang exclaimed that he was doing everything right. It just needs to be more evenly, then slowly turn it over. To fry evenly and smear with seasoning. She asked him to try to do as she said. Lin Huang watched him do all this. She noticed that the meat was almost ready and said that she could taste it. The kid noticed that it worked. He had a delicious kebab, but it wasn't baked as well as Bai Di's. He thought about the fact that he didn't do as well as Bai Di. What would it take to conquer Lin Huang? The girl noticed that his ears were down again. The shish kebab had worked, so why wasn't he happy? Schwang Yun turned his head in her direction and asked if she cared whether or not he was pleased. He changed his face again with a squeak. Lin Huang thought about the fact that he had some kind of sour mien. Schwang Yun lowered his head and said that she only cared about the tiger. She didn't care about the tiger. The girl said that was the case. But he is also very important to her. The boy was really surprised by that. It really made him feel better to hear that. Lin Huang took his hand in hers and mumbled that it was true. He meant a lot to her. He really is very good, only helping her. Schwang Yun exclaimed that she was very grateful to him. The kid noticed that Lin Huang's hands are so small and soft. Really wants to contain them forever and never let go. He wondered at the girl if she was just grateful to him, and that was all. He felt that there was a very frantic beating in the girl's heart. Schwang Yun cast a wild look at her. As he approached her, the kid asked if she liked him even a little bit. Looking at him in response, Lin Huang covered her mouth with her hands and thought about the fact that the kid had guessed everything. To deny is to lie. But if she confessed, then what would Bai Di do? She didn't know how to answer him. Schwang Yun noticed her reaction. He understood everything perfectly, since he caught the girl by surprise. The kid realizes that he has a mutual liking with her. She gradually falls in love with him. He inquired why she was not answering him. Lin Huan replied that she didn't know herself. The kid folded his arms across his chest and exclaimed that if you like it, you'll like it. If she didn't like it, she didn't like it. What she might not know. He realized she wasn't responding, that she liked him so he wouldn't suddenly reject her. Whereupon the boy laughed. He said that even though he hates females, he might give her a chance for her love for him. Lin Huang shifted her eyebrows to her nose angrily after saying that. He asked if she was silent with joy. The girl thought that how could she fall in love with this guy? She must be blind. Asked the kid to stop being a narcissistic idiot. Lin Huang told him to get out of the way since she was going to go to bed. Schwang Yun immediately asked her to wait for a while, and grabbed the girl's hand. He recalled that before rushing after Bai Di, she had promised him something, and he wants her to fulfill this condition. Lin Huan became worried, so she said she would do it and asked him what he wanted her to do. The boy took her hand and mumbled that he wanted her to spend the night with him. The girl pushed him out the door, calling him sick, and told him to go to bed. And so Schwang Yun found himself outside the cave door in the very cold. The blizzard was howling very hard. Lin Huang began to fall asleep to your wind. She laid down on the warm skins of the beasts. Then the girl began to dream a strange dream. Some hands were reaching out to her, calling her name. After that, the kid approached her and started saying that he really liked her. When Lin Huang opened her eyes, she realized that it wasn't a dream. Schwang Yun stood in front of her. He came very close to her. The girl whispered his name. Before she could say a word, the boy took her hands in his and nestled them against her sweet lips. They merged in a passionate yet tender kiss. Schwang Yun held her hands in his. He caressed the girl with a kiss without letting go of her hands. The boy realized that he had to act, not just sit still. Looking at her, Schwang Yun decided, take matters into his own hands and make her his female tonight. The boy's kiss was very long. It happened as if in some kind of dream. Their hands were clasped together in a single lock. Schwang Yun kept kissing the girl without letting go of her hands. Lin Huang suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the guy. She whispered his name. The boy lifted himself up over her, breathing heavily. He started to ask for permission. But then the girl suddenly woke up. Sweat trickled down her face. Lin Huang realized that it was a dream. She immediately jumped up on the bed with a nightmarish scream on her lips, and thought about the fact that she had had some kind of horrible dream. Schwang Yun, who hates females, wanted to spend the night with her. I mean, it just can't be. It's just a dream. Lin Huang immediately looked at the fire and saw Schwang Yun's charred kebab in front of her. Remembering yesterday's conversation, the girl immediately became alarmed. In the conversation, he had asked her to come with him, holding out his hand to her. Lin Huang lowered her head down a bit saddened. She thought that it was probably because of his words that she had such a dream. And the blizzard outside kept howling and howling. The snow kept falling. The weather was very cruel and gloomy. Lin Huang kept yawning the entire time. Mu Xiang stood beside her. She noticed that the girl was sleepy today. Lin Huang replied that she had a very bad dream. She had a very strange dream with Schwang Yun. How could one sleep peacefully at such a moment? Mu Xiang wondered if Schwang Yun had been too rough yesterday. The girl's eyes immediately bulged. Mu Xiang asked her to tell her what he was like at night. Lin Huan told the girl not to talk nonsense. After all, she had nothing with him. Mushin was very surprised by this. How could it be like this? Schwang Yun likes her so much after all. Lin Huan was shocked and exclaimed how it was that Schwang Yun liked her. Muxiang inquired, and truthfully, she didn't know about it. If she didn't like her, then why would they become partners? Lin Huang asked if he didn't hate females. Muxiang asked the girl to think back to how he treated Li Wei, and have her remember how he treats her. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Huang realized that it was indeed quite different, even though it was impossible to agree with Schwang Yun. But he did agree to help her with her request after all. Muxiang asked her why she was slowing down. Schwang Yun is so cool. She would have jumped him long ago if she could. The girl immediately recoiled from her, surprised at her words. After all, she couldn't even with Bai Di. Muxiang noticed that she had a complete change in her face. Lin Huang asked her if she was in pain at times like this. Afterwards, she caught herself wondering what she was thinking about, decided that her thoughts were very shameful. In contrast, Muxiang replied that she liked it very much. But according to Lin Huang, she is just small and the difference between the two is too big. She once heard that's why it can be painful. Yet there is a way to minimize the pain. There is a special fruit called yuan, the consumption of which can help. Lin Huan listened to the girl attentively, after which she asked what kind of fruit it was. When Muxiang told her about the fruit, the girl remembered that Baidi's basement just happens to have this yuan fruit lying around. When Baidi gave her this fruit, her body's well-being improved greatly. The girl didn't think that the yuan fruit had such magical abilities. She visualized those fruits in front of her. Just then, Lin Huan heard Schwang Yun's voice. He asked her to come out soon. Lin Huang decided that she was very worried about getting caught. Opening the door, the girl inquired what he wanted. Looking at her, the boy asked her not to be so shy. She didn't understand what he meant. Schwang Yun asked her not to be so shy, and me why rush into the night, and added that he had something for her. Lin Huang exclaimed that she wouldn't spend the night with him. I called him a daffodil. The girl asked to tell sooner what happened there. Schwang Yun explained that Li Wei was pregnant. Lin Huang asked why he was telling her that. Could it really be his child? Schwang Yun asked the girl not to talk nonsense. He had nothing to do with it. The boy held his hand to his head and mumbled that he had originally planned to keep her in the dungeon until the snow melted, but she had turned out to be pregnant. Lanju asked him to let her go because if anything happened to the pregnant female, their tribe would be in big trouble. The kid approached the girl and said that Lin Huang was the one who was hurt in this situation, so it's up to her. But if she wants him to, he'll kill her for her. Lin Huang became very worried. She wondered if he would be punished for killing a pregnant female. Schwang Yun exclaimed that he didn't care about that. He would just stop being the head, take her, and they would leave this place. Lin Huang asked her not to do that. She said that this girl should be let go. After all, the child had done nothing wrong. Schwang Yun asked if she wanted to let Li Wei go just because she wanted to protect him. The kid mumbled that he liked her so much and cared about his feelings that he was very touched by it. She couldn't understand why he was so narcissistic. Looking into the girl's eyes, he mouthed her name. Schwang Yun moved closer to her and pulled the girl against him. He closed his eyes. She pushed him away again. The boy explained that he was leaving and asked her to stay home and wait for his return. Meanwhile, he was already approaching the dungeon. There was a huge grated door in front of him. Li Wei was in this dungeon next to her males. She saw Schwang Yun. They all turned in his direction. The boy gave the command for his man to let the beastman go free. Li Wei was very surprised that Schwang Yun was going to let her go, and wondered what kind of duplicity he had. I wondered if deep down he cared for her. The boy couldn't believe his ears. Something she thought of herself. The girl noticed that Schwang Yun had gone evolutionary. She saw his tattoo on his shoulder. Taking the boy's hand, Li Wei exclaimed, "This is really great. Their baby is going to be awesome. She would help him raise the strongest baby. She is the most resilient daughter of the chief, and no one is better suited for this role than her." Schwang Yun became extremely nervous. Li Wei exclaimed that she would give him much more than this wild female. The kid's eyes lit up with an evil light. He asked to let go of his hand. Schwang Yun could no longer endure the words of this insolent girl. Here he grabbed her throat with his hand, and said that she should be grateful to Lin Huang. She was the one who asked to be let go because of her pregnancy. One more time she said something like that, and she would be a corpse. Li Wei blushed with pain and fear. The male stood behind Schwang Yun. They asked him to let her go soon since she was pregnant. Then the girl felt sick and fell right on top of her males. They immediately picked her up. Schwang Yun turned around and headed for the exit. He asked the males to take care of her so that she wouldn't appear in front of him again or he would kill her. Li Wei exclaimed that Schwang Yun had humiliated her beyond belief, and his wild female. She exclaimed that she wouldn't forgive them for this. Meanwhile, outside, the wicked cold blizzard never ceased to forget. Already, he had headed to the cave to see Lin Huang and Bai Di. The food on the fire was already gurgling fragrantly. She was working up an appetite. While the girl was eating, Bai Di kept glancing at her. Once again, he looked at Lin Huang and wondered if she was full. Tilting her head down, the girl replied that she was full. She thought about what she should tell Bai Di. If one has to choose a partner, that's who she wants to be with. That's what the girl thought, sitting with a plate in her hands. Meanwhile, Bai Di had already eaten and was getting up as well. He told the girl that he would go to bed, but Lin Huang grabbed his hand and asked him to wait. He didn't expect this gesture from her. Immediately, he looked up with surprise in his eyes. He wondered why the girl was detaining him. Lin Huang stood up slightly and looking at him with her big eyes, she asked if he would stay tonight. Bai Di was surprised beyond belief. It seemed like he didn't know what to say to the girl. She sat in front of him holding his hand. He stood with the bowl in his hands, not believing his ears. Schwang Yun, when he heard what the girl offered him, immediately exclaimed, "Is she really offering him to stay?" He wondered if the girl wanted to spend the night with Bai Di and have a baby with him. Lin Huang was very frightened when the kids spoke of this. Nado was very confused. Bai Di explained to the girl that he was very happy. His heart was pounding very loud and hard. Schwang Yun was completely sweating with worry. His face was covered with sweat and a red blush. Lin Huang continued to hold Bai Di's hand. Schwang Yun stood up and headed for the exit. Bai Di told the girl that everything was fine. He assured her that the kid would go back to his place. Bai Di approached Lin Huang and asked her if she was sure of her decision. She was not afraid. Lin Huang replied to the kid that she is not afraid of him. What she is most afraid of is pain. Bai Di mumbled that he was wrong then. He then hugged the girl and pulled her close to him. Lin Huang asked the kid to wait for a while. Pushing him away, she walked for some reason. Lin Huang brought out a bag of yuan fruit. She took out some fruits from the bag and explained to the kid that Mushin had told her as if this fruit would ease her pain. Bai Di hesitated and lowered his gaze. He mouthed the girl's name out loud. Putting his arms around her, he asked her not to force herself. Even if she became his partner forever, he would always love her. Lin Huang thought about the fact that she wanted to be loved very badly. She has received too little love in her life. She can feel how well Bai Di treats her, though. So she cherishes him very much and doesn't want to lose him. She approached the boy and asked him if he loved her. Bai Di, looking into the girl's eyes, exclaimed that Lin Huang was the most precious thing he had in his life. He immediately nestled his mouth against the girl's, pulling her close to him. She too pressed her body against the boy's. They merged in a passionate kiss. Bai Di put the girl on the bed and moved closer to her. The kid asked her if it suddenly hurt, that she should tell him so. And then he would stop at once. The girl agreed. Her face was flushed red, so the kid started taking off her clothes. Then he threw the clothes on the floor. Bai Di picked up the fruit that Lin Huang had brought him. His heart was beating very fast. Looking at the girl, he brought the fruit closer to her. The juice of the fruit ran down his hand. The girl felt her body become very hot. It was like it was waiting for something. She was very self-conscious. The boy wouldn't stop repeating her name. He came closer and closer to her. The girl covered her face with her hands. She thought about how she was very embarrassed, and asked Bai Di not to look at her. He had already come quite close to her. Lin Huang looked into his eyes and sighed. She had a sudden change in her face. It was like something had happened, only she couldn't figure out what. The girl asked the kid to wait a bit and pushed him aside. There was some familiar feeling in her soul. She stood up a little, covering herself with her pelt. Looking at the hide underneath, she saw blood. Lin Huang had started her period. What a bad time this all was. When Bai Di saw the blood, he realized that he had hurt her again, and he wanted to say he was sorry for it. Lin Huang exclaimed that it wasn't his fault at all. It was her period again. How ashamed she was that her period had interrupted everything. Meanwhile, Schwang Yun was outside. He clenched his teeth into the blanket and thought about how he also wanted to spend the night with Lin Huang. How angry he was at this moment. And so the next day came. The blizzard never stopped. The snow was flying like that, covering everything around. Muxiang suddenly laughed and told Lin Huang that she had a very strange body. Critical days appear at the most unnecessary time. The girl asked her to shut up. It's a good thing her system has pads, otherwise she doesn't know how to go on living. Muxiang threw a worried glance at the girl. She mumbled that Lin Huang was very pale and tired. This was no longer funny at all. Lin Huang couldn't understand why her pain was so strong this time, much stronger than last time. Just then, Bai Di appeared on the doorstep. He was holding a bowl of fruit in his hands. He told Lin Huang that these fruits were blood-forming fruits. He asked the girl to eat them. Meanwhile, Schwang Yun had already dragged the healer to their cave and asked him to examine Lin Huang immediately. He asked her not to worry too much because everything would be fine. Muxiang noticed that Bai Di and Schwang Yun seemed to be very worried about Lin Huang. Lanzu realized that she had been running around outside in the cold and frost before. Now that menstruation had arrived, her body was giving her such fruits. The healer explained that her pain could be cured, but she would have to be patient for a while. The girl had a bad feeling about it. The man handed her a bowl of some kind of medicine. He explained that drinking it would make her feel better. She really disliked the color and smell of this liquid. Lin Huang exclaimed that she wouldn't drink it, but Bai Di and Schwang Yun shouted at once for her to drink the medicine quickly. They both brought the bowl of liquid over to her. The girl thought about the fact that she was finally done drinking it. It had been very hard for her to do that. Schwang Yun moved closer to her and covered her with a blanket. He asked the girl to rest well and move less. The boy said they'd take care of her. The girl wondered why he was looking at her like that. Schwang Yun explained that it wasn't exactly what she thought. Lin Huang noticed that his ears were reddening. Sometimes he annoys her, but sometimes he's really cute. Schwang Yun replied that only females and their cubs were cute. Bai Di came over to the girl and put his hand on Lin Huang's head. He said that while he was boiling water, Schwang Yun would stay by her side. The girl immediately agreed. Tears accumulated in her eyes. She looked at him with a very sweet look, and thought about the fact that in an unfamiliar world she wasn't so afraid to experience hardship and danger. Of course, if Bai Di and Schwang Yun are by her side. With these thoughts, the girl tried to rest. 7 days later, my period was over. This side of the Rocky Mountain has the most sunlight. Bai Di and Schwang Yun let her go outside the cave and bask in the sun. This is the favorite place for females in the cold winter. Lin Huang was very happy to be able to go outside. She stepped out into the sunshine and was warm in an instant. The sun was so warm. Mushin approached her and asked her to say thank you to her males who took such good care of her. After all, males have to worry about their females. She showed an example that she had just gotten pregnant and they were not leaving her side. Lin Huang was surprised that Muxiang was also pregnant, even though her tummy was completely flat. She became very curious. The girl exclaimed that she was looking forward to the birth of their baby boy. I wonder what her cub will look like. Will it be a small animal? Li Wei appeared on the doorstep. Muxiang exclaimed that she wasn't welcome here at all. The girl explained, putting her hand on her hip, that she was pregnant and the son was very much needed. Li Wei turned to Lin Huang. She had heard that she had a partner. She wondered why she hadn't gotten pregnant yet. I wonder if there's something wrong with her health, or maybe she can't have children. Lin Huang didn't know what to reply to the girl, but she blushed slightly after her words. Lin Huang decided not to answer anything. The girl then became even more angry and asked how dare she ignore her. When Lin Huang turned away from her, she came up behind her and grabbed her shoulder. She exclaimed that she was talking to her, and wondered if she could hear her at all. Li Wei started pulling her hair and pushed her away and fell down herself. The girl cried out that she was hurt and asked not to be touched. Li Wei decided that her chance had come. She fell to the floor and started screaming that her stomach hurt a lot. She began to blame Lin Huang for everything. She asked why she did that to her. Muxiang immediately rose to the girl's defense. She exclaimed that it was all nonsense and Lin Huang didn't push her. Li Wei started shouting that Lin Huang wanted to kill both her and her cub. She defiantly took everyone else with a look in her eyes. The girl exclaimed that if she couldn't give birth herself, she would kill someone else's cub. Lin Huang was frightened and dumbfounded by this statement. Li Wei looked at her with an angry look and said that if she lost him, she would never forgive him. After which the girl rose to her feet. She continued to play comedy. The girl pretended to be a sufferer and a victim. She called Lin Huang an evil wild female. She got as close to her as she could and started pushing her chest with her hand. The girl staggered. Li Wei roughly pushed her and Lin Huang slipped and began to fall to the floor. She screamed. Muxiang was very worried about the girl. She didn't have time to run up to her. Lin Huang began to fall down. But the worst part was that there was a void behind her. The girl was standing on the very edge of the cliff. When she started to fall, you realized that she was falling into the cliff. At this time, Bai Di felt something in his heart. His gaze changed. The kid was very much frightened and immediately thought of Lin Huang. He exclaimed her name out loud. He said the girl's name several times. She was already flying down a deep and very high cliff. Schwang Yun came to the edge of the cliff. Muxiang barely stopped him. She explained that if he jumped down, he would break. The girl told him not to be foolish. They were on a cliff. The system began to warn the girl that the host's life was in danger. The system started to run a protection program. And then the space transfer was launched. Turns out the subject was capable of doing just that. The girl's life was really in danger. If not for the system, she would have crashed to her death. Space transfer was successful. The system alerted the girl. The blizzard outside continued to howl. The snow kept falling. The strong cold wind was hitting the branches of the trees. Lin Huang came to her senses and opened her eyes. She was very cold. The girl remembered that she had fallen off a cliff and fell right into the cold, wet snow. Lin Huang was shocked. After she recovered her senses, the girl thought about the fact that she had fallen off a cliff and didn't have a single abrasion. She appeared unharmed and unharmed. Taking her hand to her heart, Lin Huang decided that her system was very powerful. Only she couldn't figure out where she was. What was this strange place around her? The girl looked in front of her and saw a rocky mountain. That's where the Rocky Mountain was. Apparently, in order to save her, the system threw her far away from where she fell. Lin Huang realized that the journey home was going to be very long. She took a step forward in the crunchy, wet snow. The girl thought about the fact that she had to hurry back soon. Otherwise, Bai Di and Schwang Yun would be very worried about her. Lin Huang noticed that the sun was already setting, and the Rocky Mountain was still so far away. She wrapped herself in the hide of a wild boar and thought of giving birth at night very dangerous. A place to sleep must be found. The blizzard was getting worse and worse. It was getting much colder than it had been during the day. Lin Huang found some kind of cave and went into it. She thought to herself that it was good to have a cave. But it's so cold and she was hungry. She should rest and leave tomorrow morning. She saw before her some sort of torch, a book, some fruit, and a large bone knife. If she had known it would turn out this way, she would have taken a couple more pieces of meat with her. Looking out of the cave, the girl decided to find some firewood first. She just needed to get warm. She peered through the gap in the cave, looking out into the distance. The girl was very worried and afraid, but she had to survive somehow. Leaning out of the cave, Lin Huang noticed that there was someone up ahead. She immediately jumped outside and ran towards the man lying down. There was some guy lying unconscious in front of her. She asked if he was okay, asked the kid to get up. When the girl got closer to him, she saw he was bleeding. The kid was wounded. Looking at him, she thought about the fact that if she left him here alone, he would surely die of cold. The girl began to lift him using all her strength. She felt that it was so big that she couldn't carry it. Lin Huang found another. She took him by his feet and started dragging him through the wet snow. There were bloody footprints behind him. The girl dragged him through the wicked blizzard. When she brought it into the cave, she made more of a fire. It crackled and heated everything around it. Lin Huang began to stare at this kid. She sat by the fire and looked at him. The girl noticed that this guy was very handsome, and she wondered who he was, if he was a beastman too. She walked closer to him and saw that his clothes were not like those of the beastmen. The fabric was not the same as that worn by the beastmen of the Rocky Mountain. He is from a place where the standard of living is much higher. You can see it not only in the fabric, but also in the gemstones. The girl wondered where it could be, what kind of place or town it was. She was slowly drifting off to sleep. After all, she had been through so much. It was getting warm in the cave. The girl began to close her eyes. Meanwhile, the boy woke up. He began to think about where he was. The guy pried his eyes open and thought about what could have been with that guy following him. Turning his head toward the campfire, he noticed a girl lying on a rock by it. When he saw the female, he was very surprised. Most of all, he was surprised at the burning fire. And I wondered how there could be a fire in here. And the fire crackled to itself, warming the cave. Looking under his clothes, the boy noticed that his wound was bandaged. He realized the female had done it. The boy thought about it, and he decided it seemed to be the little female that had saved him and started the fire. The girl continued to sleep. He thought about the fact that she must be from faraway lands where low-class tribes are found. It is a female alone in the mountains on a winter night, and yet she can make a fire. He wondered what had happened. Surely this girl here must not have a better life. If you look closely, you can see how cute she is. She's really pretty. He had never seen such beautiful females before. The boy came closer. When he approached her, Lin Huang woke up. She recoiled from the boy and exclaimed. The guy approached her, looked her straight in the eye, and asked if she had saved him. Then he thanked her. Lin Huang mumbled that he shouldn't move. After all, she had just dressed his wound. If he moved, she would tear again. The boy turned to her and asked if she was a healer. The girl replied that not at all. She is usually a female. Lin Huang noticed that his eyes were so filled with coldness and terror. The boy exclaimed that his name was Sang Ye and inquired about her name. The girl replied that her name was Lin Huan Huan, but he could just call her Huang Huan Huan. He noticed that she had a beautiful name. Lin Huang seemed to melt after hearing his words. She thought about the fact that he was very charming calling her by her name. Rano-sane was deep, and it looked like he had been stabbed with a sharp knife. Who was trying so hard to hurt him? She was very curious. He looked so cold that the girl didn't even dare to ask him about it. She stood opposite him in thought, but she never said a word. The boy looked at her sternly, wondering how in the world it turned out to be a small, beautiful female. In winter, all beastmen try to stay out of the cliffs, and she was out here all alone. And there was a rocky mountain in front of us. The blizzard continued to howl, threatening us with cold and evil frost. One of Musiang's partners, meanwhile, stood in front of Bai Di, blocking his path. The kid asked him to step back immediately, since he needed to find Lin Huang. The male explained to Bai Di that the girl had fallen from such a height, she simply couldn't have survived. If he came down now, he would only find her corpse. There's not even a trace of Lin Huang, but the medicine man found something under the rock. Schwang Yun in turn felt the girl's heartbeat. He asked her to tell him if she was dead or still alive. And so the next day came. The snowstorm had stopped, but the snow was cold on the branches of the trees. Lin Huang thought about her tummy rumbling very badly. The girl was very hungry. Sang Ye told the girl that the snowstorm outside had subsided and he would go look for meat. Lin Huang replied that he shouldn't move. His body still hadn't recovered. Here, the kid started to take off his cloak. He showed her the wound. He said, "Your body has already recovered and your wound has healed." The girl was very much surprised. After all, the wound had healed in just one night. That's a lot of regeneration. Sang Ye explained to Lin Huang that he would go look for meat for them, and he asked her to sit here and not come out. The girl exclaimed that she wanted to get home. Her eyes glistened with excitement. The boy looked back at her with a stern look. He didn't hear, so he asked her again what she had just said. When she saw his stern look, the girl changed her mind and said nothing. She wondered if he was cold in such a thin outfit. Sang Ye started to head toward the cave exit. Lin Huang thought about the fact that the kid had left, and it looked like one might not see him anytime soon. But she has no time to wait for him. Bai Di and Schwang Yun are worried about her. The girl decides that she definitely needs to hurry up. She'd leave a note for Sang Ye, but she doesn't have a pen or paper. He wouldn't understand her notes. They're all like primitives. Lin Huang noticed a small bush with fruit in front of her. She thought that it was probably safe to eat them. She plucked one of them and began to taste it. But the taste of the fruit was very disgusting. She changed her mind about eating that fruit. Well, her tummy was rumbling a lot. The girl was very hungry. She thought about the fact that Bai Di and Schwang Yun were probably eating meat right now. The girl walked forward, trudging through the winter cold. There hadn't been a blizzard until now. Well, it was snowing again. She was very cold. Lin Huang realized that she never found the path. She was very tired and hungry. The girl walked for a long time until she began to freeze. She fell on the snow being very hungry and cold. When the girl fell down, someone's feet were in front of her. They asked her what she was doing here. It was Sang Ye. He was standing in front of her, looking sternly into her eyes. The blizzard began to howl harder and harder. Lin Huang looked at him in response, trembled. She exclaimed, "It really wants to go home." The boy asked where her house was. Lin Huang replied that she lived on the other side of the Rocky Mountain. Then the boy asked her to go with him. He couldn't leave her alone in the cold. He picked her up in his arms. Lin Huang asked if he would really carry her home. She explained that she really wanted to go back and asked him to help her. The girl said that the partners were waiting for her to go home. When Sang Ye first saw her, he smelled the scent of 2 beastmen. They must be her partners. The kid asked if they had a fusion. Lin Huang replied that they hadn't, and thought, why would he dare to ask her such a question? Sang Ye began to explain to the girl that if nothing happened between them, then it wasn't a real relationship. Therefore, she could safely go with him. Lin Huang became worried and asked him to wait. She looked at the boy with a worried look. But he carried her in his arms, striving for somewhere forward through the winter cold. The blizzard continued to howl, giving no one any hope of survival. Sang Ye brought the girl into the cave. He started a fire and roasted meat on the fire. He fried the meat and handed it to the girl. He asked her if she was hungry. He asked her to eat quickly. Lin Huang noticed that this guy wasn't afraid of fire. His settlement must be very advanced. The girl noticed that his hand was burned. She asked if he was in pain, but Sang Ye replied that it didn't hurt. He started eating raw meat. Lin Huang asked him why he didn't eat fried meat. The boy explained that he didn't like anything fried at all. She said that he had just roasted meat. The guy replied that he was frying it because that's what she eats. The girl decided that Sang Ye looked cold on the outside, but he wasn't like that at all on the inside. Apparently, he just doesn't know how to express his emotions. Lin Huang went somewhere to the side. The boy wondered what she was doing. The girl walked over to the pile of ice. Taking an ice cube into her mouth, she thought about the fact that she needed to cool down with an ice cube after such hot meat. The girl swallowed a piece of ice. The boy was trying to figure out what she was doing. Lin Huang wondered why he was looking at her like that. She asked him if he wanted to try a piece of ice. Sang Ye replied to the girl that he doesn't like cold things. She remarked that he didn't like hot and cold things. Then what else did he dislike? The girl concluded that this kid was some kind of eccentric. He looked at her in silence. Lin Huang leaned against a large stone by the fire after eating. The blizzard continued to howl. To the howling of the snowstorm, the girl began to fall asleep, but she was very cold and began to shiver. The boy, looking at the girl, realized, while she was being blown hard by the wind from the entrance. He got up and headed somewhere forward. It was cold in the cave, even by the hot fire. Sang Ye began to take off his cloak. He moved closer to the girl and took a breath. When the kid took off his cape, his human skin turned to snake scales. The boy began to turn into a huge, powerful serpent. Curled up in a ball, he began to hiss. The serpent was very huge. Some strange, unusual energy was emanating from it. He carefully crawled up to the girl and began to wrap his arms around her. He wrapped himself around it, covering the entrance to the cave. He sealed the entire entrance to keep the wind out of the cave. When the wind failed to penetrate the cave, only then did the girl calm down a bit. The huge serpent watched her, making hissing noises. The winter was turning even colder. The frost was getting harder and harder. Lin Huang woke up in the morning and, rubbing her eyes, thought about how she was very warm last night. The girl saw a huge snake in front of her and was very frightened. She started screaming. Lin Huang quickly got to her feet and asked for help. Jumping up, she ran towards the exit. But the serpent immediately circled her and mumbled that he was not going to eat her for lunch. When the girl heard the voice, it was very surprising, and began to calm down little by little. This snake has a black and purple gemstone on its forehead. She realized it was Sang Ye. Lin Huang thought about the fact that in this world it's either a tiger, a wolf, or a snake. Snakes are one of the animals Ne is afraid of, after mice, of course. She didn't think he was such a beautiful snake. Don't snakes hibernate? The kid explained that if he was reincarnating from an animal, it didn't make sense. She wondered if he could revert back to human form. It's just that a giant snake looks very intimidating. Sang Ye asked if she thought he was ugly. Females don't really like pythons in general. This female is probably just like all the others. He asked her not to be afraid of him. How could she not be afraid when she was looking at such a giant? The boy sensed that the little female was trembling and worried. He asked her not to be afraid, as he would not hurt her. Lin Huan noticed that Sang Ye had a kind of sad voice. The girl realized that he was probably worried that she was afraid of him. Lin Huang decided to touch it in order not to be afraid. This was the first time she had ever touched a python. The girl thought about how it wasn't scary at all. The boy noticed that unlike the other females, she was not afraid of him. And he was glad of it. He wished he could spend the night with her, that she belonged to him alone, and no one would dare take her away from him. Sang Ye told Lin Huang that he was going hunting and asked her not to worry, as he would not leave her alone. The boy took the girl on his back and asked her to hold on to him as tightly as she could. The girl found herself riding a huge snake, and so the two of them crawled together to hunt. She wondered if the python machine was stable enough. After all, it was smooth and slippery. Lin Huang, as they crawled up to the huge rock, inquired what had happened. The huge serpent left the girl on a high tree branch and crawled after its prey. He extended his muzzle to the stone and began to approach his victim. He hissed softly, after which the huge serpent waved its tail, hitting the ice with all its might. A large hair appeared in his tail. He curled him up in his arms. Lin Huang watched all of this. This was the first time she had seen hunting like this. The hares were all hibernating and were buried alive. There was no blood in this kind of beast killing. The boy told the girl that they had to go back, and so they were already crawling into the cave. Sang Ye delivered her safely to the site, and with the loot too. When they crawled into the cave, the kid immediately transformed into a human. He stood in front of the girl completely naked. She started to get angry. Why didn't he get dressed before transforming? Lin Huang covered her face with her hands. The boy wondered, looking at her, if she didn't like his body. The girl said that liking it or not liking it is no reason to get naked in front of a female. Does he know the rules of propriety between a female and a male? Sang Ye replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Ling Huan thought that there was probably no such thing in this world. She couldn't get used to the rampant beastmen. They were truly wild and unpredictable. The system sounded again to the girl's ears. The system announced that the cold winter task had been completed. The new task was to collect 333 plant seeds. Hint: the record's ancient animals and plants contain information about various plant seeds, may be referred to for reference. Fuji grapefruit contains starch. After drying, it can be pulverized to make flour. Getting flour, after all, is a very good thing. The girl thought about making dumplings and various flatbreads. The Fuji vine is tenacious and can grow as long as the roots are in the soil and get enough sunlight. Lin Huang thought about having to wait for spring in order to plant the seeds. Meanwhile, Sang Ye was cooking a rabbit on the fire. He roasted the meat for the girl, and he asked her to sit down to eat. When she saw the fried rabbit, she was very happy and thanked him. Lin Huang noticed that his hand was burned again. It was red from the burn. The girl explained to the guy that next time she would roast the meat herself. She doesn't want him to burn his hand again. The kid noticed that the girl was clearly worried about him. Lin Huang did not deny it. She honestly replied that she was really worried about him. Sanny looks very cold, but it's actually very good. The girl thought that she would like to be his friend. Suddenly the boy approached her. He asked Lin Huang if she wanted to spend the night with him. Sang Ye asked the girl to be his partner, and then he would take care of her. Lin Huang replied that she already had partners. The kid mumbled that they hadn't even spent the night, so it wasn't a real partnership. She exclaimed, "How does one even understand all this?" The girl blushed with anger. She explained that she loves them, and it means a true partnership to her. The boy was very surprised by her words. He decided to clarify whether she really loved them. Lin Huan exclaimed that she did. Sang Ye approached her and asked her if she loved him. The girl explained that he was like a friend. It's not the same sympathy as between a man and a woman. Sang Ye said that he didn't need friendship. Lin Huang exclaimed that she couldn't have too many, she only wanted one for a partner and for life. Sung Yi suggested that the three of them fight a duel. The one who wins would become her partner, and whoever loses would leave her. Lin Huang asked how love could be decided in a duel. The kid asked not to force him. The girl noticed that Sang Ye's eyes were filled with anger. If she's still against it, or else he has to absorb her to keep them together. Lin Huang exclaimed that there were so many females on the Rocky Mountain. He could choose a suitable mate there, not necessarily her. But Sang Ye replied, looking her straight in the eyes, that she was the one he wanted. He's in love with her. Lin Huang asked if he thought he was making a mistake. They've only known each other for 3 days, and he's already confessing his love. Sang Ye was firmly convinced that he loved her. He likes her so much that he just wants to be near her and not let her go anywhere. He has seen many females and never thought about partnering with them. But when he sees her, that's all he thinks about. Lin Huang mumbled that she is not a beauty. She is weak and doesn't have any ability. How can he like her? The guy replied that she was very beautiful. She is the most beautiful female he has ever seen. In her 20s, this was the first time she had been told she was beautiful. The girl thanked the boy. He moved closer to her and touched Lin Huang's cheek with his snake tongue. She felt like this guy had just licked her, and she grabbed her cheek. The kid asked the girl why she wasn't giving him a chance. He was too close to her and his breath hit the girl's nose. Lin Huang mumbled that he was very good and deserved a good female by his side. Sang Ye replied, looking at the girl, that he was not at all what she thought he was. If she rejects him again, he fears he will not vouch for himself. Lin Huang was startled. Droplets of sweat ran down her face. After all, she didn't know what to expect from this guy. Approaching her, he asked if they had come to an agreement. He gave the girl 10 days. He told her that if she fell in love with him, they'd become partners. And if she didn't, he would let her go home. Lin Huang thought about how this was a waste of time, but in Sang Ye's company, she could safely return home. After listening to the kid, she decided to agree to his terms after all. He smiled sweetly back at her. Sang Ye was glad that she had given him a chance after all. The boy suddenly nestled against her lips. The girl hadn't expected that. He exclaimed that this was where they would end up. Lin Huang asked fearfully what he was doing. He has no right to do anything to her without her permission. Not even her mouth. The boy looked into her eyes and agreed with the girl. He thought about the fact that little by little, starting with a kiss, the female would lower her defenses. Meanwhile, the blizzard outside continued to howl. There was a rocky mountain in front of us. Bai Di told everyone else that he felt that Huan Huan was alive. The boy turned to his companions and exclaimed that if she died, he would die with her. The beast folk handed Bai Di some sort of flask. He asked the kid to take it. It would help warm his body in this dreadful cold. Only he asked him not to overdo it. The boy thanked him and went on his way. He began to climb up the high cliff. Bai Di felt that Lin Huang was still alive. He asked her to wait for him. Meanwhile, Li Wei was in the dungeon. She was crying out for help. After all, it had been 2 days, then the female had fallen off the cliff, and she was here. And no one even brought her water or food. They can't do that to her. She's a female, and she's pregnant. If something happened to her, her tribe would never forgive them. Li Wei noticed that someone had brought her some water. She saw Schwang Yun in front of her. The girl was very excited and asked him to let her out soon. She explained to the kid that she was very hungry. But Schwang Yun was very serious. His eyes glowed with anger. He exclaimed that he had come to avenge Lin Huang. The boy asked the girl how she wanted to die. Li Wei exclaimed that she had nothing to do with Lin Huang's death. She went off the cliff by herself and she's probably dead by now. Schwang Yun said that she was the one who should have been in her place. Li Wei said that he couldn't kill her because of the agreement between the clans. She's also pregnant. No matter what crime the female had committed, she couldn't be punished. Schwang Yun replied that all the rules were about beastmen. As for the actual wolves, Li Wei started shouting, wondering what he was up to. Schwang Yun gave the command to pull her out and dump her in the forest under a rocky mountain. Li Wei exclaimed that it's freezing and blizzarding out there right now, and if she leaves the clan, she doesn't know what the hungry forest wolves might do to her. She begged the kid, don't you dare do that to her. But the girl had already been thrown out into the cold winter cold. Li Wei asked to stop dragging her. Schwang Yun's comrades dragged the girl outside and threw her into a snowdrift. She screamed after them and begged them not to leave her here alone. The girl asked Schwang Yun to save her, not to leave her alone in the bitter cold. Li Wei heard a sound and perked up her ears. It was the roar of a beast. The wolves were already approaching her. One of them exclaimed that the female looked very appetizing. The girl was very frightened and started screaming. She asked them to go away. Li Wei tried to rise to her feet. She made a dash forward. Schwang Yun heard what was happening downstairs, but he was completely indifferent. He asked his men to come in the morning and look around the place, if there were any bones left, to collect them. The healer turned to the boy. He looked at him sternly. The man noticed that the kid had become very cold after Lin Huang had fallen off the cliff. If she's only alive, well, that's unlikely. The next day came. Blizzard forgot more and more. One of the wolves mumbled that the clan head was very cruel, just leaving Li Wei outside. But she is so pretty, and the little female is very cute. And to lose his life like this, if he were the head of the clan, he wouldn't be able to bear it either. They approached some kind of body. The torn clothes were similar to Li Wei's. They decided to take her and get out of there. Just like that, the number one beauty was suddenly in a body bag. Meanwhile, Ya Chu was sitting in the cave. He was very angry, and talked about how the Rocky Mountain tribe hadn't given them food in a long time. Had they really decided to starve them to death? The healer said that it was very frosty and full of snow outside. They cannot go out hunting, so they can eat the dry food they brought from their tribe. Just then, Ya Chu saw a beastmaster with some kind of bag in his hands. He asked if it was meat, and I wanted to trade with him. The boy immediately agreed, and the witch doctor asked him what he was carrying. Ya Chu offered the guy water that isn't afraid of the cold, and he will give him the meat. The guy immediately agreed, but explained, "There are only bones and meat here. Is he sure about it?" Ya Chu said yes. He began to tear the meat with his teeth and exclaimed that it was very tasty. Even though it is not much, it is very tasty. The boy began to offer the meat to the witch doctor. He also exclaimed that the meat was delicious. You have to taste it well. The blizzard continued with a vengeance. It was hard to see through the snow. With Sang Ye's help, Lin Huang began to collect seeds in the forest. After working hard for a week, 278 seeds were collected. 22 more to go before the task is complete. The snake next to the girl began to hiss. Then it spat something out of its mouth. It was a crunchy fruit, just delicious to me, but also had a hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effect, which is a rare cure for injuries. Lin Huang took the crunchy fruit and exclaimed that it was just great. The girl looked at the fruit and realized she needed its seeds. The girl's eyes widened. She looked at the snake. Lin Huang realized that he wanted her to stroke his head and praise him. The girl reached out to him and asked him why he was so needy. More like not a snake, but a large, affectionate dog. The guy thought about how Lin Huang's hand was very delicate. He liked her more and more. Bai Di was wading through the bitter cold and came across some animal tracks. Huan Huan is sitting on the ground counting seeds. She says she needs 10 more seeds and coughs incessantly. Sang Ye asks her if she's okay and why she's coughing. She tells him that she's fine and was probably blown away by the cold wind. She touches her forehead and feels that it is very hot. She thinks about the fact that she has been running in the cold all day. He asks her to sleep and says he will call her when the meat is cooked. She agrees and goes to bed. The meat is cooked and he sees that she does not wake up and through her sleep says she has a headache. He quickly approaches her and realizes that she has a high fever and is sick. He is going to lower the temperature and thinks that the snow and ice will wet Huan Huan's clothes. He thinks about the fact that his body temperature is low and he will be able to bring her temperature down. He unzips his clothes and presses them against his body. She says through her sleep that she is very comfortable, but abruptly starts coughing very badly. He makes an abrupt decision. He decides that if her cough is so bad, he should give her some water and takes the crystal. He tries to get her drunk in an unusual way and asks her not to die. He is confident that he can save her. Huan Huan wakes up abruptly and starts coughing really hard. Sang Ye hugs her and asks what's wrong. She starts coughing up blood and he thinks she's dying. He's worried about her because he would like to be with her and he doesn't want to lose her. Huan feels a very burning pain in her lungs and thinks it is pneumonia caused by a cold. She thinks that in this era, pneumonia could kill her. She thinks about what she should do with the medicine and remembers a crunchy fruit that has anti-inflammatory and styptic properties. Sang Ye sees her eating the fruit and Huan feels that the pain in her lungs has actually decreased. He realizes that she has stopped coughing and she tells him that it was the crunchy fruit that relieved her pain and asks him to find her some more of that kind of fruit. He asks her to wait and says he will help her. He turns into a snake and thinks about the fact that there was a big snowstorm during the night and snowed everything again and it's so much harder to search. He remembers passing by the tribe when he was being chased and thinks about how they might be able to help him. He breaks into the hut of the head of the boar tribe and says he has crystal coins and wants to buy crispy fruit with them. The head tells him that they don't have enough food and so they can't agree to this exchange. San tells him that you can't get enough of crunchy fruit and he can bring them hare meat in return for them. The head disagrees with him and says he's trying to trick him. He says there will be no food exchange. This angers Sang Ye and he thinks that he was left with no choice. He turns into a snake and attacks the head. The boars see this and it pisses them off. They say they have to kill the snake that ate the head. San thinks of the crunchy fruit where they keep all their food. The boars see him crawling toward the cave where all their supplies are kept. He crawls into the cave and sees a basket of crunchy fruit. He grabs it and heads back to Huan. The boars try to attack the snake, but they don't succeed with their spears. They try to burn him with fire, and he only worries about keeping the fruit from burning. He quickly crawls away from them, and the boars see this. They say they should grab him sooner rather than later. San is crawling covered in blood and thinking about how he can't stop. He's going to save Huan, and the boars are following him. He returns to the cave and says he brought crunchy fruit and sees her unconscious. He is going to feed her again in an unusual way, and tells her that she must be strong. San looks at her and sees that her coughing has stopped. He thinks the crunchy fruit worked after all. She wakes up and sees him. She asks him if he fed her the crunchy fruit. He asks her if she feels better, and she says she does feel much better and thanks him. San senses something. She asks him what's wrong, and he realizes that the boars are coming this way to them. He asks her if she wants to go home, because it's too cold in the woods, and she might get sick again. She asks him if he will go with her because he saved her, and she wants to repay him, and thinks about how she could repay a big python with a sullen exterior but a kind heart. San thinks about her attitude towards him changing, but it's not time yet. He tells her that he doesn't need anything and asks her to leave soon. She notices that he has many wounds all over his body and asks about them. She asks if it's because of the fruit, and he tells her it's just a scratch. He tells her he doesn't want her pity, and she says that's not what she meant at all. She hugs him and tells him that he hurt himself so badly when he was looking for crunchy fruit and asks him to come with her to the rocky mountain where he will be healed. San tells her that he thinks she doesn't belong in this place, as she is fragile and weak, and asks her to leave soon and go back to her partners. He asks her not to get caught by him again. She hugs him further and tells him that she doesn't despise him. She just thinks she's not worthy. She tells him that he's worthy of a better girl who will be more genuine with him. He turns and says he doesn't need her sincerity and wants to be with her. She thinks about the fact that his look is so sincere. She tells him he can come back with her and talk about a partner after he's better. She tells him that the partnership is serious business, and she doesn't need the consent of both of them. He thinks about how happy he is, but all this has come at a very bad time. For the pursuers of the boar tribe are on his trail, and he has to let her go so that she will be safe. He tells her that he is injured and cannot move. He asks her to go first and return to him with food and help. She says she will bring the beastmen to help and asks them to wait for her. She thinks about the fact that because he is injured, he can't hunt, and they are at a standstill. Sangye reincarnates and removes the stone from his forehead. He is going to give it away. Huan thinks about the fact that his forehead gem isn't so natural. He tells her that it is a divine stone that his mother left for him. He tells her that it belongs to her now, and asks her to put it on her body so he can feel her safety. She thinks about having this stone so she can use it to contact him when she goes to help and asks him to get dressed. She gives him the groceries and leaves. She tells him to wait, for she will return to him soon. He asks her to be careful while he thinks about the fact that the farther away she is, the better for her, and he has to stop the boars. The boars approach the cave and are about to burn it down, but a reincarnated Sanye jumps out at them. Huan is walking through the forest and she is having a hard time advancing. She thinks about how she needs to get back soon, because he is still waiting for her. She notices that it is dark and the rocky mountain is still far away. She falls to the snow with no energy. She hears Bai Di's voice and yells for him to hear her and comes out to her. He quickly runs up to her and takes her in his arms. He is happy that he found her. He says he is glad she is still alive. She tries to tell him that he has to save Sangye, but he doesn't listen to her and says he'll carry her back to the mountain. The beastmen are happy that Huan is finally back and lying on the bed. They ask to call a witch doctor, for she has a high fever again and is in a very serious condition. Schwang Yun comes over and she keeps telling them to go help Sangye sooner. The witch doctor runs up and says she has a fever and needs to bring her temperature down first. He asks him not to interfere with the medicine. Everyone is looking after her and trying to get her temperature down. She's thinking about being very dizzy and doesn't realize who is talking to her. The healer looks at her and tells her that the fever has finally broken. He is confident that she should be well soon. Bai Di and Schwang Yun are looking at her and thinking about how this is very good news. Ya Chu and Ma Qing burst into their room and say that Ya Chu and Ma Qing have escaped. The chapter is told that Ma Qing took the opportunity when the clan was short of beastmen and ran away with Ya Chu and a dozen other males. Bai says that many of those who escaped were Li Wei's partners, and letting the villain go free will bring bad consequences. Schwang says he will send the men in pursuit and make sure they don't make it back to their tribe in time. He says that he will send more beastmen just in case, and his Bai Di asks him to take care of Huan. He tells the beastmen that upon seeing Ya Chu and Ma Qing, they should kill them on the spot and not allow them to return back to the tribe. They agree with him no problem and turn into wolves. They go hunting. Meanwhile, Huan wakes up, and the first thing she does is shout out Sanye's name. Bai Di tells her that she has been in a coma for almost 2 days and finally woke up. She tells him that they should go to Sanye's rescue soon since he is injured. She tells him that he is a huge snake and he was seriously injured saving her. Bai Di says she has nothing to worry about, because since he helped her, he'll find him, and if that's what she wants, he'll make it her day. He hugs her and asks her not to disappear anymore. She thinks about how he is always so gentle with her and cares for her and calls herself useless. She tells him that Sangye gave her the stone, and he should help find it, and asks him to introduce himself as part of her family when they meet. Bai Di thinks about the fact that with such a purple-black stone, it won't be easy to find its location. The healer says she shouldn't worry, and he'll get more people to go with Bai Di, and they can take care of each other since she's their head's partner and is part of the family. She approaches Muxiang, and she tells her that she was very lucky to be able to be found. She asks how she managed, after falling off the cliff to stay unharmed. Juan replies to her that she doesn't know how that happened either, while she herself thinks about the fact that she can't tell her that the system sent her 100 miles away from the cliff. She asks her how her baby is doing, for her belly is getting bigger and bigger, and she tells her that the witch doctor told her that there is no need to wait until spring before the baby is born. Juan thinks about the fact that the gestation cycle of beastmen is much shorter than that of humans and tells her that she is sure her baby will be healthy and very cute. A witch doctor comes in and says it's time for her to take her medicine. He gives her some nasty medicine and says she has to drink it all. A beastman comes in and tells them that things are bad, for the people from the Black River are about to come. Ya Chu rips someone's head off and says that they will take revenge and loot the territory of the Rock Mountain tribe. He thinks about the fact that Schwang Yun doesn't even realize that they are after his death. He thinks of finishing off Schwang Yun and taking the place of the head of the Rocky Mountain, thus taking away his female. The beastmen come to the witch doctor and tell him that they couldn't stop them, and they have had their eyes on their clan for a long time, because Ya Chu came to their clan to sniff out ways to retreat, and they are already killed. Huan thinks that the Black River beastmen are serious since all of their beastmen came back injured. She asks the witch doctor how many are there and what their chances are. He tells her that Schwang Yun has taken more than half the tribe, and Bai Di is gone. He says that at this moment, there are only 70 beastmen on the Rocky Mountain, while the Black River tribe has almost 200. He says that they simply don't stand a chance. Juan thinks that the Black River tribe is really well prepared, and Li Wei's deliberate provocations scattered the conflict, because the whole plan was perfectly planned to catch them weak. The healer asks her if he remembers correctly that Bai Di dug a large basement, and when she confirms it, he asks her and Muxiang to hide there. He says to gather all the females of the tribe and hide with Huan and Muxiang. They ask him what will happen to him, but he just tells them to get in. He tells them that whatever happens, they must not get out under any circumstances. They ask him what he intends to do, and he replies that they will protect them. They say they'll all get killed that way, but the witch doctor just keeps a lid on the basement they're hiding in. He hears them being called by the Black River tribe and calling them cowards. They all say that among their tribe, only heroes are willing to die for their tribe. The healer gives the pendant to Huan and asks him to give it to Schwang Yun to avenge them. He tells her that she shouldn't worry about him, as Schwang Yun will take good care of her. The healer covers the entrance to the cellar with straw and turns into a beautiful white wolf. He says there are no cowards on the Rocky Mountain and runs at the attackers. Muxiang sits and cries. Huan tells her that they shouldn't make a sound, because there are enemies outside and they shouldn't detect them. Ya Chu is very strong and he defeats almost all the beastmen of the Rocky Mountain. The healer is also strong. He says they dare not trespass on the Rock Wolves' territory, but he is attacked from behind. He asks the assailant if he understands correctly that he is Ya Chu. He is covered in blood. Ya Chu reincarnates and says that it's really him. He tells him that from now on, this is the territory of the Black River clan. He delivers the final blow and says that he was finally able to straighten him out. He says that now it's time for him to find the hidden females. The healer lies and thinks that sooner or later the sun will rise, and their clan head will surely save the tribe of the Rocky Mountain. Some particles appear in front of him. Schwang Yun senses something and says that they should go back soon, because what he sensed is something wrong. All the females of the tribe sit hugging each other. Huan thinks about the fact that no one in the tribe knows about this basement except for her partners and the witch doctor. They have food supplies, and will have quite enough until it's all over. She feels something wet and sees that Muxiang is going into early labor. The females don't know what to do, and she tries to calm them down, telling them that now is not the time to panic. They hear Ya Chu and the rest of the Black River clan talking. They search the whole house but find no one, and Ya Chu orders them to find Huan at any cost. They try to find her, but they fail. They leave and are going to look outside. Huan calms down, she thinks. If she listens closely, she can realize that they are gone, and they are safe for now. Muxiang tells her that she's in a lot of pain and can't hold back any longer. Huan says they will have to deliver the baby themselves. She asks her to be patient, and gives her a roll of animal hide. She asks her not to make a sound regardless of the pain. Muxiang takes the roll in his mouth and thinks about the fact that her partners are most likely dead and they died for her and his child. Huan asks her to push, and Mu thinks about the fact that she absolutely has to have these babies, because she has to, and wants to avenge her partners. They deliver the baby. As many as 9 wolves come out of her. They lay them down on diapers. Huang looks at them and says that being near Muxiang, they all become quiet. She tells those females who have been helping her that they are all very tired and gives them jerky and dried fruit. They see that the wolf cubs still need to be looked after. Huan thinks about the fact that although it's a difficult moment at the moment, the birth of the wolves calms everyone's panic a bit. She feels a sudden dizziness and realizes that she is still weak. She thinks about the fact that she doesn't even know how Lan Ju is doing, or when Schwang Yun will be back. Ma Qing senses that the group with Schwang Yun has turned back and orders them to go back on the trail and warn Ya Chu. He says they must pursue the head of the Rocky Mountain and prevent him from returning to his clan. They approach his group and ask them where they are going, and Schwang says they should hurry up and go back to the Rocky Mountain. Ma Qiang orders his group to stop them at all costs, and they run to the head. Schwang Yun turns into a wolf and uses some kind of power that turns everything in its path into ice. Ma Qiang realizes that the head was able to awaken the beast's soul and tells his group to run away rather. They don't make it in time and his group is all frozen. He thinks about the fact that it was a mistake because the power difference between the awakened beast and ordinary beastmen is too huge. They try to run away and Schwang Yun's group is about to catch up with them, but he orders them not to chase them, but rather to return home. Bai Di also feels that there is some danger near Huan Huan and decides to return to the clan as soon as possible. Schwang Yun returns to the clan and sees a pile of dead bodies, someone's brothers, partners, they're all dead. The head realizes it's all the work of Ya Chu's paws. He is told that they saw a squad of beastmen fleeing into the forest and it was most likely Ya Chu. Bai Di appears on their clan's doorstep and says that he saw the corpses of the beastmen from the Rocky Mountain clan on the way. Schwang Yun looks strange. He and Bai Di call Huan Huan. Schwang thinks about the fact that there are no females among the corpses and assumes that they are hiding somewhere. He is looking for an old witch doctor. He believes he is still alive, but while searching he notices the corpse of a white wolf. Bai Di comes to the basement and opens it. He sees the frightened females inside. He asks where Huan Huan is and is told that she is somewhere inside, but they see her sleeping. He picks her up and feels her fever again. He tries to wake her up, but she doesn't wake up. She is in her mind and doesn't realize what is happening. She asks the system if she is dead and asks if. She thinks that if she opens her eyes, she can find herself in her bathroom again and it will all turn out to be a dream. And she has someone's voice in her mind asking her why she didn't come for him. She can't understand who he is and says she's very confused about it all. 3 days later, Mu Xiang walks into the room with Bai Di and Huan Huan. She asks about her condition, but Bai tells her that she never recovered. He asks her about the wolves. She tells him that they are all very pretty and quite noisy. They fool around with each other. She is worried because it's been 3 days, but she still hasn't woken up. She says that if the witch doctor was here, he would definitely help. It became very gloomy on the Rocky Mountain, for the old witch doctor had left them, leaving behind him only wounded remains. Mu Xiang thinks about the fact that all these days, Schwang Yun was busy with the tribe's affairs and worked for 3 days without stopping. He has bagged all the corpses and is standing in a bloody cape. He looks tired and sad. He walks into the room and asks what's wrong with Huan Huan, and Bai tells him that after her fever broke, she is still unconscious. Bai thinks about the fact that she is in a coma, and she can't stay in that state for so long. He thinks the crunchy fruit might help her. Schwang Yun asks if there's a chance that she will fall asleep and never wake up again. Bai tells him that she will wake up and the head takes her hand and asks her to wake up. He thinks about how the Rocky Mountain clan is almost destroyed. He thinks about how his ultimate dream is for her to wake up and talk to him. She hears the voices of Bai Di and Schwang Yun. The serpent appears in her mind and asks her again why she didn't come after him. She wakes up abruptly and is immediately hugged by Bai Di. He asks her how she's feeling and she asks him where she is. He tells her that this is their house and asks if she really doesn't remember anything. But she says that she must have forgotten a lot of things. He asks her if she remembers him. She replies that he is her partner and there is a contract between them. She couldn't have forgotten him. He takes her by the nose and she apologizes to him and says she won't do it again because she really almost died. Schwang Yun abruptly runs into the room and immediately grabs her in his arms. She asks him not to do that again. He looks very relieved and says that if she hadn't woken up, he doesn't know what he would have had to do. Gradually, things returned to normal in the clan and everyone tried to forget the dead, for they must remain strong and continue to live, remembering the dead. Huan Huan looks at her seeds and doesn't realize when she had time to collect so many and realizes that she did forget something. The voice in her head reappears in her head, reiterating that she had to go back for someone. She has a headache because of it. She is all shaky and is pulled out of that state by Bai Di, who asks her to go and eat with him. She agrees with him and thinks to herself that she should stop thinking about it, or her brain will explode. Bai thinks about the fact that after having such a high fever, she has completely forgotten about the owner of the stone, and assumes that there is some kind of problem with its owner. Huan Huan says they are lucky they were left with the pots, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to make a delicious broth. Schwang says they will need to go down the mountain tomorrow, as there is not enough food in the tribe. Huan thinks about the fact that the food supplies on the Rocky Mountain are empty, and it will no longer be as easy to feed more than 200 wolves. Bai Di asks if they really plan to go down hunting, since everything is covered in snow, and there's no prey to be found at all. Schwang tells him that he doesn't plan to, but he's going to go and get revenge because they were robbed and he wants his back. Huan asks him if he's sure, because there are too many warriors in the Black River tribe and it could be dangerous. He replies to her that he is not only going for food, but also for revenge, as they should not get away with killing so many members of their clan. Juan thinks about the fact that they really can't just leave the killing of Lanjuo and everyone else alone. She takes out the pendant the witch doctor gave her and gives it to him. She says he asked her to give it to him. He realizes it's Lanju's wolf-tooth necklace. He abruptly leaves. She's about to follow him, but Bai stops her. He tells her that he needs time to recover. She goes to Schwang Yun and says that the witch doctor would obviously not like him sitting there sad like that. He tells her he looks at his people and the remains of their frozen wolves. They were born here and buried. Their comrades will always watch over them. He asks her if she knows how they met the witch doctor Lanju. He says that his father died early and his mother didn't care for him. And on a hunting trip, he was bitten by a beast and lay day after day, hungry and thinking he would end up like his father. But a witch doctor picked him up and took him in. He healed his wounds, fed him, and taught him how to hunt. He was a teacher and a father to him, and it was because of him that his life changed greatly, and he was someone he could admire. He didn't think his death would come so soon and hoped he could take care of him in his old age, and if he came back sooner, everyone would still be alive. She realizes that he is feeling very depressed and guilty. She tells him that the witch doctor's fondest wish was their happy life on the Rocky Mountain and hugs him. He hugs her and tells her again that he never thought he would be gone so soon. She feels him crying and tries to cheer him up. She tells him that he is already a good clan leader and the witch doctor was very proud of him. She asks the witch doctor Lanju to bless their clan so they can overcome all this and continue on their journey. They sit around the campfire, and Schwang says that the beastmen of the Black River are now 3 times their size and will be hard to fight. Baidi says that although there are many of them, they have even more disagreements and need to somehow get them to deal with each other. He's thinking about the fact that that clan has hurt the Huang, and he should intervene. Schwang asks him what he proposes, and he tells him that their tribe is made up of 14 tribes, and the most powerful are the Wolf and Mustang tribes, and their internal relations are on the rocks. He says there was already a fight last spring when wolves snatched about a dozen baby Mustangs, and this winter is soon coming to an end. He says the Mustangs may be worried about the wolves repeating their antics again, and they should team up with the Mustangs so they have a fighting chance. Schwang says it's a good plan, but he can't imagine how to convince the Mustangs to team up, since they're wolves too. Bai tells him that in their world there are no eternal enemies, but eternal interest and gain, and gives him a stone, which he asks him to show to the chief of the Mustang clan. Huan sees this stone and thinks about the fact that it seems very familiar to her. Schwang picks up the stone and realizes that it's a high-quality processed quartz. He asks where he got it from. After all, these only come from the city of high-society beasts. He answers him that it was given to him by Huan. She is surprised at this, for she does not remember such a thing at all. She thinks about the fact that it might be because of an illness that caused her to forget some memories, but her intuition tells her that he is very valuable, and they can't give him away for nothing. Bai reassures her and tells her that they will return it once they use it. He says they should alert the head of the Mustangs that the wolves from the Black River have stolen the gems, and as long as the Mustangs are willing to cooperate, they'll have him. Huan objects and says that they didn't have any gems they could have stolen. Bai tells her that it's already Ma Qing of the Black River clan's problem, since they're the ones who supposedly stole the stone. Huan thinks about the fact that this rumor-spreading trick is amazing, and this is the first time she has seen such a trickster behind his appearance. Schwang lights up at the idea and says that he is confident that it will all work out in their favor. At dawn, he took the wolves to the Mustang tribe, and as soon as he told them about the stones, they immediately agreed to make an alliance with them. Schwang returns to the Rocky Mountain and reports a successful union with the Mustangs. He thanks Huan for the stone. She tells him he's not hers, because if he was, she'd remember. But he just hangs it around her neck and tells her not to lose it. She is trying to figure out how she could have gotten such a pendant, as it is a very valuable piece. The system informs her to launch an additional mission in which you have to collect 5 quartz of different colors to get a special reward. She is surprised because she had already forgotten about the system. She asks Schwang Yun if it's even hard to get such a similar quartz. He tells her that it's really hard because it's a special stone that can absorb energy to amplify the soul beast, and so all the ores are controlled by the high society city. She gets frustrated and says it will likely be very difficult to collect quartz of 5 colors. Schwang pulls out a small pouch and asks why she needs it. He gives her the pouch. She opens the baggie and notices many pieces of quartz in it. She asks the system if it counts it as one of the species. The system confirms it. Schwang tells her that colored quartz is very rare, and the one he gave her goes as a bargaining chip and goes around the tribe. She recalls that on a trip to the market with Bai Di, he used just them to exchange things. She thanks Schwang Yun and tells him that one will be enough for her. He is surprised by this. He says that after a male finds his female, he gives all the wealth to his female, but she refuses to accept them. He is surprised by this. Schwang tells her that when spring comes, he will hunt harder and replace her stones for her. She tells him she doesn't need that much quartz. He thinks the reason she won't take them is because he looks down on him and gives her the sack. He walks away and thinks about how he's going to find a lot of quartz to impress his female, but Huang goes on to say that she really doesn't need that much quartz. She takes the dishes out of the cellar and says that everyone can have one, for she has specially stocked them and her cellar should be sufficient for the time being. She thinks about the fact that the grief caused by the death of part of the tribe is gradually dissipating, and everyone's mood is improving. She sees a pile of fruit pips and remembers that back then, when she was making jam, she used to take the pips out of the fruit. She thinks there are over 100 of them, and hears some strange sound. The system tells her that she has collected enough seeds to complete the third task. A window pops up in front of her with some elf, and he says the reward will be given out soon, and she marvels at the fact that the system has an interface. Huang is surprised that her system has an interface, and the system says that she should not waste her time with unnecessary questions. She thinks that the system person has a very indifferent look. Some kind of seed appears in front of him, and she immediately decides to ask the system what kind of seed it is. The system tells her that it's a seed from a sacred tree, and she's surprised by that, because there's no such thing in the book. The system explains to her that this is a divine-level plant, and her encyclopedia only has entries for lower-level animals and plants. She asks the system if she understands correctly that if she wants to know what a divine tree is, she has to collect a few more parts of the encyclopedia. The system confirms this. She asks if she can summon her own dragon if she collects all 7 pieces. The system explains to her that the holy dragon does not belong to this dimension, and therefore there is no way to summon it. Huang laughs and says that it was just a joke, and thinks to herself that teasing the indifferent interface is a lot of fun. She asks the system how she can plant this seed, but the system tells her that it is a dead seed that can just be eaten. She is not happy, as she has put a lot of time and effort into this task, and asks if there is anything else. The system ignores her, and she thinks of her system looking like some shriveled fruit. Interface looks at her angrily and says that in case she doesn't eat it, he will take it back. Huan agrees. She eats that seed, and marvels that she has not yet had time to chew it, but it has already had time to dissolve into the semblance of spiritual food. She asks the system if she should have felt anything, and the system tells her that the divine tree is the source of all trees, and its seeds will increase intimacy with nature. She asks for more details, but the interface tells her that she doesn't have enough rights, and that's all she can be told. She sits and looks at the fruit seeds. She thinks the system is deliberately not telling her something. She decides that she must plant seeds in the spring, for as long as there are seeds in sunlight, there is hope. She looks at the sunset and thinks that from now on she will begin her farming trade in this world. A few days later, Schwang Yun leads the male wolves away down the mountain to war. She thinks about the fact that while the war is going on, there will be new casualties, and Bai Di and 30 other wolves remain to protect the clan. She hoped that Schwang Yun would not get hurt, and all the males would return safe and sound. She wakes up abruptly because she has a very scary nightmare about Schwang Yun being killed. She thinks about the fact that she should have agreed to his proposal right away, because that way she would have had a child with him, and if anything happened to him, she would have some of his blood with her. Bai Di walks in and asks her if something happened, and she tells him that she had a nightmare in which Schwang Yun dies and she got scared. He calms her down and tells her that it's just a nightmare and he'll definitely come back unharmed. She asks him if he will stay with her. He hugs her and tells her that they both will never leave her. She thinks about the first time she realized that Bai Di and Schwang Yun are her family and the closest people in the world, and she can't be without them. She looks at him and decides she needs to be more decisive. She kisses him. She recalls that in her past life she lived alone and no one loved her as much as she did. In this life, she was able to finally meet 2 people who truly love her. She thinks about the fact that if a partnership can keep them both from leaving, she agrees to it and hugs Bai Di. Bai Di stops her and asks her to wake up. She tells him that she is fully conscious and understands everything she is doing. He tells her that she doesn't usually do this on her own initiative and assumes it's all because of the nightmare. He takes her hand and tells her that he doesn't want her first time to be out of choice, and he's worried she'll regret it later. She tells him that she won't regret it, because then, when they are in danger, she won't be able to do anything, because she will be useless. He asks her not to cry. He tells her she can do anything as long as she stops crying, and he asks her if she will really spend this night with him and leans over her. He looks at her and thinks about the fact that she is so worried because she's afraid of losing him and Schwang Yun. He wonders what was in her past since she feels so insecure. He hugs her and tells her that of course he wants this, and if he could, he would hold her in his arms. Bai Di looks at her first, and then they quickly get closer and start kissing. Bai thinks about the fact that he hurt Huan Huan last time and he should be more careful this time. He takes the fruit and bursts it. They lie down on the bed, Bai Di on top and she on the bottom. They spend the night together. She wakes up and thinks about Bai being in great shape. She lies there and thinks about the fact that although it was unpleasant at first, he was gentle with her, and so she quickly got used to it. She lies there and has no more strength. She hears someone coming into their house. She doesn't know who it could be. Baidi enters the house. She thinks about the fact that she doesn't know how she should behave with him. He tells her that he will help her wash. She tells him he shouldn't do it, as she can handle it herself. He asks her what's wrong, and she tells him that he was so active yesterday that her whole body aches. He offers to wash her again, but she says she doesn't need help, as she can do it herself. He tells her he's her partner, and he's the reason she's in pain. He wants to help her wash and relax. She thinks about how she doesn't understand how such a rugged tiger can say such nice things. She does agree, though, and thinks about the fact that he has very large hands and she is very warm. He tells her that she has just wonderful and very white, soft skin. She is embarrassed and says she is healthy and everything is fine with her. He doesn't understand what is going on. She quickly gets dressed and says she's going to go visit Mu Xiang. Baidi is silent. She leans against the wall and thinks it was dangerous, because it felt like she was about to be eaten by a tiger. She thinks about the fact that now Baidi has really become her partner, and in a way this is a real family. She comes to Mu Xiang, and she immediately says that she can smell Baidi from her. She asks Huan if they really spent the night together, and Huan shuts her up and is embarrassed about it. She says it's okay to be shy, but Huan is still agitated and she assumes the tiger did a good job. She takes offense and sits playing with the wolf cub. Mu Xiang tells her that then when Schwang Yun comes back, she doesn't even know who he will eat first and he will be angry. Huan asks her if it's really that serious, and she explains that he looks indifferent on the outside, but when he comes back, he'll be very angry. Huan asks what she should do about it. Mu Xiang says there's nothing wrong with that, as males often fight each other when they become a family. She starts to talk about her family, but is abruptly silent. She tells her that she should live a good life, and not be like her, and treasure what she has before you lose it. Huan recalled that Mu Xiang had almost all of his partners die in that terrifying battle. She hugs her and tells her that she still has her children, and her partner still has relatives, and they will help. A beastman walks in and calls out to Huan. He says Landi is about to give birth and asks to go quickly. She goes to see her and doesn't understand why they call her for labor, since she's not an obstetrician. She asks if there is someone to help her give birth, and is told they've already called her. She asks to boil some hot water, since they might need it later, and Landi calls out to her. Mu Xiang comes in and says that Landi trusts her and feels calmer when she's around. Huan asks Mu Xiang to go to Baidi and ask him to boil water and bring fruit. Mu Xiang agrees. Landi takes her hand and thanks her for not only protecting them but also Mu Xiang's cubs. She asks if she can protect her children too. Huan realizes what Landi needs comforting and tells her that she will take care. Landi tells her that she believes her. Mu Xiang brings the midwife, and Baidi brings hot water. The midwife says the cubs are big and it will be hard to give birth. Huan takes the fruit and says it can help. Landi's partners watch them and think about the fact that with these fruits, she will be able to give birth to cubs. They do well and the midwife says she has given birth, and now mother and babies are safe. The cubs are lying on a diaper and sunlight illuminates them. Mu Xiang says it's the girls, and everyone in the clan is very happy about it because it's very good news. Landi asks Huan to hold her babies, and she takes one of them in her arms. It is a small and soft wolf cub. She hugs him and thinks about how life really is beautiful, and being a mother is wonderful. She thinks about how she too will be a mother and have a child with Baidi. Huan wakes up and says that she is very tired. She thinks about helping to give birth is very hard. Baidi walks up to her and says that since she's tired, he'll give her a good massage. He massages her with his big hands and she is very relaxed by it, her body softened. She tells him that he's obviously up to something, and he tells her that she's very cute. She thinks she has already figured out what he wants, and Bai asks her permission. She allows it, and he puts her on the bed. He says if he does that, she might cry later. They spend some more time together, and Baidi asks her to look at him. This confuses her. She tells him he's shameless, and she has no desire to look at him right now. But he asks her to look at the pattern on his waist. She looks at him and notices that he has changed. There is a circle on the tiger's head like a halo with thorns that look like rose thorns. She says he is still as beautiful and asks where he came from. He tells her that it appeared after they spent the night together. And after that, the soul of the beast rose to a new level. She asks him if it could be a mere coincidence, but he says it's not. He tells us that his animal spirit was stirred up in him in a peculiar way during their night together. He says that after that, he communicated with the spirit of the beast, and after that he learned that there was a strange energy in her body that could make the soul of the beast stronger. She's confused and surprised that there's something special about it, and Bai replies to her that the thing has a faint herbal scent. She's surprised at this, and unwittingly tells him that she has eaten a seed of the sacred tree. Bai says that the sacred tree is a legendary tree and is the source of all forests, and it can be sprouted in the heart of nature, and beastmen who possess one can become demigods. She listens to it and says, the blessing sounds really great. She's surprised by it. She recalls the system saying something similar, namely that the sacred tree was the source of all trees and its seeds could increase her closeness to nature. Baidi asks her how she managed to get the seed of the sacred tree. She tries to talk him out of it and says that a friend gave them to her that he doesn't know about. He tells her that she must remember that she must not let others know that she has the seed of the sacred tree in her, or it will lead to death. He tells her that the heart of nature holds a great temptation for the beastmen, and they will do anything to get the seed of the sacred tree, and asks if she remembered. She nods her head vigorously and says she remembered everything perfectly and is a little worried about what he said. She asks if she can tell Schwang Yun this, and he tells her that she shouldn't rush to tell him until he finds out for himself. She thinks about the fact that the seed of the sacred tree in her body is dead, and it is incapable of sprouting and giving its gifts, and the system has done nothing wrong. But the seeds are likely to cause her a lot of trouble. She realizes that she has bigger problems and comes to Mu Xiang. She asks about contraception, and explains that if she has a baby, it has to be at the right time and she's not ready yet. She tells her that they hardly ever talk about such things, for to them the bigger the better, and she looks forward to seeing who they get, wolf cub or tiger cub. She thinks about the fact that the beastmen here have no concept of contraception, because in this world, procreation is the future of the race. She leaves Mu Xiang and thinks that this is a difficult time, and it would be too dangerous for her to have children. She calls up the system and asks her if she has something that looks like birth control pills. The avatar of the system looks less than happy with this question and abruptly disappears. Huan asks her not to disappear and is still trying to ask if she has them or not. She is sitting in her room reading a book. After the system disappeared, it never showed up again, so she decided to read a book. She reads about the color dahlia, which suppresses the hormones in the body, squeezing the juice into the body, as well as suppressing the desires and possibilities for pregnancy. She thinks it must help. Mu Xiang says that tomorrow the clan is going to send someone down for food, and if she wants to look for a flower, she can ask or go. She says that winter is coming to an end and they want to find animals that are still hibernating to eat. Huang likes the idea. She comes home and tells Baidi about how she would like to go hunting together. She says she just wants to look for plants and fruit and asks him if he can take her along. He tells her that he dare not refuse her if she so desires to go, but the winter is not quite past, and it may still be dangerous. He asks her not to go far from him. She hugs him and thanks him for it, and he tells her that she gets cold at night, and he offers to keep her warm. She quickly pulls away and says there's no need for that, as she's tired and will go to bed early. She sleeps and she starts having nightmares with voices again. He again says she must know him and he was waiting for her with help. She wakes up abruptly. She feels a shiver run through her whole body. She realizes that she has heard that voice somewhere, but she can't remember anything. She can't figure out who he is. The beastman who keeps coming to her in her nightmares. She comes down with the beastman from the clan to hunt and sits on Baidi's back. While everyone is looking for prey, she rummages through the grasses, pulling apart another grass she finds dahlias. Huan runs to Baidi and says that she found what she was looking for. She notices something on the mountain. On the mountain stands Schwang Yun, the patriarch and the rest of their clan who went off to war. She looks at them and realizes that although Schwang Yun and the others had injuries, they all came back safe and sound. They see that they brought a lot of supplies with them and Baidi's suggestion was really helpful. Schwang Yun looks at them and says that they should notify everyone that they have won. They bring resources and say they are all the hides and resources that the Black River Wolf clan stole from them. He reveals that they completely handled the Black River clan, but to his great regret, they let Ma Qing escape. Huan comes running in and they hug. He tells her that he has missed her so much all this time. He sniffs her and smells a strange smell. He realizes that she spent the night with Baidi. He is very angry. Schwang says that Baidi just took advantage of his moment of absence and secretly spent the night with her. Baidi tells him that he and Huan are partners and spending nights together is a completely normal thing. Schwang gets angry and attacks him. He says she's not just his, and he should have forgotten about the pact of fair competition. Baidi says they are in love with each other, but the head doesn't listen to him. He says it's bullshit. He thinks about finishing him off and turns into a wolf, and the silhouette of a tiger appears behind Baidi. Huan blocks his way and asks him to stop. She says that she willingly spent the night with him, and he should only be angry with her. Schwang Yun is sad and asks her why she's always defending him, and says that Baidi is probably the only one she loves. She tells him it's not true, but he doesn't listen to her. He says she's a liar and only loves the tiger, and he doesn't, and runs away. Baidi takes her by the shoulder and tells her that she shouldn't run after him because he has a complicated temper, and asks her to wait until he cools down. She thinks about how in this world you can have more than 2 partners, but it's still hard to adjust. The couple fight, because her partner has a severe wound in his chest. After the battle, he is examined by Huan and sees that it is an unhealed wound that is getting worse. She sends him to the cave. His partner asks her if she can save her partner, and Huan tells her that she will do her best. There are many males of the Rock Mountain clan lying in the cave. Schwang Yun examines them and thinks about the fact that the wounds of many are deep. But Lanjue is no longer with them, and he won't be able to help them. He hears Huan Huan's voice asking to put someone on the hide. He immediately pays attention to it. She asks him for alcohol and crunchy fruit. He tells her that if she wants to eat fruit, she should go to Bai Di since he is the only one she loves. She gets angry and says she needs alcohol and fruit to save everyone and asks if he'll bring it or not. He says he's not going to do that. But the other beastman has no problem bringing whatever she needs. She asks to hold the wounded man and is asked if she knows about medicine. She says she does a little, but thinks that her little knowledge of that world might come in handy. The wounded man is held by his hands and he doesn't understand why he is being treated this way. Huan Huan disinfects his wound. After all this, she applies the crunchy fruit and bandages the wounded man. She says the wound has now been disinfected and fruit applied. Now his inflammation should reduce. She says he is lucky as it is still cold and the infection is not as dangerous. She asks the zookeeper who helped her bring some more zookeepers to wet their skins in alcohol to be applied to the bodies of the wounded, so that their body temperature will drop. She asks that the wounded be given more red berries, which will be able to nourish the blood, and the wounded will benefit greatly. Beastman says the witch doctor from the Mustang tribe also told them to give red berries to the wounded. They all think she knows medicine and they are all saved. They bandage all the wounded. Huan Huan is very tired, but says there is more to come. Schwang Yun comes to her and offers her to climb on his back. She asks him if he is going to carry her back. He tells her to stop talking and get in sooner. She gets in and thinks he's a little weird. They return to the clan and she kisses him behind his ear. She tells him that she's glad he came back safely. She tells him that she had a horrible nightmare where he is killed in the war. He feels her shaking very badly and realizes that she was very worried about him. He tells her that he couldn't have died. He tells her that he couldn't die and leave her alone with Bai Di. She thinks he's fooling around. She thinks about him being rude and mean, but it's great to have him back alive. She feels calmer around them. They cook dinner, and Huan Huan gives Schwang Yun. She says he has worked hard and deserves to eat more meat. He takes the meat and is happy that she is the one who treated him to the meat. He tells her that he will eat it. She looks at him and notices the tips of his ears are standing erect again. She thinks he's happy. Bai Di holds out a bowl to her and tells her that she should eat too, since she has also worked very hard. Schwang looks at them and makes a loud announcement. He tells her that she is spending the night with him that day. He tells her that he is her partner too, and if she did it with the tiger, she can do it with him too. He asks for justice from her. She looks at Bai Di and he tells her that they are both her partners, and all it takes is just her consent, and then he won't interfere. He tells him that he can't force her. He's embarrassed and says that in no way did he intend to force her. He takes Huan Huan's hand and asks her to come with him. He wants to show her something. She asks him where they are going and he explains that they are going to his room. She thinks things are happening too fast. She sees the decorated bedchamber. He tells her that he has chosen the most beautiful flowers that bloom in winter by the riverbank, and as his partner, she is the most important person to him. He tells her that she is very beautiful, and in his eyes she will always be the most beautiful partner. He asks her if she will let him be her male. She thinks that in such a situation she just can't say no to him. He puts her on the bed and she's surprised by this. She asks him what she is doing, and he tells her that he just wants to spend the night with her. He tells her that she agreed to sleep with Bai Di and doesn't understand why she refuses to do it with him. She thinks his romance was enough for 2 seconds. He tells her that his spirit level has been upgraded to 2nd star and he is bound to surpass it. He says that he was fighting the leader of the Black River clan and his strength suddenly increased in his body and his beast spirit was raised to the 2nd star. She looks at his silhouette and says that another star has indeed appeared next to the drawing of the wolf. He tells her that for that reason they must spend the night before winter is over. She tells him that he can't tonight, as she hasn't gotten ready yet. He gets upset and asks her how much time she needs to get ready. He thinks she doesn't want to spend the night with him. She rants to him that she just needs contraception. She tells him that she's here out of the blue and still needs to get used to the world. She tells him that she's really scared of becoming a parent and asks him for a little more time. He hugs her and tells her that he hurt her, and he doesn't want to see her unhappy. He sits down and thinks about what he should do then. She tells him she needs to make time to take her birth control. He asks her what contraception is, and she tells him to put this on her body, and it will help her avoid pregnancy. Schwang Yun's nose is bleeding. He tells her that he is fine. He asks her to apply medicine on her body. She is embarrassed and asks him if he really wants to put the medicine on her. He tells her that he is her male and he wants to do it, but she says she will be very embarrassed and she will do it herself. She asks him to turn away while she applies it all. She thinks about how embarrassing it would be. He turns away and she tells him not to even look back and peek. She pours oil on her hand and says she is very embarrassed, and Schwang Yun turns to her. He hugs her and tells her that he's very horny and asks if she has gotten all over herself. She says she's lapping it all up and he quickly pounces on her. They start kissing. Meanwhile, Bai Di walks alone in the snowy mountains and looks at the scenery. She wakes up in Schwang Yun's arms in the morning, and she thinks about the fact that he had been tossing and turning the whole time they slept. Schwang Yun also wakes up and suggests that she continue, but she chases him away and says that she wants to wake up normally and that she's hungry. He meets Bai Di and tells him that Huan Huan is tired and he should bring her a change of clothes and food. He tells him that Huan Huan finally spent the night with him for the first time, and Bai Di tells him that they'll see how things turn out. They part ways, and the tiger thinks about how when he saw Huan Huan with the wolf, he could barely breathe, but he understands him and knows her feelings. They are eating breakfast and they try to help her in every way possible. She feels uncomfortable and tense. She doesn't want to eat. She looks at both of them and sees that they have some sly eyes. It's like they want to eat her. One of the beastmen stands up contentedly and says that his wound has healed and he can be useful now. The beastman who was helping Huan Huan tells the chapter that he explained to them how to take care of the wounded day and night just like she said, and they all had their fevers broken. Schwang Yun takes her in his arms and tells her she's doing great. This embarrasses her and she thinks about him forgetting himself. She tells her that the next step is to wipe the wound daily with alcohol and apply pure fruit pulp and change the bandage to a clean one. The chapter suggests she become their herbalist in the future. She is surprised by this and says she is not a doctor and knows very little about medicine. She says she cannot become a herbalist. He tells her that she has every right after all. The wounded were dying and she saved them, and now the beastmen of his clan believe in her. Bai Di says that she really is already quite strong, as the witch doctors of many tribes don't know as much as she does, and everyone believes in her. She tells them that she really isn't right for the role and thinks about how she really isn't competent enough. Schwang Yun takes her by the shoulders and tells her that she doesn't have to be a witch doctor, and she can just help when someone gets sick or injured. She asks him to look at his beast symbol and sees that the same crown of thorns as the tiger has appeared over the wolf's head, and it only appeared after spending the night. She examines the symbol and asks him why the wolf's head has a ring of grass, since it wasn't there before. Bai Di takes him by the shoulder and says they should have a word in private, and tells him about herself and her body. Schwang Yun is surprised that spending the night with Huan Huan was able to strengthen the beast's spirit. He immediately suggests to do it again. She hides behind Bai Di and says she doesn't want to spend the night with him again, especially so soon. She tells him that she just needs to rest, and neither of the two of them will get it. She'll just go to bed. He tells her that he wants to sleep with her together and look after her. And Bai Di tells him that she's tired and he can't control himself, and she'd rather sleep alone. He tells him that he thinks Bai Di wants to outsmart him, and the tiger replies to him that he too is afraid that the wolf will appear in the middle of the night, and so he will guard her. They look at each other fearfully. They drive her to it, and she says she doesn't want that kind of argument. She tells them they will all sleep together. They stare at her in silence, and she thinks about what she had hoped they wouldn't even mind. They both say it's a good idea, and sleeping together would be nice. They ask her if she's afraid, and she thinks about how in that case it's more a matter of ethics than fear. They replace their past double bed with a huge triple bed and suggest she lie down. He is embarrassed by the whole thing. Bai Di gets up and says it's time for bed, and Schwang Yun covers her legs. She falls asleep. The wolf is surprised that she actually fell asleep next to them. He looks at her a little strangely. Bai Di says that she's really tired since she's been busy rescuing the injured lately, and kisses her on the forehead. The wolf sees this and gets a little angry. He kisses her right on the forehead too, because he wants that too. Tiger says he should not pester Huan Huan and says rather go to sleep. They feel warm and cozy atmosphere. The snow and ice are beginning to melt, and winter is coming to an end, and the injured beastmen are slowly recovering. By this time, Huan Huan had begun to take the place of the herbalist, and all those who had headaches or fevers were cured. She drew on the knowledge described in the book and on prescriptions from the real-life situation of cured patients. Everyone thanks her and calls her a healer, but she asks them all to just call her Huan Huan. She had fully integrated herself into the clan of rock wolves, and was able to gain everyone's sincere trust and respect. Schwang Yun says that the snow has already melted and it is time to deal with the bodies of the dead beastmen. He is asked if he will do as per tradition, namely dumping the bones into the pit behind the mountain. Huan Huan is surprised that you can just throw away the remains. She is told that they always do, for in winter the remains become ice, but in spring they start to rot and they throw them behind a rock. She thinks about how it's not safe to just throw them in a pit like that, and it's disrespectful to the dead. She asks them if they can cremate them. The beastmen do not understand what she is trying to tell them, for this is the first time they have heard of such a thing. She tells them that this is how they pay tribute to their deceased relatives, by burning the bodies, and after cremation the body does not rot, and the ashes can be preserved and honored every year. Everyone is silent, and she tells them that this cremation is probably a bad idea. She thinks she was wrong to mention it. Schwang Yun says it's a great idea, and the other beastman says Muxiang will be calmer that way too. The head tells her that if his father had died later, he could have been cremated too, rather than looking at his rotting body. They say they need to get ready and prepare a large fire pit where they bring down a pile of wood. The females come in and don't understand what cremation is. One of them tells me that Huan invented it, and it's to keep the bodies of the dead from rotting. Schwang Yun sets the whole thing on fire, and they watch the bodies of the dead burn. Huan thanks Lanzu for his sacrifice and sits down on the ground. She pays her respects. Schwang Yun asks her what she's doing, and she explains to him that she's just giving a giveaway to the souls of the dead so they can rest underground. He is surprised at this and says that he too will then kneel down to pay tribute. He says that they will avenge him and he can rest in peace, and he, Schwang Yun, will keep the Rockwolf clan safe. Mu Xiang also falls to her knees and tells her partner that he can look after her, and she will remember each of them. All the beastmen sit down on the ground and say that they can rest in peace, for they will protect the Rocky Mountain for the glory of the ancestors and warriors of their clan. They fill the pot and Huan gives it to Schwang Yun. He says it is filled with the ashes of their dead, and they should keep an eye on it. Bai Di thinks about kneeling down and bowing for the repose of the souls of the beastmen. It all looks like witchcraft to him. Another female gives birth and Huang is called to her. They say she will bless the newborn wolf cubs and they are sure to grow up healthy and strong. The females say they are lucky to have their head partnered with Huan, for after the death of a herbalist, it is very good to have someone who understands medicine and sorcery. Huan herself does not understand what happened, because she does not know any sorcery and asks to forget about it. With the arrival of spring, everything has recovered and Huan watches Schwang Yun go hunting with the group, and Bai Di also goes hunting, but he is alone as always. The system appears and notifies you that it congratulates you on successfully completing the Cold Winter series of tasks. She is surprised, because she had managed to forget about this mission, and the system tells her that the rewards will be given out soon, and she should remember to check them. She asks what the reward is and feels something appear in her hand. 5 rings appear in her hand. She examines the rings and realizes they all have the same style with a small gemstone, and have some kind of engraving on them. She takes the one with the pink crystal and puts it on her finger. She says it's a little big for her. She feels the ring itself has shrunk to the size of my finger, and it's amazing. She asks the system why there are only 5 and what they are for. She tries to take it off but fails. The system tells her it's a contract ring that can't be removed until the owner dies. The system explains that 1 ring is the main ring and the other 4 are given to the partners as a contract. She is surprised by all this and asks the system what ring she is wearing. The system informs her that she is wearing a slave ring, for the basic ring is the simplest and with silver studs. She thinks the system is just mocking her, for he smirks contentedly. She doesn't understand why the main ring is so different from the other rings and tries to put on the main ring, but she fails, and the system tells her it won't work that way. The system tells her that the master ring controls the slave ring, and tells her that she should give it to the wisest, and he will become the master. She says she doesn't want to be bossed around by anyone, and wants to keep the main ring for herself. The system tells you that all 5 rings have the same empty space, but if no one is wearing the main ring, it won't activate. She asks if she can activate the space while someone is wearing the main ring, and the system tells her that she can, and the ring can only have 1 master, so she has to be careful. She gets on a kind of scale. She thinks about the fact that in order to use the space, you'd have to obey someone, and it only happened that way because she was too stupid and rushed. She's resting on the bed, and Bai Di asks her why she is upset. He tells her she can talk to him. She thinks about the fact that she has not told anyone about the system, for it is also the secret of her coming into this world. He hugs her and tells her that she can share all her problems with him if it makes her feel better. She thinks about the fact that in this world, she trusts Bai Di the most, and he is always soft and reliable. And he also agreed to help her and Schwang Yun in the ceremony, and decides to give him the ring. She asks for his hand. She puts a ring on him and tells him it's a partnership ring. She tells him that she gave him the master ring, and she has a submission ring on her hand, and starting today they are connected. She's confident that he won't abuse his power, and he asks him why he's the one she gave the main ring to, while she took the submission ring herself. She doesn't answer him anything, because she can't tell him that she's so stupid that she rushed into choosing the ring. She tells him that the reason is because she trusts him, and she believes that he won't hurt her. He hugs her and tells her that he really is, and he would rather hurt himself than hurt anyone. She tells him that such a ring could give them a whole new space, and her heart beats hard. She suggests that he look at this space and asks him to say 1 phrase, "Space open." He says this phrase in a very strong light, and some kind of cube in the air appears in front of them. She is surprised by this and puts the bag there. She tells him they can use it as their secret warehouse. She says she will put her treasure there first, namely her knife, book, trout, and pads. She tucks everything in there and it still doesn't take up much space. She thinks there's too much room in the space. She tells Bai Di that she doesn't know if she can keep anything alive in there. And the tiger tells her that it's an amazing opportunity and he can categorize things. She thinks about the fact that this space seems small but it's hazy and there's no end in sight. She thinks that as her skills improve, she'll be able to utilize more space. She gives another ring to Schwang Yun and he's very happy about it because it is the first gift she gave him. She decides she'd rather not tell him about the ring's properties for the sake of their marital harmony. He tells her that tomorrow he'll show everyone what gift she got him. But she thinks about the fact that there's a problem. The wolf lunges at her and tells her that she gave him a gift, and it could mean that she loves him. She tells him that if he didn't want her all day long, she would love him even more. He tells her that he is because he only has feelings for her, and he kisses her. They kiss, and Schwang Yun tells Huan that he wants to spend time with her in the afternoon. She doesn't really want it and says it's time to go eat. She tells him she doesn't want it now. She leaves the room and thinks about how it's too lewd to do such things in the daytime. She meets Bai Di, and he notices that she is acting strangely. Her lips are red and swollen, and she has marks on her neck. He is pissed off by all of this and thinks about how he wishes he could finish off the pesky wolf. He quickly turns around and says he's going to go cook. She senses he's in a bad mood right now and is very chill. She grabs his hand and asks him to wait. She tells him that she senses something wrong with him. He hugs her and says he's sorry. He tells her that he had to take her away for the winter so that she wouldn't become Schwang Yun's partner, and that she would always belong only to him. She tells him that it was his initiative that made them partners, and he says that's why he regrets it. She tells him that once she has a partnership contract with him, she can no longer renege on it, and thinks to herself that breaking the contract would be a terrible blow to the beastman. He thinks about the fact that this is most likely how the ring affects him. After all, he was very angry after the thought that someone could spend the night with Huan. He thinks that this ring is not that simple. She looks at him and realizes that he looks very angry, and asks him not to be angry with her. She grabs his hand and promises that she will not spend the night with others in the future. The system says she shouldn't talk too much because there are only 4 rings for a reason. Their dinner is not going well as Bai Di sees the ring on Schwang Yun's finger and gets angry about it. A few days later, Huan examines her seed stockpile and says that she will open a seed bank in the future. Schwang Yun walks in and tells her that he has found a piece of land at the foot of the mountain that is perfect for her. She comes to the place and says it's really good. She's excited about the fact that she's finally going to start farming. After half a day, she realizes that farming, it's hard enough, and she's so naive, because the maximum hoe she could make was a stone hoe. Bai Di comes in and says he'll help her with it. She shows him what to do, and he does all the work for her. Schwang Yun sees this and takes up his hoe. He is sure he can do the same, but his hoe breaks. He decides he doesn't need a hoe and tears up the ground with his paws. The ground turns out very loose, and Huan thanks him. She says he did very well, and he tells her he's much better than the tiger. Bai Di sees all this, and it pisses him off again. He thinks about how he has to hold himself together for the sake of his love for Huan. They both leave, and she decides it's time for her to sow vegetable seeds and harvested tree seeds. She recalls that Bai Di and Schwang Yun have taken turns helping her with the vegetable garden the last few times, and they are all looking forward to seeing the 2 acres of land sprout together. They also found new discoveries for them. They found fish. Huan asks for fish for dinner. She explains that it has been a long time since she has eaten fish. Bai Di tells her that he likes fish too and is not bad at fishing. He dives for fish. He catches quite a few fish, and he asks if it will be enough. She tells him it will be enough for her. She is very excited that they are having a fish feast in the evening and says she will cook this time. She cooks the fish the human way. She guts the fish first, then removes the scales and puts the fillets in a pot, and seasons everything with ground shrimp and herbs. She tastes everything and says they can eat. Bai Di tastes what she cooked and says it's really good. She thinks about how he looks like a cat. Schwang Yun tastes it all and says that he didn't like fish before, but he didn't think it would be so delicious and asks what kind of fish it is. Huan replies to him that it is the most common fish, and the dish she made is called fish soup. He tells her she's great, because the fish turned out really good. She sees the look in his eyes. She tells him that he should thank Bai Di, since he's the one who caught so many fish, and leaves to clean the cauldron. She looks at her seeds, and she is hugged by a tiger. He too asks her for a thank you gift, and she can't refuse him. She thinks about the reason being that she can't say no to him because of her ring, and they spend the night together. After a while, she comes to her vegetables and looks at them. She is shocked because her vegetables have grown very big. She thinks about how the soil is the cause and is the reason the vegetables have grown so huge. She prepares the food and hopes that the cabbage she grew is not poisonous. She tastes the new soup and realizes that with the addition of cabbage, it tastes so much better. Bai Di and Schwang Yun try the cabbage. They don't like it because it's not tasty and hard to bite. She gets mad at them and says it's because they are males and they don't like veggies. But the females, on the contrary, really love it. Mu Xiang walks in and asks her if she still has the delicious water she gave her last time, because her family really enjoyed it. Huan says that she really has, because Bai Di and Schwang Yun helped her gather the ingredients. They ask her for permission to farm, because they can't keep eating her all the time, and she agrees to it. A small group of beastmen begin to sow seeds, and so their era of agriculture begins. Huan comes to inspect the vegetables, and realizes that there is some problem, because her vegetables are very different. They grow faster and bigger in size. The system tells her that she has no merit in this, and it is all because of the seed of the sacred tree contained in her body. The avatar of the system appears and reminds her that the seeds of the sacred tree increase closeness to nature. She is told that the common plants themselves reach out to her, and one way to please her is to grow faster. She looks at the vegetables and now realizes why the vegetables grew so fast and grew so big. It seems to her that the vegetables are answering her. Schwang Yun comes to her and says it's time for her to go fishing. They come to a river and she sees a bunch of fish there. It's Schwang Yun's turn to stay home and accompany her, because Bai Di has gone hunting. Schwang Yun asks her to watch how many fish he catches, turns into a wolf and jumps into the water. Half an hour later he's not catching anything, and she tells him that he's not as good as Bai Di since he hasn't caught a single fish. She starts getting fish at her feet and she thinks the fish itself is jumping at her feet. She sees a few more fish jump out of the water and following the trail that is created from the fish that get in her way. She walks away from their fishing spot. Schwang Yong catches the fish and tells Huan Huan to catch it. He's surprised that he can't see it. She gets far away from their place and realizes she better get back soon. Someone comes out of the water. He tells her that he was able to finally find her and looks at her unhappily. She doesn't realize who he is, and thinking about him looking at her with hurt and pain in his eyes, she asks him who he is. He gets upset about her question and says she's forgotten him very quickly. She doesn't understand why she feels so guilty around him and says she really doesn't remember him. She thinks about the fact that he looks very familiar, but she still can't remember him. She starts to get a bad headache. He tells her that she promised him she would come back for her once she found help, and he's been waiting for her in the cave for a long time. He tells her that he waited for her until the snow melted and the flowers bloomed on the hillside, but she never came. She asks him again if she ever knew him, and thinks about that time when he told her about it. She felt a slight pain in her head. He tells her that she lied to him and she feels his eyes full of hate. She decides to run away. He has no intention of letting her go and quickly pulls his snake tail out from under the water. He grabs her with his long tail and she is surprised that he is a snake. She starts screaming hard. Out of fear, she drops her fish bag and it remains on the shore, with the fish dying inside. Huan Huan wakes up and not realizing where she even is, she gets up from the ground. She recalls being twisted by the snake tail of a guy who came out of the water. At that moment, he is the one who walks into the place where she is and sees that she has already managed to wake up. She still doesn't understand anything and asks him where she is and doesn't understand what she should do. The guy with the snake tail answers her that they are in their house and looks at the apple. She says it's some kind of nonsense and he's mistaken, since they don't know him at all. He gets angry and throws the apple on the floor. He quickly approaches her and pushes her against the wall. He gets angry and tries to remind her that he was there for her when she had a high fever, and to save her, he went to the boar tribe to get fruit and then his body was mangled. He tells her that she promised to come back for him but never did, and Huan Huan sees that his eyes are filled with hatred. He tells her again that she tricked him and she apologizes. She tells him that after the fever she doesn't remember anything at all. He picks her up with his tail and pulls her close to him. She thinks about the cold snake skin rubbing very uncomfortably against her skin, and he tells her that he won't let her go. He licks her with his snake tongue and she's scared about it. She's very scared about the whole thing. He tells her that she smells of other males, and realizes that while he's been waiting for her to return, she's already spent nights with someone else. He gets very angry and rips her outer clothes off and she starts screaming a lot. He takes the stone around her neck and asks her if she remembers it since he was the one who gave it to her. She looks at the stone and tries to understand where she got it from. She recalls some of the times he gave her the stone. He gets angry and asks her if that means they were tied up, and she tells him she has a headache. She asks him to get away from her, for she is very far away, while she herself feels a terrible headache. Serpent asks her if she hates him. After all, O tried his best to protect her, and the scars he received must deserve her sincere love. He tells her that he let her get away and she let other males get her. He tells her she will be his forever, and bites her neck. She thinks he is going to kill her. She faints and starts to remember how she met Sang Ye, how he asked her to fall in love with him for 10 days, how he tried to save her and how he asked her to leave sooner. She remembers him giving her that gem she'd been wearing around her neck all this time. She recalls that she fell off a cliff and met him. He was injured and tried to save her, and she left to find help, but because of the high fever she forgot all about it. She recalls that she promised to bring help, but ended up leaving the injured Sang Ye alone in the cave, and did not return until spring came. She regains consciousness and hugs him. She apologizes to him for forgetting about him. He is surprised by this. She apologizes to him and tells him that she shouldn't have forgotten him and starts crying. He realizes that she finally remembers him and doesn't know what to do with her. Someone breaks the wall behind them, and he covers Huan Huan with his back. It's Schwang Yun. He says that the ring allowed him to sense her and asks the serpent to let her go. Huan Huan looks out from behind Sang Ye's head and feels that her head is spinning and she can't say a word. Schwang Yun sees her without strength and is very angry about it. He tells the snake that if he hurts her, he will finish him off. He turns into a wolf and attacks Sang Ye. He is determined to finish him off. With a flick of his tail, he flips the wolf off. and it flies back to the cave entrance. Bai Di abruptly appears behind him and catches him. He asks him if he is bruised, and the wolf is very surprised at this situation. Schwang Yun says he left at a very good time, because the serpent has captured their Huan Huan and proposes to finish him off. Bai Di gets very angry and asks the snake to let her go right away. The silhouette of a white tiger appears behind him. He refuses and tells him that even if he dies, he will not let Huan Huan go from his embrace. He quickly turns into a snake and is about to attack one of them. He is angry. He quickly gets close to Schwang Yun and quickly bites his paw. He doesn't have time to dodge. Bai Di looks at Huan Huan and sees that she is very unwell. He is worried about her. He turns to the serpent and asks him what he has done to her, for she is dying. The serpent turns back into a human and remembers that he managed to poison her. He approaches her and says that in order to dissolve snake venom, snake blood is the best antidote. Bai Di asks him to take his time and test everything on Schwang Yun first. He tells him that if it doesn't result in his death, then he can save Huan Huan. The wolf is angry with him and thinks the tiger is going to test the poison on him, and the tiger asks him if he is willing to put Huan Huan in danger. Schwang Yun tells him that for the sake of saving Huan Huan, he is willing to be a guinea wolf and looks at his paw. Sangye bites his hand and asks the wolf to come over to him to drink his blood. Schwang Yun drinks some of his blood and realizes that the wound is no longer bleeding and his head has stopped spinning. Sangye returns to Huan Huan and asks her to drink his blood because it will make her feel better. He brings his hand up to her mouth and drips a small amount of his blood into her mouth. Bai Di and Schwang Yun just stare at it silently. They don't know how they should react to it all. She regains consciousness and realizes that she has to apologize to Sangye himself. She tries to say something, but she can't make it. She doesn't understand why she can't speak. Sangye tells her that she will need to rest for a few more days and asks her to wait until the evening so they can talk. Schwang Yun asks her not to worry and asks him again to let Huan Huan go. After all, he has caused her a lot of pain. Sangye thinks about all of this and realizes that every time they are together, something is wrong with her health. This time she almost died because of his fangs and thinks that the children were right to call him a sinner, for misfortune befalls anyone who gets close to him. He gives her to Schwang Yun and decides that he should just let her go, because one way or another she didn't like him anyway. The wolf carries her away, but she tries to say something. She tries to tell him that she has to talk to Sangye. Bai Di asks her not to talk, because she's still sick and it must be very hard on her. He turns to the serpent and says that he knows he helped her last time. He tells him that he almost finished her off this time, and that means no one owes anyone else anything. He tells the snake that Huan Huan is their partner, and he hopes he doesn't show up in their lives again. Sangye lowers his hands and thinks about how he naively thought she would become his family. He lifts his eyes upward and thinks about the fact that he is finally all alone again.